bags.
I'm not about to give you free drugs.
Yeah. Kid in Vermont got a bag of poop, and they were investigating, but they...
Isn't that where that poop artist is?
She's in Maine.
Oh, okay.
The lady making the poop jewelry, and yeah.
Police in St. Johnsbury wrapped up their investigation into a smelly Halloween mystery. They tell us a kid didn't get a treat, they got a bag of poop, but instead it wasn't a trick, it turned out to be an accident. Late last night, city police told us they were investigating more than one case of poop handed out on Halloween. Today, they corrected that and said they only had one case. Chief Timothy Page tells us now he doesn't know how the poop got wrapped up and put in the kid's Halloween bag, but he says the investigation is over.
Investigation is over.
Poop,
no more poop.
Poop, 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 poop.
That's a good song, boy. Yeah, so they got the Mac Miller toxicology reports back, by the way, too.
Death by chocolate?
Yes, he had a last.
It's a good dessert, but it's so dangerous.
He didn't realize it was his last meal when he went to the Cheesecake Factory.
There's another victim.
Yep, another victim, another fallen hero in the
I'm
Death by
emails
Chocolate
today. That's what happens when there's not a girl here to reel us in.
Listen, Mac Miller basically had everything in his system.
Damn.
He died from fentanyl and cocaine, and he had alcohol in his body. And it was all bad.
Your body's just going to shut down. Like, I feel like these people think they build up like an immunity. They're like, oh, I've taken everything for so long.
Well, that's what you think.
Nothing's going to hurt me.
That's why they always say these deaths are accidental. To a normal person, you go, how the hell would you not figure out that if you're drinking and doing coke, and they found like coke on his laptop, and if you're drinking and doing coke and
also
fentanyl,
just a really bad place to do coke because it's going to get into like that's why you do it off a mirror.
Yeah.
Then way you don't waste any.
Why didn't he think about the health of his laptop while he was doing all these drugs?
And then you got to get the air thing to spray it all out so the keys don't get all sticky.
The compressed air.
Yeah.
And then you're losing all that blow because you're literally blowing it all over the place. That's not why it's called blow. They found there was a bottle of liquor in his studio room. They found pills in the closet. They found loose pills in the inside of a coat. They found a rolled up $20 bill in the right pocket of his shorts. There was an empty big bottle of booze on the nightstand. So he had everything in him.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's really sad is just he thought he was just so upset that he couldn't seek solace in like a therapist or something. Like, damn, you had to go that route. Because like at least Amy Winehouse was trying to get sober when she she didn't.
Well, she died from cold turkey.
Yeah, it was what do they call it?
That's another one that'll get you.
You're not the turkey.
Yeah, the cold turkey.
Warm it up,
a little
Chris.
bit. Like let it sit on the counter for like 15 minutes.
Right.
She was having withdrawals.
She was having what?
Withdrawals.
Withdrawals.
Well, yeah, but they say if you drink that much, you're not supposed to quit cold turkey. You're supposed to wean yourself off alcohol because your system literally doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
If you quit like that day,
you're going to shock.
Alan, that Mobamba song was produced by a teenage kid in Cleveland. Okay.
Cool.
That's
awesome.
Cool kid.
So for people who were still lighting a candle for Mac Miller,
whenever they released the toxicology report, like you knew he was already an addict.
Knew.
So yeah, we knew what was going to happen. It's not like when they released it for Prince where it was more of a shock, but still, you kind of know. Like it's not going to be like.
It's not going to be a happy ending.
Yeah, it's not going to be shocking.
He didn't OD on Pop-Tarts or anything. Sugar.
You can try, though.
You can try to OD on Pop-Tarts, but I don't know that you'll have much luck.
Pound Cake, if you were to OD on something, what do you think it would be?
D.
Do you think if they just called them wiener pics, people would stop sending them?
Yes. And the Oscar Mayer people would get very, very upset. OD on D. All right.
Next.
I
I don't really have any vices. I really don't. I
I think you just named your vice.
That is my vice, but I don't think that's, long as I'm safe, it's not unhealthy.
True. Are you being safe?
Yeah.
A lot of people have suspicions.
Radio's dirty little secret. And it's all legal. Breakdown, baby.
Who the hell is this?
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
To examine it would be to demystify it.
You get a ticket with a tasty group, okay?
Wow.
It definitely makes me cringe.
Very, very, very painful.
1, 2, 3, pick it. Pick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Pick it. What the
You're disgusting.
It's showtime!
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
You ignorant prick bastard.
WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right. I left my rundown sheet on the printer. Oh, it's just holiday brain, Bill. Just holiday brain.
I had to reteach myself how to do the best ofs.
Yeah.
Because I haven't done them since last year. Usually Eric would do them or you'll do them.
Yep.
And boy, I felt dumb. I figured it out. I remember
Sure.
how to do it. I have a rundown on how to do it. But I felt pretty dumb for the first 5 minutes, just remembering where everything was and how to do it and making sure I didn't screw everything up. So,
Well, practice makes perfect, right?
Yep. I got it down now.
Thank you, sir. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening and watching this episode of The Alan Cox Show, titled The Coxmas Chronicles.
Did you watch it?
I watched it.
What'd you
and,
think?
I
This
enjoyed
is the
it.
Kurt Russell Santa movie on Netflix.
I enjoyed it. I mean, there's obviously some silliness to it and some plot holes.
The
and
musical number in the jail cell?
Yeah. There's some things in it that were ripe for parody and making fun of. And actually recorded the first episode of Flicks and Bill last night with Zachariah. So
Was it about that movie?
it was about that movie.
Okay.
And Zachariah is one of the best to do a thing like that because he's so snarky and he knows a lot about movies. So he's very funny and very hard to please.
Very hard to please.
Yeah, when it comes
well,
to-
listen.
Especially a kid's movie.
Time is valuable. You know, everyone's time is valuable. You can't get any of that back. So if you waste it on some piece of crap, it was okay though.
Yeah, it was fun.
You know, it wasn't.
And Kurt Russell's great.
Sure,
so he,
you know.
he carries that film.
It's an inoffensive movie.
It's if I was a little kid, I probably would love that movie because it's a cool Santa Claus. Santa's always such a fatso and like he's nice, but he's not cool. So a
He's
cool
jolly.
Santa is a different take on it, and I
Yeah.
enjoyed that. Also, Grandma says hi, and she's gonna be super excited because we're going to the Cavs game tomorrow. She doesn't even know yet, but we got kick-ass seats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who they?
The Milwaukee Bucks,
Bucks.
at 7:30. Yeah.
Right. Della Vedova's old team. Say hi to Pound Cake, who's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Our second to last show of 2018, Pound Cake. What do you think?
I'm
The
here for
penultimate
it.
show, buddy.
love it.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right.
It's bittersweet because I'm excited.
Bittersweet.
Yeah, because I love doing this show and it's a part of my day. I'm used to it.
I feel ya.
So when it's not there, I'm just like, what am I gonna do now? So
He always has to take like a heartfelt comment and then end it with some ear-shattering postscript.
no,
right?
Vacations are just like a
So I was sitting with my parents, and we were talking about when my grandmother died, and I thought, where did the body go? So you'll work.
And then I told my mother that I was gay, and I like doing it with boys.
That's right. Oh.
But yeah, breaks are just like I imagine what it would be like to be fired. Like, what if I was just doing like my day job and nothing else? So I don't like
You've
taking
never
breaks
been
for long
fired
periods
from a
of
job? Huh.
No,
All right.
I'm a good employee. I need my check.
Well, there are plenty of good employees who get fired.
I've just been fortunate enough to never get fired.
Okay.
I leave, like before.
You leave of your own accord. You tell them when you're leaving.
Yeah.
Like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I understand. If you'd like to join us today, please feel free. 216-578-1007. Eric Lauren, of course, is out today. 800-348-1007 is the other phone number. 35192 if you'd like to text. We're pretty jam-packed the last couple of days. We're going to talk to John Gorky over at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Later on, they announced the class of 2019. I think it's a very solid class. I think they've checked a whole lot of boxes. I don't think there's any wacky additions. I think there's a handful of people got in on the first ballot. I think there are other bands. I'm ecstatic to see Roxy Music get in. I know they're a bit of an esoteric pick, but I think it's a great one.
The Cure. I'm a huge fan of The Cure, and I did not think they would get in.
I didn't either.
Were they first ballot?
I think
no,
maybe second.
Radiohead was second ballot.
Radiohead, Def Leppard, which satisfies all those people. Yep, who say that there's a bias against 80s rock and roll.
And the Zombies, another one of those legacy bands that people have wanted in forever.
Mm-hmm.
They're finally in, so good for them.
Stevie Nicks goes in as a solo artist. Janet Jackson.
First goat to get in, yes.
First goat. The what?
On an episode of South Park, they're trying to say Stevie Nicks, and it's a goat just going, nah.
Oh, I see.
She kind of has a goaty voice.
First goat of all time. Yeah. Okay. You know who else has a goaty voice?
Okay.
I'm a brand.
Mm-hmm. So we'll talk to John a little bit later on. Our friend Steve Byrne is back in town to entertain you and yours at Hilarities all weekend, so he'll join us shortly after 4 o'clock. Tomorrow, the final show of the year, Gwen will sit in. Ryan Dalton is going to come by.
Oh.
Uncle Fun.
Uncle Party.
And our friend Jason Lawhead will be checking in telephonically to tell you about a show he's got coming up at home in Lorraine. He'll come all these people coming in from the West Coast, Bill.
Yeah.
We're the suckers sitting here year-round. All these people coming back home after having moved to L.A. for their fames and fortunes.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. There's a lot of comics that have had great success, and they come home and they want to do some shows, and they want to see their family, and their families want to come out. So he's doing that one at Jason's doing the Lorraine Palace Theater. We got Chris McQuanzica the December 23rd.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of great shows. Mm-hmm. Lots of stuff to do with your family while everyone's together for the holidays.
Also, the Ugly Sweater Party this Saturday.
That's right, Pound Cake.
Mm-hmm. South Euclid.
I got your sweater. Don't let me forget to bring it.
I won't.
Oh, he got you. You got
I
Pound
got
Cake
him
the
a sweater. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it like a piece of dookie on it or something? Like
no, it's
like what's on it?
It's silly.
There's always a catch with you. Okay.
Yeah. Please let there be a piece of dookie on it. I mean, could
now
you?
I wish I could get that
a piece of real dookie.
I can do that.
I don't mean a picture knitted into the sweater. Please rub a piece of real dookie on there.
It's a 3D turd just right on my sweater. Like that's just what I imagined he would get me. So I didn't even question it. I'm like, great, Bill. Thank you for getting me a sweater. I know it's something ridiculous, but
it's the Christmas poo, right?
Yeah, Mr.
Go
Hanky.
old school, Mr. Hanky. Alan, what a 2018 it's been. It starts and ends with Erica absent. It's a total bummer. I hope in 2019 she can mend enough to enjoy daily life participation again. Bill's unique living arrangements seem to have provided some much-needed stability, this person says.
Yes, they have.
This is the year in Cox from a fan's viewpoint.
Yeah.
It shows in the effort he's putting forth. The live stream is quite possibly one of the best things of the year. That's another Bill Squire production.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Too much Pound Cake has become just right Pound Cake. The shrieking replaced by reasonable and insightful conversation. And he also mentions the perfectly... What are you doing? Are you becoming a human emoji all of a sudden?
Yes. Okay.
All right. He also mentioned how much...
At least he didn't shriek. Yeah, give him credit.
I know. He also mentioned how much he likes when I shoot you, so...
It's the Christmas season!
It's the Christmas
season. Congratulations on your 9 years here, Alan. You are the rock and foundation of the show, creatively guiding both your staff and the rotating regulars. And don't forget about Mary. She struggled at first to fill in, similar to Bill's first months in the air, but she has improved and rounds out the group when she needs to. Everyone have a spectacular holiday. Enjoy your time off. Looking forward to your 10th year in 2019. There you go. All right. Thank you.
Well, that was very nice. Who was that?
That someone who calls himself... Falco Star Breather.
Oh, well, thank you, Falco Star Breather.
There you go. Der Commissar's in town, according to that guy. So good. Let me take a break. I will have Cleveland Monsters tickets for you on the way back. You will get 4 of those the day after Christmas. They're going to be at the Q to take on the Rochester Americans for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle night, Nickelodeon night. So first 2,500 kids 12 and under will get a Mutant Ninja Turtle mask. Be a good time. So you want to go see a Monsters game, we'll hook it up coming back. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, someone.
Boy, I didn't realize how many people die over Halloween. You know, all these stories of people who died. Some college freshman fell 10 stories off of a building in Minnesota during a Halloween party.
In a row?
10 stories in a row.
That's real bad.
9, 8, 7,
I feel like
6.
If you fell one story 10 times, you might be okay.
You know, by the time you get to the 4th floor and you still fall over the balcony, you're like, maybe it's me. What the hell's going on around here? A 19-year-old student at the University of St. Thomas. The island of St. Thomas? Or is that
That's
maybe
what I'm thinking.
Maybe that's in Minnesota.
Paradise.
University of St. Why the hell would you go to Minnesota if, I guess, her family and friends there, but it's probably like a Christian school in it is St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah, she fell 10 stories. Now imagine you're walking on the sidewalk below this building. For half a second, you go, man, that's an amazing
good prank.
Effect.
Yeah.
What a great prank. Plummeted from the building during a party at an apartment complex.
How's that happen? She just leaned over too far? Or?
She fell over 2 side-by-side railings.
Huh.
Don't know. See, the trouble with that, too, is that there's going to be plenty of underage drinking at the party, so now everybody's scrambling to get the hell out, figure out what happened. And unless you're paying close attention, you might not even know she went over until the cops show up.
Yeah, I'll be over there wilding, thotting and bopping, twerking on the wall, and then I'm like, wait, why is everybody leaving?
Twerking on the wall?
He would be whiling, thotting, and bopping.
And twerking on the
wall.
Yeah, you know, when you put your legs up against the wall and you have your hands on the ground.
Actually, we don't know. Can you actually just...
Could you twerk on the wall for us so that I
can...
can...
come in there and do it?
No, in there is fine.
I don't have a wall, really.
You have 4 of them around you.
Move that chair behind you.
I don't have a wall.
Just scar Rachel's eyes.
Pound Cake's open air studio over there.
There you go.
I have to watch it through the camera because I don't really have a good angle.
Oh, I see. I thought that was daggering. He's twerking on the wall.
No, daggering's like where you jump into it.
Oh, I see. All right.
A little off cam, but
it's
was
okay.
good enough. You
Feet
got
up
the idea.
on the. You'd be
we'll
doing that.
We'll do a boomerang in the break.
Yeah, you'd be doing that at a party. No wonder you wouldn't notice anything. Your head's on the ground. You're doing practically doing push-ups off the wall.
He never gets asked back.
As if they asked me to come there in the first place, Erica.
Oh,
I just showed up.
Yeah.
Who got
Your
the liquor?
voice just, I just showed up.
I'm just saying, who got the liquor? I just pop up in there and start
Who got
dancing.
the liquor?
Yeah.
And then a teacher was found dead in a creek after a Halloween party in Colorado, in like a hoity-toity resort town. As a teacher was walking home from a Halloween party, and they found her dead in a creek.
Murder?
26 years old in Vail, Colorado. Ooh, the scandal. No, she got off like a party bus and went to walk a little bit home, and
fell.
She had purple hair, makeup, and a purple flower crown. Let that be a lesson to you.
I haven't worn a flower crown in quite some time.
All right. She was found dead in Gore Creek. There's foreshadowing.
Yeah, right.
A popular fly fishing spot. So there's guys going out there to cast their lines, and there's some chick with purple hair and a flower crown dead in the creek. Probably
Not
drunk.
gonna lie, they'd probably use her wig to tie some new flies. It's the bright purple.
Yeah, they pulled just pieces of the wig out. Hey, Morton, you want to grab me some of that before we call the police?
And they don't know what happened, like how she drowned in the river.
And they're like, she must have. And they don't know. And there's a guy who says that Twizzlers gave him his heart disease, so he's suing. He's suing Hershey, saying that his habit of eating 1 bag of Twizzlers a week for years is responsible for his heart problems.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of sugar.
That's a lot.
But there's
why are they on the hook?
There's some compound in licorice called glycerin. I don't know what it is.
But he's never heard of everything in moderation.
No, well, a bag a week. Is that a lot?
Yes.
That's kind of a lot.
Who else do you know that eats a bag of one particular type of candy a week? Any kind of candy. That's your problem.
And it's black licorice.
Ew.
When I hear Twizzler, I think strawberry. Or
Yeah, so
whatever,
do I.
right? Yeah, it's delicious. Black licorice.
The only acceptable
Black licorice
flavor.
is not even. It shouldn't be a food.
It's not.
Yeah.
What is this? The Depression? Black licorice. Hey, it's candy time, and like all they had was black licorice.
What are you for Halloween? I'm the licorice bitch.
And they're disappointed because he was keeping them in business.
Yeah.
Wow. So I don't know what kind of lawsuit he's got in his hands, but
Hate Twizzlers. Ugh.
just the stock image of like a whole lot of black Twizzlers looks sinister. He says he's been on medication since he kicked his licorice habit.
Do you barf black?
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
You
You
would
have
definitely
to.
barf black.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
I've seen that before, actually. I don't think it was It wasn't licorice. It was I forget what this person had. But
Squid ink?
It was all black though. It was black and it had little white specks in it. So I don't know what it was.
Well, I think
Oreos?
I think licorice in its pure form is poisonous. Black licorice.
Oh,
is,
really?
Yeah, it's
Even in its
it can
licorice
be
form, it's
fatal.
still pretty poisonous.
Pretty gross.
Yeah.
And so obviously they put things into it and they sugar it up and whatever. But yeah, they tell pregnant women don't eat black licorice.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Come on with the black alien baby.
Yes, because what you eat colors the baby.
And makes them from another planet.
Right. Why did your child come out looking like a meatloaf? Well, I eat a lot of meatloaf. It's an attractive child.
That's why Pound Cake is caramel complected, because his mom was just eating tons of caramel.
Oh,
That actually might be true. She loved caramel corn.
she was eating caramel corn. She was eating Werther's all the time, and I was enjoying some caramel corn the other day.
You know those.
And it was
I'm
quite
not a caramel
good.
corn person.
I'm sorry, a what?
I'm not a caramel corn person.
I didn't know what you were saying before.
My mother, still to this day, she'll have a big tins of like what I guess you could store a lot of Christmas cookies in. She has those, but just filled with caramel corn.
A lot of caramel corn comes in a
A
tin like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
what
what
you
we had
buy. That's what you buy your coworker, like your boss.
Yeah.
You don't know what to get him. You just go through that like kids fundraiser magazine and order like 8 giant tins.
That's what Boy Scouts would have to sell. Like women,
Yeah.
Girl Scouts, you have the
Cookies.
cookies. Everybody loves it. Boy Scouts, we'd have to go door to door trying to sell
tins
tins
of popcorn.
and people are like, "Yeah, I don't really want this," and but it's for a good cause. They're like, "Yeah, but I'm
Just
not
not
going to
as
pay."
tasty as the cookies.
Well,
I
but
also
I don't
need
want to
a
pay
giant
$30 for
tub.
popcorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to taste some delicious Girl Scouts.
Cookies.
I'm only playing what you said.
I can't wait to taste some delicious Girl Scouts.
I don't hear anything about cookies in there.
I'm just upset that my voice was ever like that.
Just
I can't wait to
whispery.
taste some delicious Girl Scouts.
That's why it's so creepy.
Well,
So was Christmas in July the thing that Kid Rock is coming for? At Put-in-Bay?
Put-in-Bay?
Was that the Kid Rock thing next
I don't
summer?
know if it was Kid Rock, but
I thought Kid Rock was doing the big Put-in-Bay thing next summer.
maybe
Christmas in July.
it could be.
Well, they've canceled it.
Yeah.
What? Why?
They said they were so overwhelmed by people coming from Detroit that the law enforcement was overwhelmed by unruly crowds.
Well, it was the tampon in the pool
Yeah.
thing that happened during Christmas in July weekend.
Tampon in the pool. What happened? Someone just threw a tampon in
You
the pool.
saw
Oh,
the
you-
video.
There's a video. It's on my Instagram. I posted it on our website a few
A
months
girl
ago.
just ripping out her tampon.
Yeah, the
and
girl pulling a tampon out and just like flinging it over
Over
her
her
shoulder.
shoulder.
She was
How
just
did
drunk?
you not see this? Is
I
she
didn't see
just
that.
having a good time
Was
at
this
the
the
pool?
day we had Campion?
I don't think so. Maybe he just doesn't really pay attention.
Kid Rock is headlining Bash at the Bay, which is at the end of August.
Oh, so
that's
it's
not
not
the Kid
the
Rock
same
show.
thing. Okay.
So Put-in-Bay was overrun by a certain kind of person, I think they're probably trying to tell you, from
Yeah.
Detroit. And guess what? You're going to get overwhelmed by another certain kind of person for the Kid Rock show in August.
Yeah.
You thought you had it bad this summer. Woo!
Problem with Put-in-Bay.
Wait till that Kid Rock crowd comes over.
I really like Put-in-Bay. Like I have so much fun every time I go there. It's,
Never been.
It's so great. Like you really do feel like you're on a
All right, a couple of tickets for you to head to the Q, get some Cleveland hockey. The Monsters take on the Rochester Americans the day after Christmas, Wednesday the 26th. And it's Nickelodeon night at the Q. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme. They're going to have music and merch and character appearances. First 2,500 kids 12 and under will get a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mask. You can look into tickets, info, game scheduling, all that at clevelandmonsters.com. 4 tickets for you for the 26th. Good luck. Caller 12. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He keeps his emergency bug-out bag in his trunk. Unfortunately, it contains only Pez, comic books, and moist towelettes. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch the show there, the live stream available for you. You can share and subscribe and like and comment. There's all kinds of exclusive show video there for you, too. This week's Christie's Instagram hotties are up there. If you've just awakened from a coma and haven't found the trailer for Avengers Endgame, that is up there, too. And, of course, you can listen from anywhere on the iHeartRadio digital application. Cavaliers win. That's always fun to say. Against the Knicks.
They looked good last night.
113-106 was the final score.
And Delly was getting MVP chance.
Was he?
Yeah, which is funny.
Good for him. It's a nice welcome to come back.
Absolutely.
They will play his old team here at home. They just played him in Milwaukee and lost, right, to the Bucks in Milwaukee. They get another crack at him tomorrow night at the Q as a 7:30 game here on MMS. So 7 o'clock is when all your pregame coverage will start. I was reading a thing about all of the big money quarterbacks who are shrimping the bed this season. There's like one of them. Kirk Cousins is the only guy in a playoff position who makes a ton of money.
And he's still not great.
Right.
Like,
I couldn't even believe he was on that list.
Yeah,
right.
He's not living up to the money that he's making.
Matt Stafford with Detroit. I was still on in Detroit when they re-signed Matt Stafford to like crazy money.
Yeah, like highest paid quarterback money for that time. Blake Bortles got a giant contract extension in the offseason, and now they're not even going to keep him through the end of the year. Like, he's benched.
They benched Flacco in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And they're paying him like $120 million or something. Yeah. It's weird. Weird times, man. Anything can happen. Janine Garofalo, she plays for the 49ers.
You mean Jimmy Garoppolo?
What I'm looking at says Janine Garofalo.
That's probably wrong.
That's why they're not in playoff contention. Yeah. She's not a good quarterback.
No, she's not a good
quarterback. Why
quarterback.
would they even? And Colin Kaepernick can't get hired, but Janine Garofalo from
Don't play that card. Don't play that card.
From The Truth About Cats and Dogs?
That's my card to play.
What card? The Janine Garofalo card?
No,
that is very clearly my card to play.
Yeah, that's yours. Colin Kaepernick is mine.
What is Colin Kaepernick your card to play?
Because I always bring that back to this person could get a job, but Colin Kaepernick took a knee and he still ain't got a job.
Right, but that's all common information. How is that your card to play?
Just like you pull the black card.
But that's not your card.
It is.
That's his card.
Because I know the struggle.
Not your card.
I know the struggle.
You know 50% of the struggle.
I know the
struggle.
Have you ever been followed in a wig store,
Yes,
Alan?
I have.
You ain't never been followed in a wig
I'll
store.
tell you this. I've never been in a wig store.
Well, I know people who need some wigs, and I followed in there when I go and get the Yaki Jet Black, okay?
Right.
And I've been followed.
Right.
Just in wig stores?
That's mainly it, because the Asian people that run that store, I don't know what it is. I don't know if in their country black people are known for stealing, but that's the only time I really got followed.
I think they're more just going off of what's happened in the store before.
It doesn't matter. You shouldn't
No,
follow
it does
people.
matter. If you're a store owner, past performance is the best indicator of future results.
I bet they would follow me if I went to that store.
No.
If I went in looking all shady, because what's a guy like me doing in a wig store?
Do I look shady?
I've got a luscious head of hair. Why would I be in a wig store? You bet your ass they'd follow me. They go, something's going on with this guy, Gene, right here. He doesn't need a wig.
Maybe you're shopping for your wife.
Why would I shop for my wife's wig?
You don't know someone's situation.
Would you ever
surprise her
shop
with a birthday wig? Happy birthday.
Here
Here's
you
your
go,
wig.
honey. Her birthday's Monday. I still got time to get a wig.
I have a friend that went through a wig phase, and it was
female friend.
Yeah, and she would get these crazy ass wigs and wear them out, and they were good. They were good enough, but they were still very obviously wigs.
Choosing yours very carefully here.
And it was hilarious. And she knew it too. Like, she's like, I just want to have different hairstyles all the time. But she was
too lazy to actually have a hairstyle.
Well, because she wants to switch it up all the time, and you can't. If you're a woman,
to
you
kill
can't
your hair.
just comb your hair different
right
all the time.
You
Like,
can't just
you
tomorrow
can't change
have short
colors
blue
and-
hair.
Yeah, exactly. So she'd wear these crazy wigs, and people would be like, "Are you wearing a wig?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's fun. It's my look."
That's what they're for. Yeah, so you can look however you want to look. It's not just for Halloween and cancer patients.
I didn't see any like Nicki Minaj wigs in this wig store. Like they were mainly for people who like had alopecia or like cancer or something, or like people who just wanted hair extensions.
Why would it?
They're not. They're not.
What?
Why would an alpaca need a wig?
No, Bill. Alopecia. It's a hair condition.
Oh,
Is what-
okay.
yeah,
I thought
that's
that
what-
was
that's
like
what
a
he was
subset of alpacas.
No, you're thinking of llamapecia is what you're thinking of.
But they don't look like the stores don't look
But
attractive
there aren't
at all.
But there aren't separate wigs for cancer patients
I
and just
understand.
people that want a different hairstyle, right?
I get it, but like this store, it was mainly like they put it in an urban area and then they follow people around. Like it was in an urban area. Like it had bars on the front windows, and those were the only windows in the store. And this place was massive, so it was just always dark.
Mm-hmm.
Like the wig you always want is always in a dark corner somewhere, so you got to reach for it. And you're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Just trying to get the Yaki Jet Black."
What they should do is not have their store be so dark, and then it'll be easier to keep an eye on all those customers.
That's what I'm thinking, but instead they follow people, and they try to be all swift like a ninja, trying to hide through like corners and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, I just don't want to come here anymore because I'll be followed.
So, what wig store do you think you could go into and not be followed?
I don't know. I haven't been to one since.
Yeah.
You know-
So your opinion is based on that one establishment?
No, it's been a couple different ones because I have family members that they have alopecia and they can't grow hair, so they go to wig stores. And I used to go with them all the time when I was younger, and my experience was always the same. It's always ran. This is not trying to be a stereotype. This is my experience. It's always run. Every wig store I've gone to has always been run by some Asian lady and or her husband, and they don't seem to like black people.
Well, my experience along those lines is when I used to live in neighborhoods with Korean grocers, and they did not like when black folks came in.
That's what
And
I'm saying.
so
I think
I
it
don't
might be
know.
a culture thing.
I don't. Yeah, I think it is, and I don't know what what that animosity is. You know, I assume that maybe a lot of Asian immigrants are able to buy establishments in cheap neighborhoods.
That's what I'm saying. Because why would you, if you don't like a certain race or culture, why would you buy in that area where it's mainly that race or culture?
Well, because the
this was an
property's
urban-
cheap.
Okay, but you can't get mad if that's your livelihood.
I agree.
That's
I
your
agree.
business. So if you're driving people out of your store and you don't want them to touch your product, then don't sell there.
But if you are also running an establishment, you should be keeping an eye on what's going on, no matter who's in your store.
You want to protect your
That's what security cameras are for. You can have a screen behind the register. No one would know, but physically, I'm at one corner of the store.
Right,
Maybe
but
they like the deterrent, but you know what, Pound Cake? It's always been a dream of mine to open a wig shop, and you are welcome there anytime, and I will not follow you around. Come anytime you want to Wigger, please.
You will have free run. You'll have
one word.
You will have free run of the place, Pound Cake, when he opens that place.
Okay.
All right?
Got you.
You got a friend now in the wig biz. Mm-hmm. You know?
It's very lucrative. That's why I don't understand why they're so pushy and mean all the time.
Because it's probably not lucrative.
But it's also, they
so.
don't like their product being stolen, and I'm sure there's precedent set where people have tried to or successfully stolen wigs.
But sure, I'm sure there is, but like, are you going to blame each new customer?
No, but they're trying to deter you from stealing because they don't know who's stealing and who's not.
That's not a good business model, though, to follow.
Well, then go to a different. Then come on down to Wigger, please. We won't follow you around.
You're gonna slip up. You're gonna.
That's two times.
Nope. That's my. It's an old bit that I did. And I won't. I'm very good at this.
Okay.
Will people be able to see it at Chris McQuanzica? Will you be
not
pulling
that
out?
one. No,
you won't be pulling
no.
out any hits at Chris McQuanzica?
No, I got new stuff. I'm always writing jokes, but you can listen to that one on iHeartRadio and Spotify. I think that one is on. Man, what bit? One of my older albums.
Mm-hmm. Alan, I'm whiter than Mayo, and I've been asked to leave a wig store because my girlfriend had a stroller. Right, because if somebody walks in, you're like, I don't have baby wigs. I don't have tiny wigs. Why don't you do what everybody else does if you got a baby? Why is that baby doesn't have any hair? Well, he's 2 months old. I don't sell those wigs. Go home, get yourself a dozen bottles of aspirin, right? You pop them all open, pull the cotton out, glue those together, smack that on that kid's head. Don't bother me about your wigs. There's a little cotton-head kid out of my store with your stroller.
Asked to leave.
I understand that.
Asked to leave is different than being followed. Like, it was apparent that you were watching me. I'm just in the aisle, and you're at the end of the aisle, like, looking with big old eyes, looking at me, picking up something. And then when I would try to say, hey, do you have this? No, we don't have that. I'm like, all right.
Hey, big old eyes. At least he's breaking the stereotype, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Good
they
for
were
you.
only big because he was widening them to see if what was I grabbing. And
I understand.
see if he had any more in stock.
But once you showed him you didn't have any, why would he ask you to leave?
He didn't ask me to leave.
Oh, they said
He just kept
leave.
following him
No,
around.
he just kept following. It was just noticeable that he was following us.
I see.
And he wasn't following anybody else in the store. There was white people in the store, but they had black kids. so I'm like, all right.
He's like, you can stay, you gotta get out.
Yeah.
They're getting real specific.
It was real weird.
All right.
Haven't been back to Illyria since.
Huh. Boy, so I've been in Illyria more recently than you is what you're saying. I was just there. I sent an appearance.
You've been to Illyria since.
When did we go to Illyria?
You went to Illyria to do
the Brown Jug.
Matt Campy's podcast. That's in Illyria.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
See? This is why people follow you around stores, because you're a liar.
That's right. They don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
I was in a residential neighborhood. I wasn't shopping.
So his podcast is not done live from a wig shop, is what you're saying.
No.
Now that I would listen to that.
Yeah.
Live from a wig shop, two white guys doing a podcast in a wig shop. They're like, why there? And they go, why not? I would listen to that. The Wig Shop podcast.
That'd be pretty lit.
Why not? All right. Well, listen. Next time you want to go to a wig shop, bring me with you as insurance, and then we'll see what happens.
I need you as a buffer.
Then we will put those people to the test.
Plus, you look Republican and look like you got money. So, yeah.
I look what?
You look Republican.
I look Republican?
You have the nice Republican hair. You do. I would think you're Republican if I
Nice
saw you.
Republican hair is what I have, Bill.
If
Do
I
you
was-
hear that?
Yeah, if I was
I like it.
unfamiliar with the show, didn't know who you were, I'd be like, wow, that's a nice Republican man. Nice sweep, like that you have on here, swoop.
Huh. Mm-hmm. Boy, I got to change up my hairstyle.
No, it's
Mohawk.
nice, healthy.
Mohawk.
He's calling me Mitt Romney Jr. over here,
Yeah, it's
essentially.
very Mitt Romney-ish.
Huh. All right.
I say go Mohawk.
Maybe I will.
Yeah.
Mohawk for the holidays.
Yeah. Mohawk with the beard? That's a good look.
Yes, it is.
Like a messy one?
In 1986. That is a good
Bring
look.
it back.
And then when I hate it, then I'm going to have to go to the wig store.
Yeah.
You guys have any Republican-looking wigs?
No, but you said you have money.
Huh?
They'd be like, no, but you said you have money.
I don't look like I have money.
You do look like you
I
have
look
money.
like I'm half homeless. What are you talking
No,
about?
you look like you got money.
How do I? Why do I? No, you know I have money. It doesn't. I don't look like I have
So
money.
you admit it, you have money.
Yes. But I don't look like I have money.
Yes, you do.
What are you? Now you've clearly.
When you look at me,
I don't
and you
know
look
what
at you look like you got money.
No, you're assuming that because you're black, people don't think you have money.
I didn't say that. Just because I wear the
That's
same
what
5
you're
clothes
alluding.
every day, I'm saying people
Then
don't.
you're
I don't have
you're
any
saying
money.
that because I'm white, people think I have money. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
you're
with
saying the reverse.
No, the good Republican hair, the nice beard, the clean
Nice
complexion,
beard.
like,
You know,
yeah,
I
the
look
hot
like
wife.
one of those
I look
things
like
that
tiny
makes,
Santa. You know,
Yeah, one of those things that people always equate money with beards.
beards.
No,
yeah.
you mark all
right.
the boxes of a rich Republican. Hot young wife, nice hair, beard, you know.
beard.
And you always talk politics. Yeah. You
But
mark all the
that's
boxes.
but he doesn't talk about Republican politics
doesn't
in
matter.
a nice way. Like he's so,
Bill, could it be that I've secretly been a Republican this whole time?
Oh yeah, you know how
I want to tell the audience I have spent the past 9 years pulling the greatest troll of all time on you.
you know how Republicans always wear baseball T-shirts
And
to work,
beards
and
and
jeans,
yeah,
and
I mean,
boots.
well,
Yeah.
that's just part of my genius. That
Yeah.
I've really been playing the part of somebody who's not.
You look like you got money, but it's okay.
I look like
You
I
don't
have
see
money.
it because you have money, but the other people see it.
I've only had money for about 10 years, by
Still
the way.
counts. It's a decade. You blink dollar signs. Just own it.
I'm a 47-year-old man. There's nothing to be proud of if you've been poor until 37, until almost 40. Something to be proud about.
You made
My
it.
year's coming up.
Huh?
My year's coming up.
See? It's coming.
Yeah.
You still got to see at the table.
All right. Well, people on the text are telling me I look like I have money. I don't know what the
See?
hell that means.
You don't,
I
because
don't
it
know.
comes naturally to you.
It's because I have good skin. That's all it is. It's
That
not my
might be
hair.
it,
It's not my
yeah.
beard. It's because I have flawless skin.
It could
And
just
I will
be.
not apologize for that pound cake. I will not apologize.
I'm not
for
telling
that.
you to, rich man. I'm just trying to get me broken off something. That's all. just come in with me. I'll get discounts. They'll give you stuff free because they want you to try
free
it.
because they're running a. You know what? If they looked at me and saw a Republican, they go, "We're going to charge you double," and you understand because you understand how corporate America works.
No, they wouldn't.
Is your sign up in there?
Oh, am I talking fast?
Are you alive?
Are you not aware?
No, I wasn't aware.
He gets all excited. Mohawk, mo problem. Somebody points out that's true. Thank you.
Well, you could use some mo problems.
Mo problems.
That's just my experience. I think you look like you have money.
See, people, because you know who he is and what he does. I don't think if you just saw Alan, you'd be like, that guy's got a lot of money.
No, I would. It's always the people that I don't think have have money have a lot of money. So if I saw him, I'd be like, oh, he looks like he has a lot of money.
So if you see someone that looks like they have a lot of money, you go, they don't have a lot of money. They're just trying to show off.
Yeah.
To make people think that they have money.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of people in this building, personalities in this building that I'm like, damn, he's filthy rich. He could walk past me on the street and I would be like, I would never guess that.
So if someone looks like they don't have money, you assume they have money.
You just confuse me.
This is your...
Yeah, this is your game we're playing. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Alan doesn't dress like he has money.
Stop confusing me, damn it!
But you're saying that he looks like he has money.
All right. I'm trying to throw everybody off.
Yeah.
I told you that quiet money. That's what it's all about.
Stop confusing me, damn it!
Right. And by the way, there is no one who works in this building who is filthy rich. Some people have more money than others. Ain't nobody here filthy rich.
There's people in the millions in this building.
No.
Yes, there is.
Who?
Geraldo.
Oh, but he doesn't. He's not.
It doesn't matter.
They just okay. Ever since Geraldo started working here 2 months ago, now we have a millionaire in the building. Okay, you're right. Geraldo.
Rover's probably a millionaire too.
All right, 2 people.
Okay, that's still 2. What about down the hall?
Do you think having $1 million is filthy rich?
That's rich.
Seth?
You said filthy rich.
Do you think Seth is the richest person here because he wears big, baggy, tattered clothes?
He's the one. He's hiding all of his money in the Cayman Islands.
I don't count other people's money, but if I
You
did...
count everyone else's money. What are you talking about? Alan, you look like you're from a long line of slaveholders. Well, listen, my dad is from the Deep South.
That's very rich.
I don't know what happened. It was rich in the 1700s.
They used to put their slaves on display to let everyone else know how rich they were. Yeah, you would definitely put a cabin in front of your house. You would definitely do that, Alan.
A cabin in front of...
You would totally do that.
That's called a guest house, Pound Cake, all right? And if my guests happen to be indentured servants, that's not on me. As much as I want to know about my dad's side of the family, I have to tread lightly if you go too far back.
Yeah.
I got to know what's going on there, but I want to know. Henry Louis Gates is not going to put me on his PBS show to dig into my ancestry. I want him to do that. Oh, Ben Affleck's family had a slave 100 years ago. Yeah.
That's what everyone did.
Whatever.
I'm just saying, you got that long money. Like, you think you don't come from money, but you probably do come from money.
Me?
Yeah, but if the money's gone, then you don't come from money anymore.
Money comes and money goes.
Okay.
You can always make more of it. What you can't make more, Pound Cake?
What?
Time. So don't waste any. It's very important. Especially you. You're going to die at 35. That's what the Ouija board said.
That's why I'm trying to get...
You better get to getting, son. You better buy your own wig shop.
That's why I'm trying to get in and out of the wig shop so I'm not wasting time. But it's hard when I'm getting followed.
I think that would hurry you along because then you could just ask them for assistance.
No, they don't
If they're
want
following you
assist
around, they want to sell wigs.
And what are they worried about? That you got a whole trunk full of bootleg wigs that you're selling just in the parking lot to people?
They probably do.
All right.
They probably think I'm just taking their wigs and selling them as knockoffs or something. I don't know.
Well, they probably are already knockoffs.
Okay. Well, they probably think I'm going to steal wigs.
They're not designer wigs from the fanciest wig makers?
I don't think so. Nope. Hey, we were in a wig shop in Ireland, and I got followed around. But I assumed it was because they'd never seen anyone with Republican hair before.
They probably wanted to help you out. Do you need anything, sir? Champagne? Just a splash?
Is that your Irish accent, by the way?
No.
What is your Irish accent?
I don't even know if how does an Irish person sound?
Well, a lot of people just go straight for the Lucky Charms leprechaun. You could start there.
How does that sound? I don't even remember.
Heart
stars, horseshoes.
What's
Clovers and moons.
What? Blue moons, orange horseshoes, green clovers, blue diamonds. I thought maybe he'd have an Irishman for me there. He could pull that arrow out of his quiver.
I don't see it happening.
Uh-huh.
Were you looking for a Shineheart wig? Those are the best wigs.
I wasn't shopping for a wig.
Then why were you in a wig shop?
I was going with a family member who was also black.
And they were being followed too?
Yeah, we were both being followed. I was following
Maybe they
them.
were following them and not you.
Was one person following you, or did you each get your own follower?
Well, she told me to go this way. I went that way.
So you guys tried to split up to see who would get followed.
She just wanted to. She was looking for a particular type of wig, and she was like, "Check down there to see if they have it down there." And I'm gonna go this way.
This is in the back of the store?
Yep.
Okay.
And so she went that way. I went that way, and the wife went that way, and the husband went that way, and they were both at the end of the aisle looking at both of us.
Oh.
Because when I went to go back to meet her,
Trying to see where they thought you were splitting up.
Yeah. Thought we had a whole scheme going.
And what did you say to them?
I didn't say anything. It was their store. I was trying not to, not trying to raise stereotypes and be like, go crazy and go ghetto and make a scene, because then I'm just adding to it.
You should have gone back into the store in like a big puffy coat that already looked
like you were stealing wigs.
Yeah.
Really?
Is your coat full of wigs? You tell me. But you put your hands on me, I'm calling the cops. How about that?
Yeah.
No, it's not full of wigs. It's full of steaks from right over there at Giant Eagle. How do you like that? I don't even room in here for wigs. It's all pork loin and steaks. And I got to get home before they thaw.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to find a Shineheart wig. Was that from Arrested Development?
30 Rock.
30 Rock.
Yeah.
Shineheart wigs.
They were the parent company of NBC.
Right.
I'm just saying, when that happens, I try not to raise stereotypes. Like,
Good for
I
you.
try not to make a scene, because that's what they want. That's what they expect.
That's right.
I'm like, I went to Akron, and then I walk out.
They want you to make a scene so that they have the authority to kick you out of their store.
Sure.
Because you're being all rowdy. You're wilding out.
I hold my head high.
Good for you. As you should. All right. I got Clutch tickets for you later on. They're ringing in 2019. They'll do New Year's Eve at the Masonic Auditorium. So if you want to grab those later on, I will have them for you. John Gorky going to be on the phone shortly. He's over at the Rock Hall. We're going to talk about the class of 19. They announced this morning, great class of people going into the Rock Hall. In the spring, comedian Steve Byrne will join us later on, too. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. From the Hard Rock Roxino Northfield Park Weather Center.
WMMS.
Hey, it was a nice little surprise. Yeah.
I just did a movie, another 70s kind of thing with a Dolomite.
Oh, the Eddie Murphy thing?
Yeah.
Now, who else is it? It's Eddie Murphy and
Keegan-Michael Key, Mike Epps, Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Damn.
Chris Rock, Snoop.
Is Rudy Ray Moore still alive?
No.
Or is, oh, he's not. Okay.
He's deceased.
I thought maybe he'd like pop up as a cameo or something.
That would have been incredible.
That would have been great.
But he's deceased. I guess about 5-6 years now.
Now, who are you? Like Dolomite's pal?
Yeah, I'm one of his buddies.
Joe Dolomite. They just make something up for you.
I'm one of his buddies, Ben Taylor. No, he had a crew. Like Ben Taylor was a singer in his group, and he sang his he did his theme song.
This is a Rudy Ray Moore biopic. It's not like a Dolomite movie,
exactly.
right? Yeah, okay.
It's an origin story.
Is it
Can
fun?
you say origin story and it's not a superhero?
Sure, of course you can. Yeah.
Right.
Everything has an
Biopic,
origin.
Yeah, there it is. Origin story.
Craig Robinson has an origin story too.
I do.
From
kinda.
the foothills of Chicago, Illinois, right?
Okay.
Now Erica's South Side. I'm North Side.
Yeah, I'm South Side.
You're South.
Well, I grew up near 95th and Cicero.
Okay, I was 86 in Walcott.
Oh,
So,
okay.
super close.
Not far away at all. And
Yeah.
then my parents live in a town called Frankfort now, which is like outside of Joliet, like 20 minutes west of Joliet.
Okay, I would pass Joliet on the way to college.
Yeah.
And back.
Yeah. Went to
Guess what
Columbia College.
Guess what college I went to? Passing Joliet. Come on. Come on.
The Joylet? You went to JCC. What is it out there? It's
JJC.
Illinois State University.
You went
ISU.
So did I.
What? Same year?
Oh.
Yeah, same year. No, I
What
went
are
there
they?
for 2 years before I transferred to Columbia College in Chicago.
What are they? The Cardinals? What's ISU?
We are the Redbirds.
Oh, same thing.
Bloomington
Redbirds.
Normal.
Yeah.
We called it average Illinois. It's pretty average.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
Well, I was way up. I was like Sheridan and Toohey.
What year did you come out?
I left there in 2007.
So same year as you.
Yep.
No,
You came out in 2007.
No, I was
I saw
very
him on
close.
the quad, you know?
I was about 13 years before you.
Yeah, super close.
So by the time y'all had
He set
like
the table.
ATMs in the lobby and a Subway sandwich in the lobby.
Yeah,
like,
we had that.
Versus, we had nothing.
I was a sandwich artist for a day
No.
in that dorm. What did
Watterson.
they have? Watterson is where I lived.
Yeah,
Yep.
I lived in Washington.
So funny.
What room? Were you in Monroe Tower?
No, I don't know. I think I was like 9th floor.
He
We were
left
up
you a
there.
roach in the closet just behind the thing, and, you know.
Yeah.
So what kind of college student were you? Were you a guy who was like, you always had a performance bug, or were you on a more square track for a while? You're like, I'm going to be a pharmacist or some nonsense.
I'm what you would call I was on a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
But meant to be on a 4-year plan.
Okay.
So
Fifth year senior.
What does that tell you? But
you were having a good time in Bloomington Normal.
I was, but I got I got my degree in, it's called choral general keyboard, and it prepared me to teach for.
Oh, you're going to be a music teacher.
I did teach music.
Okay.
For 3 years, once in Chicago and one in Indiana and 2 in Chicago. But I was. So there was a lot of music performances, but then in college is where I caught the comedy bug, and I knew I was going into comedy.
It was on campus stuff because you went through Second City.
Yeah. As soon as I graduated.
Did you start there, or were you? Because a lot of guys that come up through Second City, they go, "Well, I'll try stand up for a bit." Like I came up through stand up, Bill too. Improv, obviously, if you're going to do it, you go to Second City or whatever. Were you before that? Were you like trying to decide if it was going to be just you, or if you wanted to do the improv thing?
So I knew I wanted to go into comedy, and I looked at the Second City, and I thought that would help with the comedy for some reason. But turns out it's
well, it doesn't hurt.
Improv.
Though.
It doesn't hurt.
Right.
It helped tremendously with just taking chances,
writing
and doing improv and sketching and stuff like that. And like one of the biggest things I remember from it is they would say, "Okay, we just need 2 people," and I would always just jump up. No matter, you don't know what they're about to do, so it just prepares you for taking on challenges. But I went. I knew I got into open mics and all that, and then I started doing Second City right away.
Now, who were you in with? Anybody we know?
Who was I? Nobody you know. No. But the people who were performing at that time, who on the main stage was like Rachel Dratch.
Yeah, okay.
And let me see, I can't think of the
Anna
name. Anna
Gasteyer and all that.
Not Anna, not
Tina Fey.
Not Tina Fey. She was before. But what's the guy? He did the Comedy Central series. He was a wolf detective. Not
wolf cop.
Oh my God, he's so John is his name. God dog it.
H. John Benjamin.
Not H. John. He did the. Remember the what's it called when you witness protection program? It was a Comedy Central series.
Oh man,
you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
Oh, he's so fun, and he did some stints on Parks and Rec.
Oh, Glazer.
Glazer, thank you. Oh my God,
yeah,
brilliant. And then another guy from was on Conan, and so it's some people who you recognize today who were on the main stage, but nobody from my class.
So you were the biggest thing to come out of that year at Second City.
Yes, absolutely.
You were Second City's Craig Robinson.
1,000%.
Right? Good for you.
They'll never admit it, but yeah.
Right. So when did you start going on solo tours?
Couple years into doing a stand up. I guess
You're like, I'm funny. I can riff, or I can write. I can,
Well, when you say solo tours, I would always go out like somebody would take me, and to be their feature act or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few years in, I went to do Montreal, and I did the Bay Area Black Comedy Contest, and that's where I met my manager. He got me this agent, and I had like 20 minutes that was 5 minutes stretched out, and then the agent put me right on the road to headline.
Yeah.
So it was a baptism of the highest order.
Yeah, but also you don't want to get stuck doing chocolate sundaes and all that kind of stuff too.
Those are fun.
Yeah, they're fun, but I mean you
want to go
some
around.
people get caught up in that whole thing, and you don't want to, And now, of course, you have the handsome Todd Rex with you. So, there he is. Oh, I didn't even see him. And Craig Robinson is at Hilarities, by the way, this weekend. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com. I'm not sure which shows are sold out, but some of them are. But you could consult the website.
Tomorrow night is sold out. I don't know.
Tomorrow night?
About tonight. Tonight might be the only chance to get tickets. And if you can't get tickets, you guys, Listen.
Yeah. I'm looking at the
I forget what I was
website.
gonna say.
Rob someone of their tickets?
I'm looking at the
Steal tickets?
I'm looking at the website and it's telling me that all 4 shows are sold out.
If I see you, like, you know, in that little, what's that alley? What's that
4th
little
Street?
area?
4th Street, yeah.
We're so proud of that alley.
If I
We
see,
worked hard to
Cool
make
alley.
that alley.
It's a cool. I've been eating my way through that alley.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
Lolas
Yeah.
and Mabel's. And
Oh, yeah,
It's a good
Pickwick.
spot.
if I see you in that well-lit alley, come up and say hello.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, absolutely. It's all love.
Hold that thought because I've got to give away some money here. $1,000 is going to go to somebody right now. Good luck.
Your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
That's a good one.
BILLS to 200-200. Good luck from WMMS.
See, now I think I know why the shows are all sold out, because on the Pickwick and Frolic website, it says the ticket price is $0 to $53. So all those people picked up those $0
$0
tickets.
tickets. That's right.
Look at you, $53. Well done.
No one's paying $53.
Oh, I hope
think
everybody's
somebody
paying $53. On top of that,
$53.
Look at you.
No, and I appreciate, you know, whatever dollar amount you spend. Come check out my show, man. It's
Your show is so much fun.
Thank you, brother.
You do just.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Alan, regarding Pound Cake getting followed around in the wig store with the language barrier and all, those people probably just heard him talking constantly about wanting 10,000 followers. Could that have been it? Could the Asian owners of the store have thought that when you said you were angling for 10,000 followers, that maybe that they were like, well, we're only 2, so you're a little bit short. 2. Could that be it?
I don't think that's it, but
all right.
I can gain a lot more just by saying Radio Cody B on Instagram.
Okay. A lot of other people on the text think that they probably thought you were a crackhead because you talk so goddamn fast. Any chance that they thought you were a crackhead?
I was a child.
Doesn't mean you couldn't be a crackhead. You probably still spoke as quickly. Do you speak more quickly now as an adult or when you were a child?
Probably the same.
The same?
Probably the same.
Okay.
That's probably why
So we can't chalk it up to a language barrier?
No, I don't think so.
All right. I'm just looking for loopholes here.
That's why I'm having such a difficult time now trying to slow down, because I've talked this way my entire life.
I understand. Listen, when I first started broadcasting, I spoke very fast. And I had to teach myself to slow down, too.
Yeah, I just don't understand how other people just haven't corrected me. I mean, my mom, we talk loud. We are a very loud family.
Well, she probably speaks in a similar manner.
I guess.
Probably also speaks really fast and, like you said, very loud.
Right, but also if it's your family, there's no reason for them to tell you to slow down. They know your cadences. They understand what you're saying. Professionally, it can work against you. You know what I mean? Like, your mom doesn't have any concerns about that if you're at home talking quickly.
Yeah, I guess I just never knew it was a problem. But then again, no one else in my family is in broadcasting, so it probably wasn't a problem for anybody else.
That's right. Just imagine if your whole family was in broadcasting, right? You'd come home.
I'd be legacy.
Hello, mother. Legacy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you know who my mother is? Teresa in the morning?
Teresa in the morning. Do you know my mother is?
They named me after her morning show. Morning Cup of Cody. Hello.
You know what, Bill? Only one more show after today. Tomorrow's the last show of the year. We just got to plow through today and tomorrow, and we'll be all good.
Y'all gonna miss me.
We'll see.
You'll see me Saturday. So
I'm just happy
Saturday, but
I'm
then,
just happy to have the chance to test that theory.
I agree.
Is all I'm saying.
Every time we go away for a while, you miss me.
How do you know that?
You tell me when you come back, you miss me.
He misses the show.
I don't ever remember telling you that.
doesn't
we
say-
come back in January and I go, oh, I missed you, Pound Cake.
Yep.
When did I say that to you?
I was probably dreaming, but it's okay.
That's what he
It still
dreams
counts.
about. He dreams about we come back to work and I go, hey, I missed you. And then he wakes up. He goes, damn it. What a dream.
He almost missed me.
Hey, we have, and I've mentioned him before, we have a bureau chief named Chris. who listens at McMurdo Station in Antarctica. He says that he listens when the satellites are overhead. And there's a big story today that 2 people died at that research station, and I'm really hoping he's not one of them.
Oh, wow.
Because I don't know what he does there. I haven't had any recent contact with him. And 2 technicians died. They were performing. I don't know what he does there. I don't know if he's a scientist. I don't know if he's a technician. But they were performing maintenance, working on a generator or something, and they found these 2 guys unconscious, and they think that they died from smoke inhalation.
Oh, that sucks.
So, Chris, if you're alive,
let us know.
Let us know.
Yeah, and you can't call for help. There's no help down there. You're by yourself. That's torture.
They were working on a generator for the radio transmitter. There's got to be. I always think of that movie, The Thing. One of my favorite movies of all time is The Thing.
It's one of the best movies.
Yeah, they're at this remote Antarctic outpost. Hopefully that's not what happened here. Hopefully an alien life form did not take the form of a dog or something else and kill these 2 men. Maybe this is a whole cover story that these guys died performing maintenance on a generator.
Did you ever watch the remake of it?
I did.
Was it any good?
It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, or it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I love that Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I'm a big fan of hers, so I'll watch whatever she's in. It was okay. I mean, not nearly as good as
The original is so good and so tense, and that's the kind of scary movie that I like, where there's just a lot of tension.
Yeah.
And that paranoia that they all get because you don't know who's who.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, such a good movie.
The remake was okay, actually. Yeah, I mean,
I'll
it
have to
was.
give it check it out.
Yeah, I don't think it needed to be made, but they did an okay job with it. So, Chris, if you're alive there at McMurdo Station, as you are our only bureau chief in the Antarctic, let me know that you're okay, because I saw that story, and a lot of listeners have been sending it to me. It's the largest outpost in Antarctica, at the tip of Ross Island in New Zealand, territory owned by New Zealand.
I can't believe there's like territories down there. Imagine if there was
It's
like
gigantic.
Yes, but there are no. The population is smaller than like Lorain County. Like it's tiny.
But at this station, there's 1,000 people working there, so it's not like there's 8 people there.
But where do
there's
you go
scientists
home?
and support personnel.
You
probably
live
go
there,
to,
yeah.
You live there.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, is your family there? Like, is there?
No,
you don't
I think
have a life.
I think you sign up for a period of time at this research station.
You don't go to, you don't get to go to the club. You don't get to do anything. There's no fun down there.
The club is what he's worried about.
Yeah, you want to have a life.
That would be what he would be
you
worried
blow
about.
off steam.
I doubt these. I imagine these people are more worried about using their scientific knowledge and abilities to try to solve the world's problems rather than worrying about the club.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like, you got to blow off some steam.
24-hour party people. I'm sure
you're freezing
they do.
your balls off down there.
I'm sure they blow off steam in their own way. They have like rec rooms and they have alcohol, and you can still.
Pornhub should be
steam.
free down there.
Well, and you got to wait for the satellites to be overhead. So no one's getting any work done because it's like, the satellites are here.
Yeah.
You got to go jerk off.
Do they have like hospitals down there where babies are born? Like, imagine being a baby born on like
I don't know how many
Antarctica.
pregnant women are hanging out in those research stations.
Is it too cold?
Well, they have. I mean, yeah, they took them to a hospital, or they took them to a. They have a medical clinic, the McMurdo Medical Clinic.
Probably like a tent in an igloo or something. I don't know.
You are so
It's not.
dumb.
It's not an outpost in the middle of nowhere.
A
It's
bunch of
just
Eskimos down
away
there.
from everything else.
All right, Eskimos, first of all, aren't a thing.
They
Inuit,
are, but they prefer to not be called that, right?
They're
Inuit.
And they are not in Antarctica.
How do you know? You ain't never been
Because
there.
that's north and this is south.
Maybe there's South Eskimos.
Tell you what.
Like a North Pole and a
As
South
much
Pole.
as I would love another pound cake geography lesson, I just want to at least, let's just keep it to, I hope Chris is alive.
I think so too. I hope so.
You think so?
I think
You
he's
think
alive.
so? And hopefully if he calls us, then you can grill him about the club, about Southern Eskimos.
People gotta have fun. People gotta have joy.
But there's different kinds of fun. You know, this might come as a shock to you, but there's a lot of people for whom the club would be their idea of hell on earth, not fun.
Sure. Well, you ain't gonna go for a morning jog. You ain't gonna play b-ball with your friends.
You're not going to go for a jog in the Antarctic?
Hell no.
Why?
They also have facilities for these things. They have a gym. They have things for people to do. Like it's not an igloo.
It's a research facility.
It's gigantic, and there's a lot of different things you can do. It's like a little city.
Seems very gross. It's just
By
gonna
the
be
way-
gray and white the whole time.
Devotion to accuracy, and thank you. The Thing remake was a prequel.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's important to
So it wasn't
recall.
even a remake, it's just a prequel.
It's a prequel.
Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe I'll have to check that out.
Because I think it ends with the dog
Okay.
that starts
The
thing.
or
Yes, that's right.
The original.
Yep.
Thanks to Sarah, Brian Kenny, he has a girlfriend. Somehow. He also has 2 boyfriends, me and Ryan DePerna. We do a podcast together. But she gave us a nice little painting of all the members of the show.
She did. She emailed me and said, hey, her name's Sarah. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
She captured our likenesses.
Pretty perfect.
Yes.
See,
Eerily.
Erica's wearing a kitty shirt. I'm wearing a shirt that says I Heart Grandma. Pound Cake shirt says Here for the Snacks. And yours says Tomb of Feces.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how she chose Pound Cake's skin color. She nailed it.
She really did. It's pretty good.
So thank you, Sarah, for that.
Your face is a little smaller than it should be.
Where are we hanging that up at?
In the Alan Cox Show office.
That's so cute.
I mean, it's Christmas themed, so you can put it wherever you like. I'll leave that to your discretion.
Right, and since it's Christmas themed, we'll throw it away the 26th.
with
appreciate
with
it, but
the
I mean,
tree.
once Christmas is over, it's,
Yeah. So anyway, I hope Chris is okay down there.
Me too, Chris.
At McMurdo Station, Antarctica. Boy, if you needed a snapshot of how utterly out of touch our legislative branch is with the security demands of the 21st century, I hope you watched some of this Google CEO testifying to Congress, where these people were, I mean, it. On the one hand, you laugh because you go, ha ha, look at the olds, don't know anything. But these are actually the people that are making policy, too. And it should freak you the F out that these people are in charge of anything technological when they're asking this guy quite. This guy, Steve King, who's basically a Nazi, who's a representative from Iowa. He's like, my granddaughter saw a photo of me that somebody had posted and there was foul language and she was playing a game on her. And why can't you guys fix this? The guy had to go, well, we're Google. That's an iPhone. And I don't really know how they do things or what they do. A lot of Republicans wanted to know on this panel, why do I get pictures of Trump when I search the word idiot? See, they were trying to prove bias in the tech industry with search engines. And they're like, there's got to be somebody that's in there changing this. And the guy's like, look, that's not how algorithms work. Now, again, not everybody's going to be completely down with the intricacies of all this. We're not all coders, obviously. But this kind of stuff has been around long enough now where people have a basic understanding of how these things work. Mm-hmm. Not these people on this panel, boy. Of
course not.
No, they have assistants. They don't really have to touch the internet if they don't want to.
But everybody has a phone in their pocket. You'd think you might know somewhat how it works.
Yeah, but you don't understand algorithms, and you don't understand. First of all, why are you searching idiot?
Because they're trying to prove that there's bias and that we whatever. They're like, well, clearly there's somebody who, you know. Now, granted, there is. These guys were saying that tech companies can manipulate the algorithm, and the guy's trying to tell them, look, it's manipulated by the public essentially. Mm-hmm. You know, if people keep posting photo after photo after photo, you know, things like Reddit, things that get upvoted or whatever, that will manipulate the algorithm passively, not actively. So the guy's like, there's no guy sitting behind a curtain who's changing algorithms and things.
Like throwing Donald Trump stories to the top of the idiot search.
They're like, so have you ever directed an employee to manipulate search results? He's like, we can't, that's not how it works.
And now if you search idiot, this story shows up.
Of course.
Yeah.
With pictures of the Google CEO. Mm-hmm. And so these are the people who are in charge of policy and things like that, and they have, I mean, even if they had a cursory knowledge of how these things work, I'd feel a little bit better than that. Alex Jones is just walking through the halls yelling at this guy because I don't know what Alex Jones does anymore. I'm sure InfoWars is a thing, but he's been pulled off every other platform that would have put him out into the universe.
Yeah, so now he's got to go even crazier to show up on other people's media.
I guess he's got free time. I don't know what he does anymore, but he's walking through the halls after this Google CEO testified and just yelling at people. And he's right next to the guy, and of course this gets posted on his site as, you know, Google CEO runs away from Alex Jones.
Of course.
He doesn't want to hear the truth. Like, yeah, There's a maniac screaming in his face.
Does that sound like someone you can have
Any one of us would run from that person.
Does that sound like someone you can have a competent discussion with? Someone walking through the halls chanting, Google is evil?
Right.
And I'm sure Google is evil. It's a giant corporation. All giant corporations are evil. But they're not going to address you when you cut. Like, if you go around and say, hey, Google's evil, they're not going to be like, oh, here's why we're not evil. They're just going to be like, hey, that's what we do.
The founding mantra of Google was don't be evil. When they started that company, they said don't be evil. That's pretty vague, but whatever.
Yeah.
So that cop told Alex Jones you had to pipe down or I'm going to arrest you. And he's like, hey, they're going to be talking about me in there. What am I supposed to do?
Sit there and take it.
Well, I don't know if they did talk about him, but he sits in all these committee meetings. He sits in the back or he hangs out in the hallway.
Yeah, whatever. What else does he have to do?
Also,
he's still doing a show.
You could say the same thing about Alex Jones. He's an evil person. He's someone that spreads conspiracies about like the Sandy Hook truthers that say that was all an act. That's pretty evil. I would say that's more evil because you're having such a direct influence in that situation.
People going to pizza parlors and trying to hold people at gunpoint to get into their basement because they think they're having like child sex.
Hillary's got child slaves down there. The old Pizzagate thing.
He's by himself. He's out of breath.
He's got a pretty. He's probably got a pretty good beard going though. You know, for aesthetic purposes.
You're in that league with him.
With Alex Jones.
Does he look like he has money with his beard?
Does Alex Jones look like he's got money?
He certainly looks Republican.
No, he's basically starting to kind of take on a Mike Beater quality in the face, you know. If Mike Beater were walking down the hall yelling at you that Google was evil.
You guys see this?
Anyway, I don't know how long he did that, but they whisked the Google CEO to a bank of elevators.
Was he expecting people to join in and chant with him? Because he's just
no, because that would be worse. He wants to be the one guy standing out that, you know, I'm the lone purveyor of truth, or whatever he says. I don't know what he says.
He says Google is evil.
He says Google is evil over and over again. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how's it going?
What up?
Not much. Yeah, you know, I was watching that video yesterday for the first time, finally.
What video?
The Google video.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out that one of the people were talking about if you look up idiot on Google that it's like, hey, what's President Trump? She was a Democrat to start out with. She was not a Republican, which, I mean, all the Republicans, yeah, some of them seemed like Nazis and everything, which is probably accurate. But I don't know, I kind of got the impression a lot of them know what they're talking about. They're just trying to trap whatever that guy's name was, Sundar or something, and
but all I'm saying is they might know a couple of things. I doubt they know so much that they're going to trap the CEO of Google.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Google's probably sly enough that they can easily get around anything those guys are talking about. And I mean, yeah, it was just like pure obliviousness that they were able to find that. It's like, oh, I'm on an iPhone, you're Google. I don't know why it's like, how oblivious can these guys be talking about that?
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. I'm not quite sure what they were trying to get to, and I don't know. These tech guys are just under more scrutiny now because of the Facebook thing and the whole Russia interference in 2016. So all these platforms are under a whole lot more scrutiny now. They're trying to keep from being regulated in some capacity.
I really miss that Facebook streaming, or not Facebook streaming, Facebook trending. Like I used to get all my news from that, and it pisses me off that it went away.
See, Catherine Zeta-Jones has a television show on Facebook. There's something called Facebook Watch.
Yeah. I haven't seen that show,
she
but
has
I know
a show
Facebook
on
Watch.
there.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's got a show. What's her face?
What is
Will
Facebook
Smith.
Watch?
Jada Pinkett
Smith's got a show. They've given everybody shows.
But I thought that was just I thought that her thing was just videos she was posting to her page.
It's on Facebook Watch. So Facebook
What is
Watch,
Facebook Watch?
It is Facebook's attempt to get into the streaming service. So, like, if you go on
Like
Roku,
YouTube and-
you can add Facebook Watch and then go through these shows.
Wow.
I watched Jada Pinkett show. It's actually pretty good. It's
Is
called
it?
Red Table
No,
Talk.
it's not. I've seen a few.
I've seen some clips.
Y'all biased.
She did something aggressive to her face.
Leave that girl face alone.
She should have taken your advice.
Leave that girl face alone. That's right. She should have taken your advice. But Catherine Zeta-Jones, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what I thought. I thought that was a pretty big name to have on some Facebook TV channel.
The times have changed. Like TV.
Thank you, Pound Cake.
But I'm just saying, movie stars, like before, once you made it to the movies, you wouldn't slum down back to a TV show. Like, you're not going to go back to
It's
TV.
not a TV show, though.
No,
It's a Facebook show.
But I'm saying
that's
that-
my point.
And
her husband's on HBO. For
TV
God's
is
sake.
no longer cool. Like, before, movies were like the top TV
Tell
stars
that to
were-
the millions of people watching Netflix.
But that's not necessarily TV, though. That's not TV.
What is it? You mean network TV?
Yes, I'm talking about cable.
Right, but
Like-
there's what I'm saying is that there is plenty of real estate. You ask people if they have HBO, and then ask them if they watch Facebook Watch. See how many people tell you they don't think HBO is cool anymore. They go, I don't know what the hell Facebook Watch is. But there's a law of diminishing returns. Like, all these platforms have to have some kind of streaming outlet because why be left out? But a lot of those channels are people that you've never heard of. Or people I've never heard of, I guess. I'm sure
How
there's
was
15-year-old YouTubers.
Snapchat was having, like...
shows, yeah.
I don't know what happened to that, but no
'Cause
one's
people
on
don't use Snapchat
People
anymore.
don't watch them, yeah.
They were doing MTV Cribs on Snapchat.
Well, I think you just answered your own question. All right, I'm going to have Clutch tickets for you on the way back. They're going to do New Year's Eve, the annual holiday run. They'll play the Masonic Auditorium. We'll talk to John Gorky over at the Rock Hall around 3:30, talk about the just-announced class of 2019 for the Rock Hall induction. And our friend Steve Byrne will be in later on, too. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
A lot of exclusive video, too. Did we mention that the Cavs were hosting the NBA All-Star Game?
Oh, we haven't talked about that
In
yet.
2022.
Yeah, that's
It will
awesome.
come here to Cleveland.
There might not be an All-Star on the team from the Cavs, but
We'll be
the
hosting
game will
the
be
game.
here.
It will be here.
We'll bring tourism.
We were in contention to host the 2021 festivities. Just went to Indianapolis because if you've ever been to Indianapolis, they need the help. But the renovations at the Q, they said we'll put it off a year. So 2022, Cleveland will host the NBA All-Star Game.
You went to the Cavs game the other night. How is it getting into the queue? Like, it just looks like
That's fine.
so under construction that I don't even know how you...
I mean, there wasn't a high demand to get in.
okay. So it's a little
it's not-
easier than usual.
Yeah, the lines move pretty quickly. But they also did a good job of still having enough entrances and security and getting everybody in there. So it's not that bad. But yeah.
But
definitely a lot less people.
But they're having shows, aren't they? I mean, yeah, Phil Collins was there.
Yep.
And
Yeah, they're getting people through.
You ever heard of Crispy Sprite? Is that a thing that you know about?
Crispy?
Crispy Sprite. This is making the rounds. People are freaking out because apparently if you get a Sprite at McDonald's, they do things differently there, and it's blowing people's minds that the Sprite tastes exponentially better at McDonald's.
I have noticed that.
They'll blow the back of your head off. It's I haven't had a Sprite in a long time, but I saw this pop up on Twitter and it made me laugh.
What are they doing different? Because I do notice that the Sprite tastes better at McDonald's.
There's more sugar and more carbonation in what they do. There's a lot of places you get fountain drinks and you'll just see the thinnest trickle of syrup and then it's all water. But apparently McDonald's is doing it a way that people like. McDonald's also filters its water twice as much as other restaurants. Which means you get that sweet, sweet water in your Sprite. And because their straws are wider. So you just suck it into your face hole.
A little faster.
A little faster.
So what's going to happen when we get rid of all the straws? Isn't that a thing?
All the turtles are saved.
We're going to paper? But like I thought they were like
Man,
getting rid of straws.
I don't even want a paper straw. I'll just not use a straw because using a paper straw is like putting a tampon in your
mouth
drink. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I haven't used
trying to
one.
drink through a
It
napkin.
tastes cottony, so it
folds
makes
up.
your drink taste weird. I think we should all have metal straws like on hand that are washable. You just bring it with you.
You just carry a metal straw all
Like
the
on a
time?
Keep a
keychain.
carton of them in your car or something. You know?
Yeah, or just you find a Coke dealer. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
they could diversify. They sell you the package and the straw.
Oh, okay.
If you don't have a 20 that keeps rolling
They could
up.
do a metal straw buyback program
Or better-
at police stations.
Yeah.
Or better yet, people clean up your crap. Like,
No,
it
but
wouldn't be a
wait,
problem.
but doesn't Pancake? Now
Yeah,
you're
that's-
talking about something
are you
completely different.
joking?
Yeah.
Responsibility. Huh.
But doesn't a metal straw make the drink taste metally over time? I mean,
I mean, I, don't know,
especially
I
if
have
you're
drinks with metal straws and they're fine.
right, but
It depends on the drink.
I was gonna say if you're drinking a lot of acidic sodas and stuff, I would think it would
you
wear
can't drink
away.
orange juice through a metal straw. That would be not good.
Why?
No, let's have them try it.
No, why?
And are a lot of people using straws in their everyday life?
Yes,
I'm not.
I love a straw.
Why?
I don't know. It just
You
looks
need
better.
to sip seductively.
But no, it just looks better. Like I don't always want to just like anyway. Someone's talking to me and I'm just breaking eye contact. I'm just like take my whole cup and just like put
Who
it in
does
front
that?
of my face.
Nobody.
Look, Alan
no one
just took
takes
a sip without doing anything.
I can
like
look
that.
at you the whole time.
It doesn't look.
He
the same.
takes a sip like he's Napoleon Dynamite.
And
Like,
his pinky's up.
hey, I was
versus-
just working out.
Versus if you have a straw, it's just like I'm still making eye contact. I'm still just as serious.
If you go to
Oh, and that noise.
Please stop doing that.
If you're at a fast food place or you're getting food from somewhere, obviously it makes sense they're going to give you a straw.
Yeah, I
in
wanna
your
spill over
everyday real life, though, the only straws in my house are for my child.
No, love a straw.
Adults use straws in their home.
I would use straws
I
every
have
day. if I
paper
had to.
straws, but it's mostly because like
Decoration.
yeah,
I
for
have
like
plastic
being
straws.
cutesy.
Plastic.
If I had
and when I'm done with them, I don't only not recycle them. I go outside and I tie them around an animal's neck.
You should have set them on fire. That way they can't hurt any animals.
Well, I have a duck for a neighbor. And so everybody who's I have a duck for a neighbor. Earl, the duck, is one of my neighbors. 2 houses down. We talked to him last night a little bit when we were took her out trick-or-treating. Earl was on the front step with the woman who lives there, our neighbor. And so Nora was talking to Earl, and they were chopping it up for a second. But, I always think of Earl when I think about
Why
these
are you
things.
explaining it like that's normal?
I'm not
You know,
saying
she
it's...
was just chit-chatting with Earl, the duck.
I'm not saying it's normal. I'm simply saying that I have a mallard for a neighbor.
It was just a very nonchalant way to tell that story.
Well, I don't know how exciting it is to tell
Nora
a story.
was just chit-chatting with our neighborly duck.
You guys are never going to believe this. I have a duck neighbor.
Well, just calling it a neighbor is funny.
Well, what's a neighbor? Someone who lives near you.
Someone, not something.
Yeah.
Listen, if you have a name, you're my neighbor, right? I've got neighbor dogs all around me, but I don't know their names. I was trying to convince my kid last night that this woman walking her dog, that it was her son dressed up as a dog for Halloween, and she wasn't buying it. I really drilled deep on that too. I really tried to sell it, but no. So yeah. So I think of Earl, our mallard neighbor, and he's super quiet, doesn't say much.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the spectrum. But yeah, I think of him when I think about the recycling or the. Now, granted, he's not out there in the wild. He's got a cozy pad 2 doors down, but still coexists with a Chihuahua in that house.
That's
there's a lot going
pretty surprising. Yeah.
Sounds like a fun household.
Well, they've raised him since he was a mere chick, tadpole, whatever ducks are.
Duckling?
I don't know.
Not
Duckling.
a tadpole.
Okay, duckling. Yeah. But yeah, so I think of, so when I'm out tying straws around animals' necks, I will bypass Earl because he's been a real mensch,
Well, that's nice of you.
There's been some tough times in the neighborhood, and he's always been there to support. So, tell you what, though, it was raining last night. He didn't care a whit, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Water just rolled off his back, boy.
Well, he probably swims. No?
He didn't care at all. Alan, do people not have arms with which to lift the drink to their face? That's all I'm saying.
Right.
All I'm saying.
Yeah. We don't need straws.
I think straws, unless they are necessary for whatever, I find straws to be effeminate.
It doesn't taste the same.
It does.
Like when you
tell yourself that. You tell yourself
it doesn't.
that.
When you get a mixed drink, it does not taste the same because all the alcohol goes to the top and all the like sugars and stuff goes to the
That's
bottom.
why you stir it up.
But sometimes they have.
When they-
All right,
straws.
here's what you can do. Don't drink a mixed drink. Go on the rocks. Just whiskey on the rocks, like a man.
But when you
comes in little cocktail drinks.
when you get a drink, they don't give you a straw. They give you a stirrer.
They give you a straw.
The little black thing.
They give you.
They don't give you a
It's a straw.
stripy straw.
It's a straw.
It's a mini straw.
A rocks glass with a straw in it. Is that what you're talking about?
It's still a straw.
No, I'm asking you. That's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Who the hell is giving you short drinks with a straw in it?
Yes, I mean those little black things. Yes, that's what I'm
It's a
referring to.
stirrer. And when I get a drink like that, I stir it, mix it up,
Take it
I
out.
toss the All right, the Mighty Clutch is back. Their annual holiday run will be here for New Year's Eve. Want to ring in 2019 at the Masonic Auditorium. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. And you got 2 here for Clutch. Good luck. I'm not sure if anybody's with them, but even if they're by themselves, they'll do just fine. Caller 14, those are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
There's no news.
Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 double.
We're going to be talking to John Gorky from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame around 3:30. Talk about the class of 19, which they announced this morning. Very exciting. Very exciting. Speaking of which, Cavaliers coming off a win last night against the Knicks. Beat them by 7. Tomorrow night they get another crack at the Milwaukee Bucks here at home. They lost to them in Milwaukee, but tomorrow night 7:30 at the Q. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will start here in MMS.
Milwaukee's really good this season too.
They are.
So it's a tough game, but hopefully the Cavs will get it done.
Mm-hmm.
They've been playing a little better lately. They're learning how to close games. Because a lot of times they'll stay with the team till about the third quarter. Then third and fourth quarter they kind of
They gas out.
They lose some steam.
Alan, a 56-year-old person just ran up to my truck to grab the mail. My phone is listening to you guys and you're blasting Google is evil, the Alex Jones clip, and the guy grabs the mail and all the way back to his house. He's yelling Google is evil. There you go. So you can deplatform Alex Jones all you like, but he will still be able to disseminate his information through crazy people coming out to get their mail.
Do you feel responsible?
No, I don't at all.
I mean,
I didn't tell the guy.
That guy heard it from this show. You played it.
You know what, Bill? You've given me something to think about.
Sorry.
And I'm going to... How dare you, sir? I said good day. The guy, Adam Goldberg, who I'm a big fan of the show The Goldbergs, that's his creation, and he is working on a documentary about the making of Beetlejuice, which I would love to watch. It's called Documentary for the Recently Deceased. And Adam F. Goldberg, who is the creator of The Goldbergs, and a guy who's worked on some other things, are putting this thing out.
I'm all for it.
I am too.
Especially anything to see Tim Burton behind the scenes because he's such a weirdo. I would love that.
Don't they keep saying that Michael Keaton's down to do some Beetlejuice sequel or something? Isn't that supposedly in the works?
I thought it was announced at some point where they were going to actually do it, but then I haven't heard anything else. Tim Burton's doing the Dumbo live-action movie, which
saw a trailer for that before that Harry Potter movie.
Like something that didn't need to be made. Of all the Disney properties, and they're releasing like 4 or 5 different animated classics that they're updating into live action.
Jungle Book.
All in 2019.
Lion King.
Well, they did Jungle Book already. They did Beauty and the Beast already. But in 2019, there's Dumbo, there's Aladdin, There's Lion King. I think there's a Jungle Book sequel. They're just
Isn't there a thing on
cranking them
Netflix
out.
for Mowgli? Like a Jungle Book? Is that a live action thing?
That's a live action thing,
I
but
see
that's
that
not
pop up.
that's not Disney. That's because that story I believe is public domain at this point.
Rudyard Kipling.
Yeah.
I forget Alec Baldwin is in Beetlejuice.
Something's not coming through on the live stream when you play videos.
Until Michael came on board.
You hear that?
That was crazy. Is that a real fly? How did they train that fly to do that? Oh, no. It's a puppet, and it's really very, very large.
Ooh, that's a little too suggestive. So, because we did this a few times, they're like, we'll never get a PG with that.
I was just basically painted for 2 hours.
Well, anyway.
I
like it.
I love Tim Burton movies because he tends to go more practical effects. He doesn't rely on CGI as much, and I really appreciate that. The over CGI, I'm just so done with it. They just do too much CGI in movies where you could do practical effects and it looks so much better.
That's why they're already beating the hell out of Aquaman.
Because of all the CGI. Mm-hmm. You can tell from the trailers that it's all CGI. And DC does not have a great record of making things look good with CGI either. Justice League was trash.
Well, they put it in China first, so it's already made $500 million or whatever, so they can bring it over here and go, look.
It set a record, right?
Something, yeah. I don't know. I mean, Aquaman as a character never blew my skirt up, so I can't imagine going to see Aquaman.
You don't like a guy that can talk to fish?
I love a guy who can talk to fish. Don Knotts, the Incredible Mr. Limpet.
Where's that reboot? Yeah.
Remake that. Incredible Mr. Limpet. Give me that. I think he was a cartoon fish. Then he talked to fish, but
talking.
If you're going to be spending any amount of holiday time watching documentaries, there are no shortage of them. Brian Head Welch was a member of Korn for a long time. He might be again. He left and then came back, but he left the first time because he had to clean up his life. He found God. Every so often, you'll hear like a local church run an advertisement, and you'll hear Brian Head Welch in it.
He found him?
He did.
Wow. So there's evidence now?
Well, the sad thing is he's being real tight-lipped about it, and he won't tell anybody where he found him.
That's really selfish. I think if you find God, you should tell everybody where they can go to find God. Because that would change things for me so much, because I would love to believe in God, but I can't find him. He's never anywhere I check.
Especially since most people who've never met him can't stop talking about him.
Yeah.
But Brian Head Welch is part of a documentary on Showtime about he and his daughter and him kicking drugs and booze. He walked away from Korn over 10 years ago and a $23 million record deal, which I always think is funny because these guys probably think to themselves, there's way more money to be made in being a pastor of some mega church. I don't know if that's what he's doing.
I mean, if you can fill the seats
all
and
those
get the people's money.
Taxless dollars?
Oh, yeah.
Oldest trick in the book.
You'd think as rich as Korn got over the years that Jonathan Davis would have fixed his grill.
Yeah, it's part of his signature, right?
Man, his teeth are all running away from each other. So if you're a Korn fan, you can watch that documentary on Showtime. It's called Loud Crazy Love. Crazy with a K, because of course.
Is it a backwards K?
He was in Korn. Nope. Frontwards K.
They're doing it wrong.
Also on Showtime, something near and dear to my heart, premieres tonight. I'm going to watch it tonight. It's the G.G. Allen documentary.
Is the R backwards in Korn, not the K?
The R is backwards.
Okay, all right. Never mind. They get it fine.
But the R is not backwards in this either.
Oh,
so you're 0 for 2.
That's disappointing.
G.G. Allen, All in the Family, is a documentary about his life and his career. I was assigned to interview G.G. Allen some 20-plus years ago, and I refused. I went to the show. I remember it as though it were yesterday. It was June 4th, 1993, at the old Congress Theater in Chicago. and I was working for the show I was working for, and I was tasked with going to interview him, and I went and watched the show and said, there's no way I'm getting within 10 feet of that guy.
Was he covered in poop?
He was. He would come out on stage. Yeah, I've told the story. They had, this was like a big old theater that they had converted into a concert venue, so it was long rows of old chairs, but those had kind of long been pulled out by then, and they had barricades at the front of the stage, and they had security, which you quickly realized were to keep him on the stage, not to keep the fans from, rushing the stage. I mean, the front row of this show was a good 30 feet back from the stage because he came out naked, he would throw poop, he eventually hopped off the stage and was chasing people around.
Now,
I got the hell, and I was supposed to go backstage and interview I had to go back to the show I was on that Monday morning, and I was an intern. I mean, Yeah. And I go, the host was all mad at me, and I go, you were setting me up, and there was no way I was going to go back there. Who knows what would have happened to me?
Now, when he's throwing poop, is he pooping it and throwing it? Or does he have poop ready to go?
Oh, he was pooping it and throwing it. Yeah, and it didn't.
Now, if he doesn't have to poop, like, does he try and hold it? Is he like, all right, let's start the show a little early. This one's coming now.
I don't know. I got one brewing,
I got a turtle head poking out.
Right.
We need to get this show. Tell the opener to cut their set short. I got to get on stage now because this is happening.
So G.G. Allen, who, I mean, the music always stunk, but you had to appreciate his aesthetic and his outlook on life. He was born, his given name was Jesus Christ Allen. And he was born somewhere in Kentucky or Tennessee, I don't know. But his brother's still alive. I think his brother still goes out with his band, Merle Allen. But anyway, so a couple of interesting documentaries if you're into that stuff. John Gorky is with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's their director of visitor engagement. And the class of 2019 was just announced this morning. John, is G.G. Allen going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame anytime soon?
Not this year, but I will say that was some lead-in for me with you guys with the G.G. Allen talk.
I love G.G. Allen.
Oh, I mean, shock rock.
Yeah.
Probably to the 11th, to up to 11. Unique dude, that's for sure.
They had nothing to measure to what level G.G. Allen was willing to take his art.
That's right.
Nothing to measure.
But no, he is not in the class of 2019.
So what does the director of visitor engagement do, John?
Well, I have the greatest job in the world, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically it's my job to teach. I'm part of the education team here, so we teach programs to students, but also it's ultimately my job and our team's job to make sure that every the 500,000 fans who come from all over the world have an awesome experience while they're in here at the Rock Hall.
So here's the rundown for people who aren't paying attention or just haven't come across it. Class of 2019, The Cure is going in, Def Leppard, Janet Jackson, Stevie Nicks is a solo artist. I think she's already in with Fleetwood Mac. Radiohead, Roxy Music, my pick, and the Zombies. I think this is everybody's got complaints year to year on the class or whatever, but there's something about this one where it really checks a lot of interesting boxes. There's nothing that I think is way out of place. I think this is going to be a really cool induction and performance in the spring.
I totally agree. I think what I love about this class is it kind of represents the breadth of rock and roll that we celebrate. It's often pretty controversial, I'll admit, but our definition of rock and roll is really wide, and we cast this huge net, and that's why Madonna deserves to be inducted into the Rock Hall, and why Run DMC is inducted into the Rock Hall. It's why Janet Jackson, to me, is a no-brainer, and I know that some people that's hard, that doesn't connect with their definition of rock and roll. But like what we always say is rock and roll was never one thing, and I think this class really represents that.
I got to say, I'm surprised that Roxy Music got in first-time ballot.
Yeah, I mean, they've been eligible, I think, since like '97.
Oh, yeah.
They've been eligible for a while, but it's Roxy Music, Def Leppard, and Stevie Nicks as a solo artist. For the three of them, it was their first time being nominated, and they got it in their first shot. I think Roxy Music, if you know them, you love them.
Right.
They didn't sell a ton of records, but were incredibly influential, and they kind of brought in other elements like cinema and art and like the avant-garde. And I think it's so cool that Brian Eno is now a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee.
Also, that is a band, after he left, that is a band that really took a different turn under Brian Ferry's primary direction, too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, again, super influential. Like, I think for me, they kind of redefined what rock and roll music could sound like.
Now, you think of a band like Bon Jovi, who got in last year, and some people associate that. They've had, I think, a much longer career than some people would have thought in 1987, but they've evolved and earned it or whatever. And now you've got Def Leppard, who have had very much the same trajectory, where they've been very successful for a long time because they've kind of shifted what they do. But there are, as a metal guy myself, there are a lot of people who consistently complain that the Rock Hall sometimes turns a blind eye to metal bands. There's no Iron Maiden. Judas Priest was on, they were up for a fan vote last year. Motorhead, right. I mean, what is it? Is that, why is it that I think people who are metal fans might have a legitimate complaint about those bands not being in?
Well, I mean, I, for one, agree that, there definitely is a place for Judas Priest, for Iron Maiden, for Slayer, for Motorhead here at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I think we've made progress. I mean, for years, I think the biggest maybe missing gap we had was on prog rock. And then, we got Genesis in, and we got Rush in, and, you make some of the inroads there. I think there's even some of the 80s R&B. I mean, I'm thrilled to see Janet Jackson in, because if you look at like 1980s, R&B music, there's not great representation of either. Kind of after 1970s Motown, there's not a lot of representation. So it's really important for us to make sure we have those stories told, and we know it's important for the fans. But I think what I always say is that it's not chronological. Maiden, Priest, and Motorhead. I hope that all their days come, and because those are great moments for the fans, especially.
I will say too is I think an obvious, not even an obvious, but I guess something that jumped out at me is that every year there is kind of an artist that is not familiar to a lot of people, but they're considered to be very influential. Like there'll be old blues singers from the turn of the century or whatever, and there isn't one of those picks this coming year.
I would say Roxy Music is that pick.
Well, but I mean, like Sister Rosetta Tharpe went in last. You know what I mean?
Further back.
Yeah, further back. I mean,
I mean, I guess you could say. And by the way, I agree. I think Roxy Music to me probably fits that bill in terms of the average rock and roll fan isn't as familiar with them.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of the time period, the Zombies kind of fit that bill. I mean, they're making music when the Beatles are making music.
Yeah.
Odyssey and Oracle, which is an amazing record from 67, 68, songs like Time of the Season and She's Not There. These are great songs of like that late 60s psychedelic sound coming from the British invasion. So and they're still on the road. And they are so thrilled. I mean, everyone is honored and everyone's super happy to be inducted. But I got to tell you, the Zombies, they're just great guys, and this is their fourth crack at it. And I'm really happy for them that they got in and that the voters voted for them.
And that's also a band that really spun a handful of people off into other things. Like Rod Argent had his own band for a while.
Yeah,
and Chris
Argent, right?
Yeah, Chris White went off to do some things. So that is a really good pick. Obviously, my complaint is the same as everyone else's. I wish it was going to be in Cleveland in the spring instead of New York, but that's the way that it lays out.
Yeah, it's such a great class, and you're right. This would be an amazing show in Cleveland, but it's still going to be a great, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And I can't wait to see, what the Cleveland show will bring us in 2020. And I can't think of who's going to be eligible then, but it's always fun to play the game of like who's the newly eligible artist, who's the past nominees, who's never been nominated.
Sure.
That we'd love to see in. We actually love that dialogue. I think a lot of people assume that the Rock Hall is we're some corporate entity that doesn't like to talk about those things. Like I spend most of my time during the day talking with guests from all over the world about who they wish was inducted or who they or who's not inducted, etc. We love embracing that debate.
I like waiting for the next kind of phase of this class is finding out who's going to present them and induct them in.
That's right.
And that's always a really fun thing to see who they pick. And who was it? Was Howard Stern was here last year?
Yeah, for Bon
And
Jovi.
That was a big one. That was really cool to have him here, and he made some jokes about Cleveland. People were like, oh, he's using Cleveland, but then he came here and had a great time and said nice things.
And you know, that was Howard being Howard.
Right, exactly.
He knows, and he's talked about it a lot. I mean, Cleveland had played such an important role in his growth and evolution in those earliest years, especially. So I think that was kind of Howard playing the character of Howard Stern.
Right.
But that was a great show, and I agree. It's always fun over the coming weeks and months when you learn more about who's presenting, who's performing with somebody, like all those different details. And the really cool thing is, whether it's in New York or it's in Cleveland, I love that tickets are actually available. Like, tickets are available to the public. Now, they go fast. They're a very, very hot ticket. But just the fact that because that wasn't always the case. Before 2009, the general public couldn't get access to these tickets. And once the induction started coming back to Cleveland, we really fought to change that and to say fans need to be able to, rock and roll is so much about the fans. You got to let fans get access to tickets, and it's been amazing. Going to the induction ceremony, seeing 15,000 Metallica fans screaming from the rafters, it was pretty awesome.
And you guys always do a terrific job too, leading up here at home at the Rock Hall of kind of getting people hip to what these bands did, and just exhibits associated with the induction. So it's always very cool.
Thanks, man. It's really an awesome responsibility. We have so much fun here every day, but we take it very seriously, and we know that people do too. We know there's a lot of people who, maybe their favorite band didn't get inducted today or has never been nominated, and we don't take any joy in that because we all have our favorites, and we all wish everyone's favorite band could get in one day because we know that's how important it is to the fans. Their music is like the soundtrack of their life.
Sure.
So, but today is an awesome celebration of these 7 artists and bands who are deserving. For Stevie Nicks, you mentioned it, but she becomes the first woman to be a multiple-time inductee here at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and that's a really important thing to recognize as well.
I appreciate your time, John. John Gorky is the Director of Visitor Engagement over at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Class of 2019 is going to be a good one. And we'll talk again, John.
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anybody remember Black Cat? You're going to try to tell me that Janet Jackson doesn't belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? This song has guitars in it, Bill.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't remember this song.
You don't remember Black Cat?
No, I don't remember this one.
You remember Black Cat, Pound Cake?
No.
I think it was on Rhythm Nation. I had Rhythm Nation on CD.
I just know
Janet
Rhythm
Jackson.
Nation. That's the only song I know on Rhythm Nation.
That's the only one you know?
And then I know. Oh, is Boys on Rhythm Nation?
I haven't listened to it in 100 years.
Nasty Boys.
Yeah, this was on Rhythm Nation. What else is on Rhythm Nation?
You want to know what my favorite song for Janet Jackson is?
No.
Oh.
What's your favorite song?
All the girls at the party, look at that body, shaking that thing like you ever did.
I don't know that.
All for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Miss You Much was on Rhythm Nation. Anyway, okay, thank you, John, over at the Rock Hall. I'm going to take a break. Comedian Steve Byrne is going to join us after 4 o'clock. He's spending the weekend at Hilarities, so we'll catch up with him. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Very happy people. Florida mayor tried to trade speed bumps for sex.
What?
Florida mayor tried to trade speed bumps for sex.
Elaborate?
Florida mayor tried to trade, allegedly, a little speed bump and grind down there in the Sunshine State. The mayor of Lantana, Florida. I wonder if we have a bureau chief there. David Stewart has been the mayor there for 18 years. Took him this long, or maybe he just got caught. A woman wanted speed bumps in her neighborhood, and he said, sure, you give it up to me. I think the woman, it might be the woman talking.
He pulled into this motel and got out of his van, and I just kept motioning, no, I'm not interested.
In the 18 years I have been mayor, there has never been a quid pro quo or anything asked for or given in favor of me voting in a special or a certain direction.
When something like this happens, you have to stand up for what's right. I would like to see him step down. He needs to go.
Catherine Padilla, the subject of the alleged quid pro blow.
Oh, God.
They became friends through the Kiwanis Club, where that kind of stuff happens. And she had been trying to get speed bumps in her neighborhood. Saw animals getting hit. A lot of these neighborhoods, people just go too goddamn fast.
Yeah.
And there's kids running around, whatever. And she said that this guy, the mayor of the town, took her to lunch, drove to a motel, asked her to occupy a room with him. And she says he told her he'd make sure that the neighborhood got the speed bumps if she had sex with him.
See, that's not worth speed bumps. Maybe potholes. Potholes are a lot more
What does
dangerous.
he think? He doesn't think he's going to get in trouble, or she's not going to say anything?
Potholes slow you down too, though. So
maybe it's one of those things where he thought
she was feeling him or something.
He thought nobody would believe her. It is a ridiculous story. She says he later called her to tell her it wasn't too late to take him up on his offer. But again, she said no. Yeah, I found that usually when a woman turns you down, it's not because she needs more time to think about it.
Wait till I'm off
Sex
my
with
period.
you or more dead kids. That's a toughie.
no, she didn't put the children first.
She said the speed bumps were ultimately approved. But that he told her that he would get the speed bumps removed because she didn't sleep with him.
Oh, scandal.
Didn't even thank him. Of course, he says this is all, none of this is, these are the facts of the case, but he said
Who
that
makes
that's...
that up?
I don't think
People-
anyone
yeah.
makes things like that up.
No, it's
No
a
one-
very specific thing.
That's what I'm saying. It's so outlandish that no one could just think of this.
And it seems so off the cuff. Indeed. It seems so off the cuff, too, where you've known the guy for a couple of years, you've become friendly. And listen, there are definitely cases where guys are getting mixed signals. But there are also a lot of cases where guys are like, she looked me in the eyes. She must want to have sex with me.
I feel like she winked once.
Yeah.
Sure, she might have had something in her eye, but it was definitely a wink.
She showed up to the meeting. Must mean she wants to have sex with me.
This is a guy who looks like Ernest Hemingway, and she's an attractive blonde lady, and she just wanted some speed bumps. She's standing there next to a 25-mile-per-hour sign with her own sign that says, slow down. People flying through these neighborhoods.
You were just complaining about J.R. Smith?
That's
Flying
right.
through your neighborhood.
Earl is zipping down Lake Avenue, 2:30 in the morning, and whatever he drives, his Bugatti or whatever, his millionaire mobile.
Millionaire mobile.
Zipping around.
Sound like you're hating.
No, I'm not. I just want the guy. I want anyone to slow down. He's just the guy that makes the papers.
But I mean, there's not kids out at 2:30 in the morning.
I don't know that, Bill. Don't know that.
Any kid that's out at 2:30 in the morning.
A lot of the parents where I live, they let their kids run all over them. They don't care. Oh, come on.
I think that's another problem.
Well, in that case, at least the kids are playing outside these days.
Sure, they're getting some
that's very
exercise.
rare.
Yes. They don't have to worry about SPF, whatever, because the moon's out. Not a good night.
I like the way you said moon.
What?
The moon's
The
out?
moon's out. That's right. That's how I say it.
It's attractive.
That's why my daughter
It's
hates
attractive.
that book. She didn't ever want me to read it to her. Good night, moon.
Good night, moon.
Yeah.
What does the cow say?
moon.
Moo.
My wife will go, when she wants you to read books, and I do. I love reading books, She goes, but when you read these books, you always read them with such disdain in your voice. I go, I'm just not buying the premise.
Well, you got to sell it regardless.
I know, and I do.
Moon over Parma.
Yep. That's right. Moon. That spells Parma. Yeah, so the lady wanted some speed bumps. Now, I will give you another Florida story, and this is the one that I enjoy so much. because I've seen these on television. We've all seen these on television. One of those Monsters Inside Me shows.
Oh, I don't
God,
like
yeah.
this.
You know what a bot fly is?
Oh,
Yes.
You ever see him pull the bot fly out of a...
Yeah, I love those
Guy
things.
comes back from Belize and he's got, I've got a headache. I mean, a bot fly is like Goldblum in the Fly type stuff.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
What is a bot fly? And I'm not gonna Google it, so please
Google it.
just no. I'm good.
I'll Google it
I
for
can,
you.
I can live the rest of my life without knowing. But since he brought it up,
It's a big fly.
Well, the larva can get in your skin, and then when it hatches, you got real problems.
any type of like thing you could take to not get that stuff.
Yeah, don't go to Belize,
don't go to
for your
Belize.
honeymoon,
Yeah.
which is what this woman did. This woman had an itch in her groin.
Oh, God.
Ew.
And she went to several doctors because she's like, it must be a rash or something. And obviously, if this woman, they're going to ask you questions. I don't know why she had to go to more than one doctor. Because you figure the first guy, he's going to go, well, have you been out of the country recently? Just a standard spate of questions.
Right, yeah, sure.
And she goes, sure, I just had my honeymoon in Belize. Anyway, she had a scratch or a wound in her groin, and she wasn't sure what it was. She had a botfly in her groin skin.
Because she went horseback riding.
Just got back from Belize. Yeah. They give her first guy gives her a bunch of antibiotics. She goes, it's still there. Is it an ingrown hair? Is it a cyst? And then she went to a hospital in Tampa, and they said, oh, yeah, you've got a botfly egg in there. They use local anesthesia and a small incision to remove the human botfly larva.
Ew.
After which she 1-6-578-1007 if you want to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. You can watch the show live at AlanCoxShow.com. Got the stream there. Wherever you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. Comedian Steve Byrne will join us in about a half an hour. He's going to spend the weekend at Hilarities. Haven't seen him in a minute. Is Dalton opening for him? He's
Dalton will be
featuring for him?
featuring, and Mary's hosting.
Mary's hosting.
So it's a heck of a show.
Okay, beautiful.
Yes.
Both of those people, of course, on the Bill Squire Chris McQuanzica.
That's correct.
On December 23rd at the Agora. Ryan Dalton will join us tomorrow. Gwen's going to sit in tomorrow.
Uncle Party.
And Jason Lawhead, our friend from Lorain, Ohio, who's been in L.A. for a long time, an alum of the Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour. He's going to be doing a hometown show in Lorain, and he'll call and give us 411 on that. I've been singing this song nonstop over the past 48 hours.
Why?
Oh, just because with the whole Michael Cohen getting sentenced thing, you stand in front of the judge before he sentences you, and he gave this whole monologue about how he was a changed man, and this was ironically giving him his freedom for the first time because he could be a good person, and he said that he did what he did for so long because he felt that it was his duty to cover up Donald Trump's dirty deeds. I just thought that was an interesting dirty deeds. Yeah, you had a whole bunch of dirty deeds that I had to cover up on the regular. And
were they done dirt cheap?
I don't know. No, it doesn't sound like they were done dirt cheap at all. They were done to the tune of about $500,000. So nothing dirt cheap about them. But I couldn't help but think of the song for obvious reasons. Normally, it would serve you much better if you were to take a quote from Samuel L. Jackson when he played John Shaft. When he said, it's my duty to please that booty. Right?
Real quick question for Pound Cake. Who sings this song?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, guess.
Take a guess.
Easy.
I was just kidding.
You are on the hook for $100.
Yeah, give my money.
I bought you a sweater.
It's
You can-
Christmas time. I need some money.
So here I am like a dope.
Yeah.
And I'm kidding around. I go, listen to the chord progression. You mentioned money, he got it right
Yeah.
off the top.
Yeah.
He go, I will give you $100. Easy.
Now, was that just a guess, or did you actually have a no?
I thought I recognized it, and I was like, this sounds like something AC/DC. I recognized the voice, and I was like, what bands do I know?
Good for you.
that-
Good for you. Maybe I did help because I didn't think you would have ever gotten it.
It reminded me of the game I used to play, Grand Theft Auto, and I think they had this song in there. So I think I remember AC/DC.
Okay.
Well, good for you.
That's how a lot of younger people know classic rock songs is from video games.
All right, I'll pay you the $100, $1 every year for 100 years.
You get $1 a year. January,
I'm a man of my word. I have
January
to pay him off,
1st.
yeah.
That's right. January 1st. Here's your dollar.
Starting today.
$1.
Yeah, I'll give you $1 right now.
It was the Dukes. It was the Dukes. They bet $1 a year.
I got $1 for you. Come get it.
Okay.
You can have this $1. You better. And the thing is, Alan, I get off the hook because he dies at age 35.
Right.
So, I'm really only
See,
gonna have to
he's
give him
really
$9.
Good for you.
Why would it be a poop dollar?
What is a poop dollar?
You know what a poop dollar is?
No.
It's when you poop in a dollar.
Get on a microphone.
On the ground.
No, go back in there and tell me.
Yeah. Dude.
Is this a thing?
A poop dollar. Why would I take a poop dollar out of my wallet?
I mean, I know most dollars have poop on them.
Yeah, poop and cocaine.
Fecal material.
No,
right.
a
Well,
poop
20s have cocaine.
Yeah, a poop dollar is when you poop.
No, dollar bills have cocaine too because you've spent all your money on cocaine and all you have left is dollar bills.
make
What's
you
a
a bad
poop
person.
dollar?
You put a turd in a dollar and you fold it up and put it on the ground and wait for somebody to pick it up.
Why would you need to?
No, I get that. They did that in Mighty Ducks where they had a purse and they put a dog turd in it and then had like $1 hanging out of it, and a guy picks it up and reaches in to see if there's more money, and you grab the turd.
Right, because you couldn't wrap a turd in a dollar.
And make it look like you can't hide the turd as easily.
You can smear it in poop and then fold it.
Smear it.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
But like,
You don't wrap a turd. Like it's not like pig in a blanket with a
No,
turd in a dollar bill.
I don't keep poop dollars in my wallet.
It could be a cat turd. It could be a bird turd. It doesn't matter what type of turd it is. It's just turd, and it's a poop dollar. And I thought this happened to me in the elevator like a couple days ago because I found $1 just sitting conveniently, folded in the corner. I was like,
That was my dollar, actually.
I kick it with the foot. I kick it with my foot. I'm like, you ain't about to get me. I was like, hey.
You think there's going to be a poop dollar in the elevator?
One of our listeners trying to troll? Absolutely. So I kicked it to make sure, and I was like, oh, hey, there's no poop in there. I was like, hey, I got $1. I'm going to go get myself some out of the vending machine.
That was actually
Job
my
well
dollar,
done.
so you owe me $1.
I don't owe you $1. I don't owe you anything.
That was my dollar.
I don't owe you
lost
anything.
it.
No, you didn't.
All right, well, $1 every year for 100 years.
Whatever.
Standing that everyone had heard. Heard what? Brian, don't! Oh, well, a bird.
Turd. Bird turds too?
Any turd.
Huh.
If you
But
just
bird
find-
turds come out white at first, right?
But it's folded so you can't see the turd on the inside. It's just something small. It could be like a human turd. You just have to smear it.
So people are in such dire straits, and I don't want to sound naive.
No, you do it for a laugh.
Yeah.
You fold $1 and you put it on the ground.
Yeah.
Anybody could.
It's like similar to gluing a quarter to the ground.
No, I understand, but
someone tries to pick it up and they can't.
I mean, I wouldn't pick $1 off the ground.
Most people would, though.
Would they?
Who would?
I would, yeah.
Who wouldn't pick money up off the ground?
$1?
You're gonna leave it there?
What are you gonna get for $1?
It doesn't matter.
He's
I don't
gonna-
want
he
anybody else
told
to
you,
get it.
Vending machines. It all adds up.
They accept poop dollars?
It's money. Who knows? You could go to the next store and find another $1. Then you have $2.
Well, that's what makes you look rich, Alan, is the fact that you won't bend over to pick up $1.
Who are you?
Actually,
because I figured there's somebody who's gonna need it way more than I do. That $1. $1?
What's the most amount of money you've ever found? I found a $20 bill in a parking lot outside a movie theater, and I was probably 10 or 11, and that felt like the most money
Yeah.
ever.
I've probably found a 20 somewhere.
Awesome.
Oh, I found a 20. I found 2 20s on the floor of a bar at my brother-in-law's engagement party, or whatever the party is the night before they get married, when we were in Nashville last spring.
Wedding party, yeah.
And I was like, I could bend down and grab those, but we're with like family and friends. I'm like, okay, but it's somebody I know.
That
in
lost it,
here.
yeah.
Right. So I just gave it to the. Except I'm stupid because I said, hey, somebody lost this, and the bartender probably pocketed it.
Yeah.
So it probably didn't even get to the right person.
Right. It's not like the bartender's be like, "Who lost $40?" The bartender's just like,
Right.
"I made an extra $40."
But I
Thank
also
you, sir."
didn't want to have, if somebody had seen me pick it up.
Yeah.
You'll be accused of stealing.
I didn't want that. I mean, it was on the floor. It's a fair
Can't
game.
you just pick it up and go, "Hey, who dropped some money?"
Yeah, but I'm chasing a toddler around at the time.
Then you have her pick it up.
She's closer to it.
Yeah.
I should have. She's
You
only
have
a
her
foot
pick it
tall.
up, and
I know.
then she can hang on to it, and then you just pocket it later.
Honey, put this in your pocket.
Mm-hmm. That's what little kids are good for.
I know. For
Thieving.
hiding things.
Yeah.
Yeah. You make them little money mules.
You take her into a wig shop and have her steal the wigs.
Teach her how to pickpocket.
Pickpocket.
Like a little baby grifter.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, what are we talking about? No. Michael Cohen.
Oh.
Yeah,
AC/DC,
Pound Cakes,
yeah.
Dollars, Michael Cohen, Dirty Deeds, the whole thing. Sean Hannity, by the way, got busted dumping like 300 Michael Cohen tweets. See, this is what we were talking about the other day with Kevin Hart and the Oscars. When Joe Mandy was here, the comedian, the other day, we're like, if you're famous, you should just go back in your timeline and delete your tweets. Except the thing is that once they're on the internet, they're always kind of always on the internet. You can pay
screenshot.
Yeah, that's right. And there are websites that will do that. So like that's how people know. That's why people are trolling Sean Hannity now, because he tried to delete all these tweets, but other websites will screenshot them and they'll post them and whatever.
You got to do it before you get famous. You got to clear out those tweets. There's an app that my friend told me about that's called like Tweet Delete, and it just automatically deletes a tweet after it's a year old.
Okay.
So just like cleanse your timeline.
All right.
If you need to do that, I don't feel like I need to do it though. I don't tweet like.
No, I don't.
I don't get in fights on Twitter. I don't
No.
do that stuff.
Wasn't
used to.
Hannity one of Michael Cohen's clients?
Yes. Even though he denied it. He's like, he never did any work for me. And then he was somehow always on his show talking about what a witch hunt the whole thing was. Yeah, so he dumped a whole bunch of tweets. I mean, whatever that means.
Well, he had no credibility, so it's not like anyone's shocked.
Who?
Hannity.
Oh, he's got a lot of credibility. I mean, with his audience.
But not credibility as a journalist. He's not a journalist.
But nobody says he doesn't say he's a journalist. I don't think. He's an opinion host.
I'm just no one. Okay, I was going to say
know what
no
I'm
one
saying?
takes his word.
He's a talk show host the same way.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
I mean,
he has influence.
I'm not
Yeah,
a journalist. It's an opinion show.
True.
Yeah. It's called Fox News, but I don't think any of those people are being mistaken for journalists.
Yeah,
the people that host shows anyway.
I was just thinking, no one in the general public was surprised.
General public
is surprised that happened. So no one's going to be like, "Oh, well, Sean Hannity, that's beneath you." No, it wasn't.
No, but I'm a little bit surprised because usually those guys will double down. They go, so what? Yeah, he was my. Nobody is. There's no apology business for any of this. None of these people that are in whatever criminal orbit is going on in Washington right now, none of these people are prone to saying, oh, you got me. They'll always be like, hey, here's an old tweet of yours. Yeah, so? That seems to be more the prevailing attitude. That's why I'm a little bit surprised that you would go back and have somebody delete a bunch of tweets. Unless there was something that he thought was, I don't know, legally incriminating? I don't know. Who knows?
That's the thing, too. It's all on brand with Sean Hannity, and people, a guy that's that high profile, they're going to go and screenshot his tweets probably every day.
I guess.
To hold just in case something like that happens.
What a life.
Ugh.
To screenshot the tweets of somebody you don't like. Like, in case,
Yeah.
I don't know. So you can, like, do a gotcha down the road. Maybe.
Yeah, that's the world we live in now. Because people love that gotcha, because especially if you're the first website or person to share that tweet, you get a lot of exposure for it.
Yeah.
So,
Alan, on college campus now, the big thing is the poop jewel. So what? You wipe your vape
on
in
your
poop,
butt. Yeah,
and then you really
maybe you just stick it. Get a little duty on the mouthpiece. And then
yeah, but those things aren't cheap, are they?
I don't know.
You would just waste a vape and put it. Oh God. Now that's funny, because vaping is already starting to ruin your lungs, and now you're inhaling poo particles. Ugh. Alan, no one would leave $1 on the ground. No one. Okay, I would. If I walked past $1, I would not pick it up. Because God knows what's up. I mean, most money that you're just passing person to person is covered in awful stuff. You think I'm going to pick $1 up off the ground? Hell no.
Give me those dollars. I'll take that
frankly,
dollar.
there's going to be someone who needs it more than I do.
Who cares?
So I will lead.
Pound cake.
I will lead with that because that makes me sound more, magnanimous.
Who
anyway.
wants to eat more, them or me? Me. I'm always going to choose me. So therefore, I'm taking the $1.
Right. You and I are in different situations. I'm not chastising you for it. I'm just saying I would not pick it up.
But I'm never too rich to not pick up $1 off the ground.
But if
you had millions of dollars, you wouldn't pick $1 off the ground.
I got $1,000,001 if I pick it up in the Walmart parking lot. What do you mean?
Now I've got $1,001,000. That is true. Mathematically, that is
I don't
accurate.
care. I don't care. I will never be too rich or too well off to not pick up $1 off the ground.
Now, if it's a poop dollar,
I was meant to have that $1.
If it's a poop dollar, are you still taking it and just cleaning it off?
No. Then after that point, I'm like, I'm good enough. I'm too good for this. Now,
but what in your current situation?
If it's a $5, I might consider it, not $1.
So let's fast forward, right? Ideally, Pound Cake is some kind of mogul. You're wealthy. You're famous. Probably got paparazzi. You're going to, as worried as you are, people looking at you and judging you, you're going to be a rich guy that bends over to pick up a street dollar?
I pick it up and I'll be like,
that story is covered in as much crap as the dollar that's probably on the ground somewhere.
But that's how people stay rich, is they don't spend money and they pinch those pennies and they'll pick up $1.
I'm talking about how terrified he is of people seeing him doing something untoward and then judging him for
do
it.
the noble
He thinks
thing.
people are watching him all the time now.
I'll do the noble thing. I'll go out into the parking lot, pick that $1 up, and see the nearest child. I'd be like, here you go, little girl. Go buy a gumball.
The real question is, if you found a large sum of money, would you try to get it to its rightful owner?
Two things would go through my mind. One,
because a guy texted me and said his wife found over $500 in the back of a cab.
See, and that would worry me.
Well, because in that situation, you got
mob money.
You got to think of it in terms of it's probably not going to get to the rightful owner anyway. Because what's your only recourse? You're not going to take it. You're not going to give it to the cabbie.
Right. It's not like you have, and it's not like the cabbie gets your name and phone number.
Right.
When you jump into a cab.
You're not going to give it to the cab company.
Yeah.
That's going to go in someone's pocket.
Well, I'm just thinking, the first thing I would think of, I'm like, damn, like this money was meant for me. Like this was a sign from God. I'm meant to have this money. Second thing is, if I'm thinking clearly.
So your thought is that God thinks so little of you that he said that guy deserves $1.
I'm talking about the $500.
Okay, the $500.
I'm talking about a significant sum of money, not $1.
I am worth $500 to God, is what you're saying.
He wanted me to have a little raise for Christmas time.
Wanted
all right?
you, sure.
He wanted to give me a little something.
Wouldn't the proverbial God want it to be with its rightful owner? Someone who sensibly had worked to earn it?
That's what
but the Lord works in mysterious ways.
That is true.
I'm thinking,
Boy,
maybe
he really does. Curiouser and curiouser.
He wanted me to do the right thing, maybe. He was testing me. But I would also think, if I take this money, it's probably blood money. Someone's looking for this money, and therefore they're looking for me because I have this money.
They're going to find it and they're going to kill you, take it back.
But they're not looking for you, so it doesn't matter whose money it is. How are they going to find it?
Wait, you think $500 is blood money?
I don't know where it came from. It could be like a hooker could have got beaten for that money. I don't know what's going on. So a pimp's looking for it.
But you're not
pissed.
What I'm saying is you're not connected to the people who lost that money. So
how
would they find you? They wouldn't find you.
But like, say if the pimp hunts down the cab driver, he's like, "Who was the last person in this cab?"
And he's gonna say, I don't know, a half black guy. It's New York City. There's a.
But he knows where he dropped you off.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're still there.
He's standing there waiting to get picked up.
He's following everything. So then he goes to the spot. I'm not there. He's like, I want to see the surveillance cameras. And then he sees like I left somewhere else. He's on the hunt for me, and then I'm on the run.
This is a very resourceful pimp.
It really is. He has access to surveillance cameras. Yeah. Well, he's got a friend in the department, of course.
He got to have people, but.
Alan Poop Vape could give you dung lung. You don't have to worry about popcorn lung anymore. Now you got dung lung. Would Pound Cake grab $1 if it was stuffed in a girl's vagina?
That's a stanky $1, but I would take it.
You don't know that it'd be a stanky $1.
It probably would be a stanky
She might
$1.
take good care of herself. She might be a beautiful, young, nubile, God-fearing woman who's just on the cusp of becoming everything she ever wanted to be, and she prides herself on her hygiene. and you're going to besmirch her reputation like that.
Well, yeah, I would take the $1 and buy tuna.
So did God want poop on the money, too? Is that what you're trying to say?
Buy tuna.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I got
Hilarious. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what God was trying to tell you if you pick up $1 and there's poop in it.
I still think you'd pick up the poop dollar.
I wouldn't pick up the poop dollar.
Yeah, I bet you would.
I kicked it to make sure there was no poop in it, and if there was poop in it, I was like, I'm gonna save it for the next guy. I might even want to put a hidden
but
camera
what I'm saying is that all money in circulation has some fecal matter on it. The money I got in my pocket right now is probably got some of these poop
it's not
flakes
visible.
on it.
It's not visible. If I see a turd, I'm not picking up the $1. I'm just not.
Visible turd is at the Agora this weekend too.
It's a visible turd. Like I don't need that.
Alan, I found $1 on the ground and went to spend it to find out that it was counterfeit, and then I look like an idiot trying to spend a counterfeit $1. Right.
Who checks a counterfeit I mean, I see that
because
on
it was probably a really bad counterfeit, and the guy just picked it up and didn't think about it. Might have been dirty or.
Yeah, because I've never seen them use that marker on a $1 bill.
Right,
before.
a highlighter or whatever.
They hold it up like. This George Washington looks weird.
Why does George Washington have an afro?
He's winking.
Yeah. Alan, we used to rehab houses on the east side, and people be walking off the street asking to borrow money or cigarettes or whatever. We started wiping cigarettes in our butt cracks and leaving them in the streets, and guys would come by to pick them up and smoke them. Well, I mean,
they're that desperate, they don't care.
Well, also, why you trolling homeless people?
Yeah, they probably weren't homeless. He didn't say homeless people, did he?
No, but
people
okay.
Yeah.
People looking to bum. And also,
why are you trolling poor people?
If you're willing to smoke a cigarette that you found on the ground, you have to assume something happened to it.
Also, I'm surprised he hasn't found any money inside the walls of one of those East Side houses, because there's a lot of trap houses over there. They look raggedy, but there's like money in the walls.
Alan, I once found a wallet with $2,000 in hundreds. I gave it to the cops. Last Christmas, we were in Nashville. My girlfriend dropped her wallet in the mall parking lot. The couple who found it looked her up on Facebook and messaged her to come and get it. There's $1,200 in cash and credit cards.
That's nice.
We never imagined we would recover it.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, if you,
I would probably.
I would
try
too.
And find
If
the
you
owner,
found something with a person's ID in
That's
it,
very
I would
different.
absolutely do that.
I had that happen.
You lost your wallet?
No, I was hooking up with a couple, and the one guy left his wallet. And
oh, you mentioned that.
Yeah. And
but you already knew who he was.
No, I didn't know. I didn't.
Oh, God.
I was like, James. I don't remember no James.
I don't remember no James in that thruple.
He's how old?
Yeah.
He was fast asleep.
He called himself Kirby. Who's James? He's using a sex alias.
We weren't friends on Facebook. We're friends now. I had to like.
Yeah, you did.
But he had to come over and get his wallet back. But it was just a weird exchange.
Okay, Steve Byrne is he here? Yeah? In the house, as the kids say. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities with Mary Santora and the always delightful Ryan Dalton. So we'll catch up with Steve in a bit. 35192 if you want to text. Everything else at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
There you go. Somebody else asked, can you ask James about the man on Primrose Lane? Because there was some activity on the case this year.
The man from Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh, yes.
When they identified some guy from Eastlake.
So, The Man from Primrose Lane is my first novel. It's a murder mystery set in Northeast Ohio with some sci-fi in it, too. But it's based on a true case from Eastlake, Ohio, where I call it the only unsolved suicide, where it was this old man who lived in Eastlake, and he found out he had cancer and bought a gun. And one day locked himself in his efficiency, pulled down the curtains, turned up the heat, walked in front of the mirror in his bathroom and put a gun in his mouth and shot himself. And it was a week before anybody discovered the body. So hot summer in Eastlake, there was nothing left but goop.
Right.
And so the police went to figure out who this guy's relatives were and next of kin, and they find out he's got $82,000 in the bank untouched. They eventually track down this private investigator my buddy Mike Lewis, Confidential Investigations here in Cleveland. He
worked with him in the past.
That's right.
Before I got to Joke Police.
N.O.
Detective N.O. Funny Stuff.
That's right.
Has a
Joke Police SPU.
has a checkered past in law enforcement.
So he tracked down this man's sister, and he's like, "Hey, I got some good news and bad news. Good news is you might have $82,000. Bad news is your brother committed suicide." And she's like, "What? No, my brother died in 1948." And that's when we learned that the guy in Eastlake had been here in Cleveland living under a fake name for 30 years.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and nobody knew who he was. So there are all these rumors. Was he Zodiac? Was he? Some people thought he might be Jim Morrison, literally, and all these crazy conspiracy theories. Well, this new DNA technique where they can track down like second cousins based on this is how they found the Golden State Killer. They used the same technique and tracked him down and found out that this guy, I think his real name is Robert Nichols, and he's from. Now there might be some actual truth to the rumor that he might be Zodiac because they tracked down Robert Nichols.
So it's not Ted Cruz, is what you're saying?
Maybe not Ted Cruz.
Okay, good.
But
He's off the hook for that.
Yeah,
all right.
But this man in Eastlake, whose real name was Robert Nichols, was actually in Northern California, Vallejo, where the Zodiac murders were taking place at the time of the murders.
Imagine that.
Right? Nothing's definitive, but the Zodiac killer detectives have recently sent the DNA from that case in to be tested as well. So
does your brain, and I know you always want there to be twists and turns in these true stories, does your brain initially go to a simpler place or to a more conspiratorial place? Do you, by default, kind of go, well, a lot of the explanations either are mundane. The guy might have just been running from child support payments,
Right.
Or do you go to, man, I hope this is something good? Well, obviously you want it to be something good. But,
you want it to be something good. No, 9 times out of 10, it is a very mundane, simple explanation.
Yeah.
People are weird in limitless ways.
Probably more like 99 out of 100.
Yeah, but by the time they get to me,
you're not after the mundane stuff.
Right. They are that 1 in 100. So I am looking for
the unique cases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Maura Murray or Amy Mihalovic.
Are you, by the way, do you subscribe to the whole Making a Murderer thing? Have you seen the second season or first season? Or
just finished watching the second season.
What's your take on it?
After watching the first season, I was pretty convinced that Stephen Avery did it, but still deserved a new trial.
Mm-hmm.
And after the second season, I think I finally came around and I'm like, no, this dude didn't do it.
That's where I'm at right now. That is where I'm at. And I'm wondering, there are just so many issues with the prosecution.
Yeah.
And I don't think
what's the point of conspiring against this one loser?
Because he was to gain millions of dollars for them wrongfully convicting him the first time.
I see.
He was about to sue the state for everything they had.
For $96 million or $36 million?
Yeah.
And he did win, yes.
Yeah. And then they so I don't think the police definitely were involved in a cover-up there, but I actually give them the benefit of the doubt, and I believe that the detectives literally, I really believe that they thought Stephen Avery had murdered this woman, so then they planted the evidence in order to
make sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold that thought because I have to give away some money here. Our $1,000 bribe happens once an hour. Good luck.
Shot at $1,000. Now, text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. Good luck from WMMS.
Okay. So I got you way off track. You were starting with some scary stuff, and I threw in a couple of things. But
that's all right. I was thinking, I'm planning. I didn't want to come with like some old stories that we've told a bunch of times. And I think I've come. I think I've been here for Halloween now for like
it's like
5
5
or 6
years.
years.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. But I turned 40 this year.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. So I realize the things that scare me now are not the same things that scared me 5, 6, 10 years ago. What scares me now are those it's like those times where you wake up and it's an average day and you think, is this just going to be a typical Tuesday? And then by the end of the day, you find yourself in a very precarious situation. And it's a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong in this world. And those are the stories that really freak me out lately and what I'm trying to collect. And for an example, this happened. So Julie and I just moved from one side of Akron to the other, and so we had this new set of neighbors we got to know. And everybody warned us of this neighbor who, let me just call Cindy, for want of a better name.
Okay.
With an I. And so,
her real name is Cindy with a Y.
Right. So they're like, and our neighbors are great. And so they're like, but you got to watch out for Cindy. She will take you for a ride. And she's always asking for money, and she's, you don't want to get wrapped up in her. And I'm like, I'm a little too smart for Cindy. I'm not gonna get taken.
You're not a rube,
right?
Yeah.
So it's like a Tuesday in the summer, and I'm outside mowing the lawn, and I see Cindy walk out of her house, and she spies me, and then she walks beeline to me. And this is like 10 o'clock in the morning, by the way.
Because you're new meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, here we go. But she's not going to get me. And so she comes over, and she's visibly inebriated. And it's, again, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Cindy likes to party.
Yeah.
And her real name isn't Drunk Sue, is it? It's Canton.
And I say, hey, do you want to come in the house and meet the family? And she's like, sure. So I
First
bring in
mistake right there. You invite her in.
Yeah.
Like a vampire.
Like a vampire. She has to be invited in.
Yeah.
So I invite her in, but she doesn't come all the way in. She stops in like the little entryway.
Like a foyer?
Foyer. Well, I'm not fancy enough to have a foyer, but
he has a foyer.
It's a mudroom.
Very nice.
So I'm like, you want to come in? And she's like, no, I'm okay. I'll just stand here. And I'm like, do you want something to drink? She's like, no, I'm drinking beer. And I'm like, okay. So
you are a very accommodating neighbor, by the way. It's very nice.
Well, I
Welcome
try.
wagon over here, yeah.
And literally, when new neighbors move in, we bring over a bundt cake because we think it's kind of ironic and fun. But so move in next to us because that Cindy's house is now vacant.
If you enjoy bundt cakes, is that foreshadowing?
Maybe.
Ooh.
So she's sitting there and she's talking. She's like, I'm just going to tell you how it is. And she's telling me about how she has her cousin Rill. His name is Rill, R-I-L-L, living with her. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. She's like, yeah, he's got this girlfriend on the east side, but he's got his side B over here right now. And this is where they meet up. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, you're very honest. She's like, I'm just telling it how it is. And so this goes on for a little bit. And she's like, James, I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm like, all right. And she's like, I don't need any money. I just need a ride to the farm.
Play WMMS on iHeartRadio.
I got you, fam.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
The leggy and vivacious, beshirted Steve Byrne is back in the room.
Did you say leggy and vivacious? That's an intro.
Yeah, well, listen.
Never heard that before.
And can you possibly imagine a better description of you than that? Right?
Leggy and vivacious?
Leggy and vivacious.
All right, I like it.
Is your wedding ring a Claddagh ring?
Yes.
Your wife is Irish or you're part Irish?
I'm part Irish,
I
yeah.
always forget your heritage other than the Asian part.
Korean and Irish.
Korean and Irish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hence the Sullivan and Son thing for a while.
Yeah, Caucasian.
Yeah.
That's the term. Yeah.
So is your wife Irish?
She is Scottish German.
Okay.
So this was. She's like Nordic. There's a real blend of
like a Brigitte Nielsen
Minnesota
type.
Kinda, yeah. 5'10", tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
6.
6 feet tall?
Yeah.
Man, I wish I was 6. I'm not like a short guy.
What
but
are
I'm
you?
not a tall guy. I'm like 5'11" or something. I'm not even 6 feet.
You're a good
He
shortstop.
always
He's
pumps it up a
shortstop.
little bit.
There he is.
He's He's like,
You got baseball height.
Yeah, I don't want baseball height.
You want NBA height?
No, I don't need that. I want like average man height.
Average man.
Yeah,
I think you
know what
have.
I mean, like,
I think you are like right at average
am
man
I?
height.
Yeah.
Like I'm not Tom
Steve
Cruise.
and I just
but
happen
I'm
to be
not-
above average when it comes to height.
And in so many
that's
other
where it
ways, you guys
stops.
are above
Yeah.
average.
That's where it stops. Yeah.
Yeah. Steve is at Hilarities this weekend. The show's tonight with Ryan Dalton and Mary Santora. That is a triple threat.
It's a murderer's row.
Yeah.
Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dalton.
He'll be in here
Party.
tomorrow to defend himself.
Yes.
Yeah. The show tonight. You can go pickwickandfrolic.com for the info. 8 o'clock tonight, then 7:30 and 10 on Friday, 7 and 9:30 on Saturday. No Sunday show. Good for you.
I'm out.
You got to get on to the next thing.
Yeah, hungover and hanging with the kids.
Yeah.
That's what Sundays are.
So do you come back home to Pittsburgh at all over the holidays or no?
I'm actually doing New Year's in Pittsburgh.
You are? At the Improv?
At the Improv,
Okay.
yeah. I was just there. I did a show at the Benedum a month ago with Billy Gardell.
Right.
Oh, nice.
So it was pretty fun, yeah. Pretty nice. It's always great to go back home, wherever home is. But I love Kent. You know, I went to Kent State,
Yeah, right,
so
sure.
I always love coming here, and I'm excited because I'm going to go explore the new flats.
Right.
Where they were, you know, Scott was saying that it's pretty...
You haven't been down there
I
since
haven't
they
been there.
really?
We went down there.
But, it was a rainstorm, right? Wasn't that when it was pouring rain? And it was.
I think it was raining, and we went to Magnolia.
Yeah.
And because you're like, I just want to go someplace where there's like things happening. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
let's go to Magnolia. I know people there.
Yeah.
We'll go in. We're there for about 25, 30 minutes. You're like, we're too old. Let's go to this place and play some pinball over at Punch Bowl.
Yeah.
It was a good
that
time.
was fun,
though.
yeah. That's right. That was a great... Yep, sorry.
No,
I
clubs
had a
are
good time that
clubs
night.
are kind of a bummer because you're 40, right?
Yeah, you walk in and within 5 minutes you're like, is it loud in here? I think
It
it's
is
loud.
loud, yeah.
It's very loud.
But it's also one of those things where it wouldn't be so bad if everyone in there wasn't so young. Because, like,
Yeah.
I'm 47, right?
Yep.
But you're like, I can still go out and do stuff. You know, you're not lying to yourself. You're like, I
Right.
like to go have a good time. I don't mind if it's loud. And you go, and everyone is so young. And that makes you feel like you can't hang. That's where I have a problem. I don't
Yeah.
like that. Don't passively make me feel like I can't hang.
There's older guys there, but they're the ones that are in like the private booths where they have all these young girls around
The
them.
fake ballers?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they might be real ballers. They got money.
Yeah.
They're paying for it, but it's I wouldn't say those girls are hanging out with them all the time.
Right, just at the club.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, when you go out at night, you want to be where you feel it. Like, I go to Disney with all my kids. I'm not like, everybody, it's too young here. It's just like, you know.
You want something to do.
You want to be able to, bridge the gap and have a little fun.
Right.
But it's like, I don't know. There's some guys definitely, and you guys know, there are some comics that I'm sure would be totally fine hanging out with like a 21-year-old and thinking, oh, we're gonna have a good. I just can't do it. I need to have whiskey in a glass, and be able to have fun. There's a fun jukebox, just a dive bar.
Yeah, you want to be able to hear what's going on. You want to have a
Yeah.
conversation. You can be loud, but you can't. You're not being drowned out by the music. It's but Punch Bowl's a good place for something like that where you
Yeah.
can play some video games or bowling. And it's nice to. I mean, you've been coming to Cleveland forever.
Yeah.
So to see it go from when you were at the Improv in the Powerhouse to what it is now, it's a very different situation.
Yeah, look, it's just I'm at the age where not once will it be uttered, we got to hit the dance floor now.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
You're never going to hear that.
Are you a good dancer, though?
No.
You're not? Okay.
Horrible.
Okay.
Horrible dancer.
I'm kind of
Never
one of
been a
those people.
dancing type.
I don't ever dance unless it's at a wedding or something, or like I'll dance with my wife because I want her to have a good time and I want to at least be able to laugh at myself.
Yeah.
That's important and healthy. But I don't know if I really stink or if I'm passable enough. I feel like I'm passable.
Passable?
Yeah.
Like what kind of music though? That's another element that you got to throw in.
Well, like what do they play at weddings? I don't know.
Okay,
like,
so
like
you're
R&B maybe.
You're
or-
mainstream kind of like.
That's what I'm saying.
Give me the greatest hits.
Yes.
I'll give you some moves.
I'm not doing the Dougie or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not out there.
You're not gonna do the floss.
I'm not flossing.
Oh my god.
That's not me. Yeah.
That's one of the most awkward dance moves because no matter what adult does it, even if they know how to do it, it looks so bad. But any
Yeah.
10-year-old boy with that floppy haircut looks amazing doing it.
Oh, if you have floppy hair, it's just
Yeah.
it's the exclamation point.
Right.
Yeah, it's the cherry on the sundae.
And
because you got the hair flopping with the
Yep.
motion and yeah.
And now all the rage is all the different Fortnite dances. So
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
is popular on Fortnite, that's the dance that all the kids do. So last week I was at a Cavs game because it's easy to go now.
Yeah.
And there's this little kid just stealing the show. The Cavs are getting beat pretty bad.
Yeah.
And there's just this little kid that they keep going back to get the crowd pumped up because he just keeps doing this one like Fortnite dance and it's
See, I wouldn't have
cracking
known
everyone
that
up.
that's what that was unless you had told me.
And I guessed. I
Okay.
guessed that's what it was because I put it on my Instagram story. I'm like, is this a Fortnite dance? And everybody's like, yeah, my kids do that too.
You know what kind of
Okay.
dancer? I'm a jumbotron dancer, and by that I mean I'll do it for the funnies.
Yeah.
For about a minute.
Right.
And then I'm gone.
Okay.
But that's the thing. If everybody laughs, then they keep coming back to you.
Yeah.
And then you got to keep delivering.
Have you done that? Have you been on the Jumbotron?
No, but
okay.
I'll do something for the funnies for like a minute, and then I'm out of there. Yeah. You know.
We've had multiple arguments. Doesn't even rise to the level of argument. It's just apparently Alan wearing the buzzkill crown again about how I want nothing to do with Disney. Right?
Okay.
You've taken your kids.
Season pass holders. Yep.
Okay. You live out there. I mean, it's my older kids have gone with the ex-wife. I never, but my wife and I now we have a 2-year-old. So I'm like, okay, I'm probably not going to be able to avoid it. So I'm trying to kind of gird my loins in anticipation of that.
Yeah.
I've talked to Gaffigan about it, talked to you about it, anybody with kids. The consensus is that, like, they have alcohol. So that's one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm always curious if it's as soul-crushing as it sounds to me. You love your kids, you want them to be happy, but like as an adult, can you make it through a day like that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's literally like Christmas. You're living your childhood through your kids on that, and there are great pockets like the Cathay Circle Cafe at California Adventure, like a really nice restaurant. And a rockin' bar.
Okay.
An absolute rockin' bar. High-end cocktails, mixologists, all that stuff.
Because they got to keep the adults happy in some capacity.
Yeah. There's like this Napa Valley Wine Center area and by Cars Land that's really good too. So yeah, they Disney-esque vineyard-looking kind of cool thing by this waterfall. It's really awesome.
How old are your kids now?
My daughter's 6. My son is 3.
6 and 3.
Yeah, so they're old enough that they can go off and do whatever. You be like, we'll find you later.
Both hermaphrodites, by the way. So
I was going to say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Identify it.
Hen can do whatever they want.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not sure if the 3-year-old can go running off doing something, but
a 6-year-old can't either. I'm not actually.
Jay, just make it back to me, all right?
Well, you put one of those chips in them, or like you do with a dog, you'll find them.
I was raised a very different way than my wife. My wife's about 10 years younger than me. Okay. But her parents were her parents though were very. Her parents are great. My parents were, I wouldn't even say strict. They were just like, we didn't ever go anywhere. They didn't really want to do all that much, And my wife talks about, like, her parents would take them on a cruise when her and her brother were little, and they'd go, see you tonight. And then they'd go do stuff, and they'd be running around. I'm like, oh, my God, my mom would have never even let us out of her sights.
Yeah.
So in my brain, I have this argument between, like, well, do you let your kid run off and do stuff on a cruise ship?
I think so. I had heard this thing.
Where are they going to go?
This story about Richard Branson.
Yeah.
And his mother was a flight attendant, and when he was 4 or 5, they got away about like 3 miles from their home, and she said, "Do you know how to get home from here?" And he's like, "I think so." She's like, "Would you be confident if I dropped you off here? Would you be able to get home?" He's like, "Yeah, I think I could do it." She said, "All right, well, get out." And then got out, drove home, left him there, and he said that was the scariest experience he's ever had. But he made it home, and he said after that he felt like
very empowered.
Yeah. So I think it is good to maybe put your kids in shocking situations.
Yeah. But I always think, and I don't want to be like the guy who goes, well, it was a lot different back then too. But like friends of mine that grew up in New York, and they're like, oh, we were taking the bus at like 8.
Because
like,
that's
my
the culture.
God,
Yeah.
I can't even. I mean, and they grew up. You want your kid to kind of have that. Not frightened of things if you don't get murdered on the bus at 8 years old.
Yeah,
that's the big variable.
I mean, my dad grew up in New York City, and he when Bronx Tale came out, he's like, "That's my childhood." I'm like, "Oh, okay, it's kind of scary, but
right?
Yeah,
that's very cool, though. I mean, to know somebody. I didn't have anybody in my family like that, who like. Grew up in that kind of environment. That's pretty cool to be able to have, your dad could tell you a story about something that they're doing in a movie,
Yeah, minus the
the murders.
Minus the Chaz Palminteri.
Yeah, exactly.
Chaz lived right next door to me. Yeah. Speaking of movies, Steve Byrne is here. He's at Hilarities this weekend. And I forgot that you were in this. There was the early days of this show in Cleveland. The running joke was that I was given DVD copies of a movie called 4 Christmases.
Okay, yeah.
It was Reese Witherspoon, Vince Vaughn. You were in it.
Yeah.
Yes. And so the running joke for a couple of years was, because, we've got 4 Christmases on DVD. I didn't really have any good giveaways. But this movie has come back around again, not only because of the holidays, but an article about how Vince Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon hated each other's guts. Mm-hmm. Were you privy to any of that? Did you see any of that? Did you see animosity between the two of them?
I never witnessed it.
I'm just generally curious.
Yeah, I never witnessed it.
No.
Yeah, we could talk off air. No,
in case Vince or Reese are listening.
Yeah. No, I honestly I never witnessed anything about that, but yeah, it was a good experience. I think that was the first film I ever did, and I had to learn how to ballroom dance for the day before.
So you can dance?
No, I was
Ballroom.
taught how to do it. Like we rehearsed everything, all our steps and everything. Yeah, it was fun, but that was my first privy experience into being on a film set where everybody thinks it's so exciting, and then you go there and you're like, man, this is torturous. It is just sit around,
bring a lot of books,
hurry up and wait.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Were you you weren't showrunner for Sullivan and Son, were you?
No, I was EP on Sullivan and Son, but I just wrote and directed a film about my early years in stand-up that Vince produced called The Opening Act. So that's
was that with who was in that?
Well, it hasn't come out yet, but Jimmy O Yang plays the MC.
That's right.
Alex
I
Moffat,
read about that. Yeah.
So Moffat from SNL is the feature act, and Cedric the Entertainer's the headliner, and then in the film it's Whitney Cummings, Eliza Schlesinger, Angela Johnson, Kathleen Madigan, Bill Burr, Russell Peters, Ken Jeong.
So you couldn't get any names.
Wood Jr., Segura's in it. Yeah, Felipe Esparza. Yeah, it's a ton of great comics in it. So they all kind of litter the world, but it's really about a comic who moonlights, a kid that has a safe corporate job, moonlights as a stand-up and gets offered his first gig on the road, emceeing at an A room, and his idol happens to be the headliner as well. So the first half of the film is all the romanticism and optimism and partying that comes with hanging out with the feature act and getting exposed to the world, fish out of water. And then the back half of the film is warming up to his idol, who's this road-weary headliner that gives him, as a conduit into the isolation and reality and sobriety of being this road-weary veteran of comedy. So it really is kind of like all three echelons of stand-up comedy in terms of your career, where you are, and
the excitement,
the
party, and then the almost
the
responsibility that comes with it.
Yeah. So it's
I like that.
So when is this thing does it have to get sold, or what is that?
Yeah, we're literally. I literally left the edit bay Wednesday afternoon. Vince and Peter and I are all editing with Sandra Gronowski, our editor, and then got on a plane, came over. I got 2 weeks left. I think maybe 3 more weeks left editing this thing. So we're coming out on the other end of it, but like all three aspects, the writing, the actual production when you're filming, and the post-production when you're in the edit bay, I have so much more of an appreciation for film after having gone through the rigors of it. I will never dump on another movie ever again, because it is just an all-encompassing
well, the same
effort.
My thought was always the same amount of work, and obviously there's variables based on the scope of it, but the same amount of work goes into an awful film as a good one. And,
sure.
And it can be, and the fortunes can be reversed in the editing room.
It's all done in the edit bay. Even like we wrote scenes that are absolutely manipulated to tell something else. Absolutely done to tell something else. Performances are manipulated. Everything's manipulated.
You mean just for exposition for another part of the movie, or what do you mean?
No, you can like. For example, like Jimmy, there's a run in the film where Jimmy is just, if you read it, you're like, oh, this guy's downtrodden. He's just beaten up by the world. And you could play that a certain way. So we had to find takes to strengthen him in certain aspects of the scene. Like the first act, you want him to have more of a backbone and some strength. That's your leading man.
Right.
And if he plays it a certain way, you've got to reverse engineer that, to make him more... a little more strength in certain areas.
The whole thing,
I'm not saying he did it throughout the course of the whole film, but that's like an example of it. Yeah, it's crazy.
So Vince Vaughn, who you've kind of been in that orbit for a while, Vince Vaughn, Billingsley, works with Favreau too, and then those guys. Is it all one big family, or are they different production companies?
They're different production companies for sure, but they're all still tight and pals, and they all root for each other. And when one has a project, they each come in to kind of put their fingerprints and help out. It's very symbiotic.
The film kind of a canary in the coal mine, or do you want to eventually? You're like, I'm not going to do so much on the road. I want to maybe do more of this.
No, I literally wrote it as an exercise because the show had gotten canceled. I love being in the writer's room. I was like, I'm going to see if I can write a feature film. And, those guys always said, you write about what you know. So I just wrote this film about, it's like nobody wants to hear about I got to get off the road. I've been doing this for so. Everybody wants to hear about the road when you get in the car and you're going to Vegas. You don't want to hear. You don't want to hear a story. You want to watch a movie about the road trip back from Vegas.
Right.
That's boring. So I thought, go back 20 years, write about the exciting romantic period of stand-up where you have these visions of what stand-up can be. That's exciting to me. It's much more optimistic, I think. So wrote it, gave it to Vince. I said, would you take a look at this? And a month later, he's like, I think you have something here. So we worked on it for like a year and a half, 2 years. And then he found financing pretty quickly. And, the minute we kind of completed the script, he was like, I found somebody. I think we're going to make this. And it all happened really quick. It was like, I think I'm going to try to find somebody. Then it's like, I found somebody. We're doing this. And we went right
then you're
into
in it. And were you nervous? Or
scared as hell. Because I never directed. And I know being on the set of like a TV show, when you're the showrunner, everything comes through you. So now I'm meeting with production designers, set designers, costume, everything, sound, the director of photography. I have to have answers. So I'm nervous as hell. So I read everything. I read shot by shot. I read a book on Kazan. I did the master classes,
Truffaut.
directing for dummies. I read that just to get everything. Master classes.
Yeah.
And
this is a camera.
Yeah. I had to learn the different angles and perspectives and everything just so I sounded like I knew what I was doing. But even after reading all those things, it would never prepare you for being on set. And thank God Peter Billingsley was on set with me.
You had to buy a beret and a megaphone.
and ascots.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, be careful what you wish for, right? I mean, it's kind of one of those situations.
Well, this happened
quickly.
and then I'm going to do my next one with Comedy Central right after this. And then it's so funny that Will Smith's company and we started talking, and I have something in development they might be keen on, so I think I'm going to go from one to the next to the next.
Hancock 2.
That's nice.
Yeah. I'm hearing it. Good for you.
2.
And it's so when you were writing it and you put all those comics in it, was it just who was available, or did you write certain characters for certain comics?
Never thinking that I never thought I was going to make this movie.
Right.
I was literally just writing.
Well, when
it
got to that point where now you're starting to cast, what was? I mean, was it? Because you got huge names that is also going to help promote the film, because you got people that have giant popularity with their podcasts, and it's going to get out there, and they're going to be excited about it.
Yeah, I think, when you're going through the film, it's littered with so many great characters. We're just like, this would be a great opportunity for Bill Burr, for example, to play the boss and to be pretty assertive and, Bill Burr,
and so they're not even all just playing comics.
They're not playing comics. And one of the tough things we had to go through when we do these test screenings, we've had 4 or 5, is people are like, I want to see, so-and-so be more funny. And it's like, I want to see that person be more them. And it's just like, well, that's not a movie,
not the role.
It's not a stand-up hour special. So so we're trying to do the best to facilitate that comic, but stay true to the character for sure. And story is ultimately what's most important. So it's like, well, I don't care if they're not getting laughs. Are they doing a good job as the character?
Right.
Film,
and I think that's a big mistake that a lot of people do when they put a bunch of their friends in the movie. Like, I got to make sure I have jokes for this guy.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, I think Adam Sandler's done that once or twice, where he's put a bunch of friends in his movies, and you're like, I got to make sure there's a joke for him. You can't just have him play someone.
This one is just like play it down the pike, and I'm telling you, like Kathleen Madigan, it's almost a nothing role, and she is so grounded and good in it that there's gravity to her. Same with Segura, same with Burr. Everybody. We didn't strike out with anybody, to be honest with you. And I thought with some of these comics, we're having blind faith, just going, hey, can you do this? Yeah, I can do it. I can find a day in L.A. Okay, come on, do it. And your fingers are crossed, and everybody knew the roles so well. Like the Wacky Morning Zoo, we have him going to do radio for the first time.
And because they've all experienced it,
and
too.
They've all experienced it,
so they get to get into these characters that they're pulling from their past.
Exactly,
I mean, what comic can't be like, is this a good experience on radio or is this a bad experience because you've had both?
For sure. Yeah. And just to let you know, when this thing does come out, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag with any of this stuff, but when you do see it, the things that actually, once they're on the road, you're going to watch us go, there's no way that I mean, this has
happened.
All happened to me. Everything in the film happened to me.
Will you call when you got to promote this thing? Just
I
call
want to come here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, come
because
promote.
I think we're going to try to do a tour, and I want to hit up my favorite clubs, and Hilarious is one of them, and I'd love to come in, and we're going to get 3 or 4 comics from the film to come on and do it. Yeah.
So was this a good radio experience for you or a bad radio
This
experience?
is always one of the better radio experiences. Anybody from the Berg, it's going to be a great experience.
Oh, come on.
For sure.
Beautiful. Steve Byrne is at Hilarities this weekend, 8 o'clock tonight, 7:30 and 10 tomorrow, 7 to 9:30 on Saturday. You go to pickwickandfrolic.com. It's always good to see you.
Always
Thanks
good
for
to see
coming
you. And congrats on another successful year. Happy
Thanks,
holidays
man.
to you guys.
You
and
too.
your
Best
families,
of
yeah.
the fam and all that.
I'll see you at Disney.
Yes. Oh, I'll see you there. I'll be the guy with the
Sweating
Mickey
pores.
ears on. Yeah, right. And a water bottle full of vodka. All right, we'll take a break. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
That's right.
I know. There was an evacuation in North Carolina over a suspicious package. Duke Energy in uptown Charlotte, North Carolina. Somebody there called 911 after they found a small manila envelope with suspicious handwriting on it. Bomb squad showed up, brought out the bomb-sniffing dogs. Several buildings in the area were evacuated, wanted to create a perimeter, of
Damn.
course. They finally opened the envelope, and it contained a cassette from the band Journey.
That is a suspicious package.
That's the thing. Even people
Who's
who
mailing a cassette these days?
Well, somebody with weirdo handwriting. That's who.
Yeah.
You know, we get those Dick from Dayton cards.
That's suspicious.
It looks like Sanskrit what this guy's writing there.
Was it like an official cassette, or was it like a mixtape kind of thing?
Don't know about that.
I used to get creepy mail from this one dude, and it was like
Oh, I remember some of that.
drawing pictures of like us blowing up the world together, and
And the envelope always smells like Pall Malls.
yeah, yeah. I haven't gotten mail from him in a long time, and I'm pretty grateful about that.
It's strange because even if you get, purely innocuous mail, it can be chicken scratch from whoever's writing it.
Yeah.
People are very, very strange. I sent you that story about the guy that's suing Taylor Swift because he thinks she should go on a date with him. He's just like this really creepy dude from out in Utah.
How do you sue someone for that?
It'll get thrown out immediately, but
Yeah.
you could file some kind of lawsuit.
But he's just obsessed with Taylor Swift. He wrote a song for her and wants to collaborate, but he also has like that disease where you can't move your eyes. So if you want to look side to side,
What's the disease where you can't move your eyes?
it's something. It's in the article I said.
He can't like look around.
He
can
can't-
only look straight.
Well, he can look around, but he has to turn his head to look. So it's like,
Oh, the Michael Keaton in Batman.
yeah, it's like playing Batman basically. So he is
That's not creepy at all.
an ex-Mormon and worked as a paralegal for a while and learned how to file lawsuits. So he filed a lawsuit against Taylor Swift, and he just got like a real creepy stalker vibe. If you read the story, I tweeted it out at Bill Squire.
Oh, yeah, he looks exactly the way you think he
Just
would
like
look.
greasy hair,
Yeah.
ill-fitting clothes.
He's got the belt up to his chest.
Yeah, just real strange dude. And like at first I was reading it and I thought it might have been like a joke, but he legit feels like he's entitled to a date with
Because he
Taylor
wrote her a
Swift.
song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Entitled.
It's called I Get You, Taylor Swift.
Oh, God.
And his SoundCloud says, I wrote this song as a flattery song for Taylor Swift in the hopes of letting me write songs for her. She's an incredibly kind, influential person who I would like to continue to make successful with more hits. I like the people who think they're doing you a favor.
Oh yeah, exactly. I don't see this article.
Oh, I thought I should. Let me find it.
No lyrics?
It's at Medium.
Oh.
First of all,
all right, they should definitely collab, though.
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard.
It's pretty close. Makes Darnell sound like Max Martin.
Yeah, it's definitely Garage Band.
It's not terrible.
But he's not even keeping on time.
It's really bad.
That's why Pound Cake likes it.
You can relate.
Anyway, this was 2 years ago, and he's gone from. In his photo on SoundCloud, he looks like a regular hipster type dude.
Yeah.
But this photo,
yeah, now
he
I
has
got
fallen
it.
on hard times. I think he's suing
What's the
her.
guy's name?
Russell Greer. He's suing her for $100 million.
Not related to...
No relation to Varric.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. He blames the production company for the failure of his song to go platinum.
It was definitely their fault. He used a
I
production
cannot find
company.
this article for the life of me, and
All
I
right,
just want to see a picture of this dude.
I just tweeted it out, so it's
Okay,
at Bill
perfect.
Squire.
He self-published a book last year called Why I Sued Taylor Swift and How I Became Falsely Known as Frivolous, Litigious, and Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's taking it real far.
He looks like Martin Starr if Martin Starr never made it as an actor.
Yes. From Freaks and Geeks in Silicon Valley.
God.
Suffers from Mobius syndrome, a disorder that prevents him from moving his eyes from side to side, closing his mouth, or changing his facial expression. Wow, that is a bad trifecta. You can't change your facial expression or close your mouth. So you look like a mouth breather and you look crazy.
And then you are also kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy.
So you can't move your mouth either.
I think by not
You
being
can
able
move
to
it, you
close
just
your
can't
mouth.
close it.
Yeah, he can't close his mouth. He's probably taking in twice as much oxygen as the rest of us, and it's probably inflating his brain. That's how science works, right?
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, she should give him a chance, though.
He tried to compete on America's Got Talent as a disabled motivational speaker. But there you go. So, yes, he is suing her for the princely sum and completely reasonable amount of $100 million.
The amount he's owed.
How I became falsely known as litigious, frivolous, and crazy. Here's my $100 million lawsuit. Yeah, so anyway.
The fact that artists have to spend money on this, like, because
They don't. These things get thrown out
Yeah,
immediately.
she doesn't have to spend money.
She has to pay a lawyer to like put out a statement or something. Like
She has PR people for that. The record label will do it.
I like the side of the book that says based on the true event.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a guy we're hearing about. I guarantee you people at her level are dealing with
Tons.
weirds like
They
this all the
probably
time.
have to evaluate threats and weirdos on the daily.
Yeah.
Not probably. They do. That's affirmative.
Because these are the people who will take the time and the effort to do this stuff. I was reading a very depressing article in New York Magazine about young people and why they won't vote. Of course, the midterm elections 1 week from today. And they talked to some people in their early 20s, some people who were too far in their late 20s to be giving the reasons they were giving for not voting.
Well, just tell them all to not vote, you know?
Well, I was
like reverse psychology.
Yeah, the youth do that.
I was conflicted though, really reading this because I'm a formerly avid non-voter, but I saw the error of my ways, and I hope that these people do too. They talked to a bunch of kids from across the country, across the political spectrum. Reese is 23 from Hudson, Ohio. He says he's never voted. And they asked him why and whatever, and he said, in my senior year in high school, I was probably borderline socialist, even though I don't really think I understood what that was. So there you go.
I've always voted.
Don't worry, Reese. Neither do the Republican voters who live by you, but that doesn't stop them from screaming socialist all the time. Samantha's 22 from New Jersey. Watching the 2016 results come in, I was just disheartened. My faith in the whole system was crushed. That was the first general election I could vote in, too.
General election.
So I guess the takeaway from that is, didn't go my way the first time, I'm out.
I'll never vote again.
All right, good.
I mean, my one thought would be, how could you not vote? Like the whole thing where people die for this right and blah, blah, blah. But the other side...
Because a lot of people see it as symbolic.
Yeah.
Like no election is going to be found by one vote, right?
But the other side is, I don't want stupid people to vote. Because they're just gonna fill in a box. They're not gonna know what they're
but a lot of
voting
stupid
for.
people do vote.
But that's
home.
That's why I was ambivalent about this article, because I did understand where they were coming from. A few of them were like, "Look, I don't know enough about this, so I'm not going to vote." Listen, progressives are at a fundamental disadvantage because they depend so heavily on the youth vote. It's why they're hammering health care, because that's a universal priority, old, young, whatever. Tim, who's 27 from Austin, and way too old to have never voted, he said, I tried to register for 2016, but it was beyond the deadline by the time I tried to do it. I hate mailing stuff. It gives me anxiety. Ugh.
You can do it online now.
I hate mailing stuff.
And-
Putting something in an envelope and a stamp on it and walking out to your mailbox, very stressful.
I'm not a paperwork guy, and I do all that stuff because it's that important to me.
But the post office thing got to be like a regular complaint with people. This girl in
Really?
New York, yeah.
Oh, I hate going to
When
the
I
post
was at the post office.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with expert timing.
We're alone to know the process going into this song. Just had to be the guy starting with. He's probably getting high or something, and he goes, "Everybody was kung fu fighting," or maybe went to a party. And somebody goes, "How was it?" He goes, "Oh my God, you're never going to believe this. Everybody was kung fu fighting. I turned my back to get a drink, turned back around, everybody was kung fu fighting." And then he just had to go from there and figure out what rhymed with that.
Right.
I don't know if the guy ever had another hit or not, but I just, it made me think of, there's a story I came across about how Chinese bullfighters are putting kung fu in their Chinese bullfighting. Even, I was going to say the ancient art of bullfighting. I don't know if it's ancient. I don't know how long they've been fighting bulls. I know China's been doing a lot of things for a long, long time. China's been around for a minute, I found out.
Yeah, they've been...
Did not know that.
Over 30 years.
I thought they were founded in the late 50s.
It goes even further back than that.
Wow,
Yeah.
it does. China has done some things.
Mm-hmm. That's why when you'll see these kids talking about white culture and like white people built the modern world, I'm like, you're aware of what we've taken from other cultures to do that? Like, it's not something that just happened because we're white people. Like, they just, every era has a dominant culture, and then they take that and then build off of it.
Yeah, it's not like parts of the world that don't have white people are still digging in the dirt with sticks to make things happen. I mean, they've managed to, a lot of people around the world have managed to do some things. But I just thought I watched a video on it a couple of different times and still can't figure out, other than them tackling the bull by the horns and trying to flip it on its back, it looked more like Greco-Roman wrestling than kung fu and bullfighting.
Scary.
But that's what they're doing. And you know what? You read all these stories and you don't know what to believe. They go, oh, China's the emerging superpower. You know, someday they could be telling us what to do, which means I got to start figuring out if I'm going to be prepped for kung fu bullfighting. And I don't know that I am, Pound Cake. I don't know if I'm prepared to kung fu bullfight.
Your hair would look magnificent, though.
My Republican hair, according to you? Uh-huh.
Yeah, you do have, like, the floss hair. Like, if you were to floss, it would be very good.
I do floss. I brush and floss, and I use my water pick every single day.
The dance.
Oral hygiene, Pound Cake, is...
I'm aware.
Second to none.
Talk about the dance.
I've tried that dance a couple of times.
It's very difficult.
With my older kids, I stood there and I go, and of course they're laughing at me because I'm starting it slowly. But I'm like, if you watch people do it, it's fun because it just kind of looks like a... it looks like that thing people have on their desk with the balls on a string, where the
little pendulum
inertia
balls.
moves it. Yeah, right. And so it doesn't look like it would be difficult to do. But I mean, the movements objectively can't be that hard. But then you try to replicate it with your own body, and it's like your brain is not sending the right signal. I know that's true of any dance that you don't know how to do, but there are some dances where I'm like, I'm not... I can't do that. But the floss, you go, I could probably do that.
Because it looks easy, and especially like when little kids do it, it looks so effortless. And they did that, the First Energy Stadium, or the punter did that commercial where the little kid's doing the floss next to his dad.
Yeah.
And the kid looks great doing it, and the dad looks super awkward doing it because it just does not look right when an adult does it. I haven't seen one adult that can do it and make it look good.
I think maybe it's because the dance is contingent on having a lower center of gravity. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that is just... And for me, frankly, and we were talking about this with Steve Byrne briefly, is it annoys me that I'm not a better dancer because I've been a drummer my entire life. So I'm not uncoordinated. I'm very coordinated. Now I realize it's a different kind of coordination to be able to play polyrhythms on the drums where each one of my limbs can operate independently and maintain a rhythm, yet my whole body, when I try to dance, now I'm a better dancer than Pound Cake.
Because you got to move those
that's
hips.
not saying
You always got to throw me under the bus.
Hips.
Because
this is all about you.
Because you.
Well, you dance like you were run over by a bus.
We're not talking about me. I didn't say I was a good dancer. You want to throw me in there.
I didn't say that you said you were. I'm merely saying that you are you are so extraordinarily.
But it's not just dancing.
Tight.
But it's not just dancing. I walk funny. I talk funny. I stand funny. I sit funny. It's not.
How do you stand funny?
If you saw him at the Christmas party that I put on the on my Instagram story, he's just standing there waiting for a drink, and it's funny.
Really?
And this is why people call me fat. I always constantly get called fat because I have
a slouch.
No, the exact opposite. I have a bird chest. I poke my chest out, not on purpose. It's just the way I've always stood. And people are like, well, why do they say I have a beer gut. No, my back is just arched and my stomach protrudes out, so it looks like I'm fat.
I don't think you look fat.
They say I'm fat.
But when you sit down and you slouch, I mean, that's not a good position for anybody.
Sure.
Right, but people amend their posture all the time. I mean, do you like pull your shoulders back and try to stand up?
This is just the way I naturally stand, and it looks like I'm fat.
Oh, you don't look fat right now. It does. I don't think people say it when you are standing up. I think it's more when you're sitting down.
It doesn't matter. I read your comments, and I know what you guys say about me. But
you read whose comments?
The comments on the live stream, the comments on Instagram videos. Like, I see it all. It doesn't bother me. I'm aware that people think I'm fat.
You can tell it doesn't bother them.
No, it's fine. It is what it is. I've stood this way my whole life, and I'm not going to change because some trolls want to call me fat.
No, but wouldn't you want to change just to have better posture?
I would love to work out and be fit, and if that comes with it, then fine.
What I'm saying is you can do that. Yeah, you can change your posture. I mean, listen, most people slouch. Most people don't stand up straight. I mean, you have to actively change your posture.
It's not slouching. Like, this is slouching. This is putting my shoulders down and sitting like this. I don't sit like this. I sit like this, and my stomach just pokes out.
And the way he sits on the live stream. I mean, whenever, like, having your legs up, everybody has a belly when they're sitting down. Even if you are like a beanpole in that position, you're going to look your worst.
But I'm just I sit the way I feel comfortable, and I felt comfortable that way.
Okay.
So therefore,
don't worry. I moved the camera up so you don't see as much of your belly anymore.
But I don't care. I'm not going to stop because people tell me to.
I can move it down.
I do what you do.
But there's nothing wrong with making little changes, whether it's a camera or your posture, to make you look better. That there's no shame in that.
But you forget about you. Sometimes I forget the camera's even there. I'm surprised they haven't caught me picking my nose yet. Like I
try to.
They probably have. I'm sure Bill has found you picking your
forget
nose.
it's there.
Maybe you figure there's $1 up there.
It becomes a part of furniture, and I forget it's there. So I'm not going to spend the whole 4 hours of the show. Okay, let me see do my biceps look good. Okay, let me unbutton this shirt and show some taco meat. Like, I'm not going to do that. So
we can start the taco meat cam.
No, I'm good.
I can really zoom in
for
on
2019, because we're gonna obviously at some point after the first of the year we'll have a show meeting and we'll talk about what we want to do. And the taco meat cam, I think, is probably a great idea.
Give me some taco meat. I got a nice zoom in on you.
But see, I have a T-shirt on.
Well, pull it down.
Pull it down. You should have worn a V-neck.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
So some tatas. You get some
the taco meat cam.
And you get some Jesus while you're at it. Save your soul.
Wow. Jesus is in the jungle over there, boy.
I believe.
What is that?
Y'all gonna pay me for this. Yeah. So.
All right.
But everything I do is funny, okay? So dancing shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. I don't have any coordination.
You do have a very unique style of dancing that is uniquely you.
That's a nice way of saying you're weird.
It's the way you dance. Like, you always do like this clap, and then you put your arms out. And then you'll put your hands over your head.
He's got his moves, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's got their own style.
Alan's got his moves too. Alan does this like little thing. Like, if we're at a bar crawl and Alan's feeling it a little bit, he'll kind of do this like shimmy through the crowd as he's when he's like, he likes a song.
Yeah, no.
I have my own moves too.
And then I twerk. I twerk when I hear my jam. Like Queen of the Night comes on, it's Whitney Houston. I'm like, all right, let me drop it low real quick. But other than that, like, I'm not trying to impress nobody. It's a gay club.
Queen of the Night. Oh, I love that there's a club that plays that. Oh my God. I mean, regular clubs didn't play that song when it was new. It's getting rolled out in gay clubs.
Oh, it's a very specific audience.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't even a club song back in the day.
Right.
They really dug it up.
Oh, I love Queen of the Night. Are you kidding
Clearly
me?
you do. I mean, if
I don't
that's
even
where
know
you,
that song.
if that's what you break. It's from the Bodyguard.
Yeah, that's the type of song, like, if I'm at the bar, I don't care if I waited 45 minutes. If that song comes on, I'm pushing
You're
babies,
knocking everybody down?
I'm pushing grandmothers on walkers. If
What
Erica's
club are
there,
you going to?
Where there's grandmas and walkers
Yeah.
and babies.
It could be a karaoke night. If that song comes on, if Erica's there with her walker, she getting pushed down too. Like, I'm dancing.
Wow.
Like, that is my song. And so, like, I tried to play it during our pregame for our Christmas party, and my roommates were not having it. They were like, what is this? I'm like, it's Queen of the Night. They're like, well, can you turn this off and put some real
How do
music
they
on?
not know what it is?
Because they're, I don't know.
If it's some big gay anthem. Well, it's a real bummer what happened to Whitney. You know? That she got cracked
what
out
happened?
and everything, huh?
What happened?
Oh,
She
she
lost her
died
kneecaps.
like 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she died a while ago.
It
Yeah,
wasn't 10 years ago.
Houston?
Yeah, it was 10 years ago.
almost.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we were living here, but Gwen was working on a TV show in Chicago, so I was here and I'd go see her on the weekend. And she was in the shower. She was subletting an apartment, and she was in the shower. And I came in, and I go, Whitney Houston just died. It was like Valentine's Day weekend or something.
Yeah, it was February 11th.
Okay. What was it? Okay. I didn't remember her being in this suit she was in.
I know. She
This
was a bad
silver
bitch.
suit or whatever.
Yeah, the suit of armor.
Okay.
'Cause she's
That's what that's supposed to be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. So 2012 she died. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's a bummer, though. Because if you see those last few public appearances,
Ooh,
you're
she
like,
looked
oh,
rough.
man. Bobby Brown done got her good. Got his hooks in her. 300-pound woman has had to plead guilty to crushing her boyfriend on purpose and killing him by doing so.
Was he into that, and then she used it?
Nope.
Like she saw an opportunity, she took it?
Nope.
Okay.
This is in Pennsylvania. She stabbed him, hit him in the head with a table leg, and then when he finally wouldn't, give up, she sat on him. He was 120 pounds, so even by adult male, that's a small guy.
He's a little dude. Yeah,
he's 44. Windy Thomas, and the guy's name was Keno Butler. Two great names. Windy Thomas, an unfortunate name for a fat woman, but she's 300 pounds.
And Keno Thomas sounds like one of Pound Cake's boyfriends.
Keno Butler? Yeah.
Oh, Butler, yeah.
Windy Thomas and Keno Butler is the dead man. So they've recommended that she get 3 years in prison. So imagine if you're Michael Cohen and you go, I got the exact same amount for helping the president commit felonies that this fat woman did by sitting on her boyfriend.
Why is it such a light sentence? I mean, she murdered him.
Well,
Or
they
was it
charge her with third-degree murder.
Okay.
She crushed him after a fight. This is in Erie, PA. Always fun. And she said she positioned herself so that some of her weight would be on his head. So he had blunt force trauma to his neck. Gross. Fat lady sitting on you?
Yeah, big is beautiful and deadly.
I mean, face-sitting videos, very big, is big money there, right? Some guys will pay for it.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of money if you're a hefty gal doing that.
Yeah, those smother videos, I think they're called.
Smother, sure.
Smother. You want to be smothered by
Oh, my
a
God.
large woman like that.
That's right.
But she took it to the next level.
She's 300 pounds. He's 120. So she's more than twice his weight. Poor Keno. Poor little Keno.
That's
She gambled on Keno and lost. They were not having a good time. But imagine that is your final indignity as a fat woman crushing you to death after you're trying to get away because she has stabbed you and hit you with a table leg.
So she stabbed, smothered, and hit him with a table leg, and she got 3 years?
Yup.
That's a really weak sentence, I feel like. I mean, that's a lot of violence.
I agree. But what are you going to do? Hey, Eric.
Yes, Alan.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good.
Good. So, I long-time listener. I call often.
Thank you.
Actually, I actually love the show. But with the holiday season coming up, I was just curious how you go about the holiday not believing in God. Like, how do you present the holiday to your daughter without involving Jesus in it?
Well, my answer will be in two parts. One, I've never said I don't believe in God. All I've said is that there is zero evidence to support the belief. I don't know that there's no God, so I can't tell you that there isn't. So I'm just saying that there's no evidence to support the belief. Secondly, plenty of people around the world celebrate Christmas without Jesus. Jesus does not have to be part and parcel of a Christmas celebration.
Yeah, I was able to.
All kinds of secular holiday celebrations have nothing to do with a baby in a manger.
I'm an atheist, but I still celebrate Christmas, and I just say, yeah, there's parts of it. I mean, this is where it comes from, but I've just adapted it to make it a commercialized thing where it's all about getting things.
Well, I mean, I agree with you, Bill. I mean, I'm kind of borderline between you and Alan. I agree with Alan. There's no evidence, but I'm more towards the line of maybe there is nothing out there. But I mean, I have 2 kids and a wife, and I enjoy the holiday season.
Me too.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying you can put whatever you want into it. I mean, when my wife and I, in 2012, right, the year that we got engaged, 2012, we spent the Christmas holidays in Paris. And it was just great to be in an environment that wasn't so Jesus-y when it came to the holidays. There's like Father Christmas and there's the Kinder Market and all this kind of stuff. And it was just a lot, because I grew up hardcore Catholic. And so it's so unbelievably, soaked in the blood of the Lamb and all that stuff, that when you get older, you go, okay, there are plenty of people enjoying the holidays, and it's got nothing to do with a guy surrounded by goats.
Mm-hmm. And we can,
unless you want it to be.
It's easy to take the Christ out of Christmas. Just throw an X in there.
Xmas is how we do it, Eric. Thank you, buddy.
That's good. All right, have a good evening.
All right, enjoy your Xmas.
Jesus didn't die for my sins because...
You don't have any.
I don't have any sins because I don't believe in the sins.
Yeah,
it's all subjective.
And you are sinless, Bill. We know.
No one would say
sinless. If he came down tomorrow, he'd say, I can't do anything with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him. I do love me some Burl Ives, boy. It's old school, but you are never going to get me to say an unkind thing about Burl Ives. It's like I'm being hugged by a hot cup of cocoa.
Being hugged in your ears.
That's right. All right, WWE pay-per-view is coming back to Cleveland in March. You'll have to wait a bit, but you'll have tickets. Fastlane is what it's called. It's going to be at the Q in March. Tickets are on sale tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, so you'll get the last pair before everybody else can buy them. When I return, 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
Who's right over there at the Grog Shop tonight, East Side, with Bill Squire. Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
How are you, brother?
Great.
You've got, two things. Based on what I've been watching on Amy Schumer's Instagram, you better start doing vomit videos if you want to get views.
Oh, interesting.
So I hope, have you watched any of that?
No, her pregnancy. She's
heavily pregnant, and she keeps filming herself vomiting.
Yeah.
Under the umbrella of keeping it real or whatever.
Interesting.
So for people who have that particular fetish, it's a great time. Otherwise, it's pretty gross. I'm just thinking, though,
Yeah, no.
Just brainstorm.
I only vomit about once every couple years, and it's
Yeah.
an event. Like, I'm really bad at it. It's one of the worst things I do as a grown man.
Is it because of alcohol? Is it like if you get the flu or something?
It's usually
or?
flu
Okay.
related, and I'm not used to it, and I always get the angle wrong, so I end up screaming. And it just shoots out my nose. It's like really, really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You weren't sick a lot as a kid. Usually by the time you're an adult, between alcohol and having a flu or something,
Right.
you've got some vomit
No,
practice.
I've got a
under your
lot
belt.
of experience with things going out the other way.
Okay,
you
you have a lot of diarrhea
I'm like
experience.
Olympics.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Nice.
I could medal.
Yeah. So you don't have an iron constitution then, is what
no,
you're saying?
I'm just
I mean,
saying. Yeah, but I have it's sort of like a one-track system for me. It goes one way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, now that Kathy Lee is leaving the Today Show, think about that.
Okay.
I don't know, I don't know what they're looking for or what they need. You're an affable guy.
Yeah, and I can drink white wine in the morning if you force me to. Yeah.
Guys, I have a diarrhea problem, so the wine is going to be an issue. But
Yeah.
other than that, I'm on board.
I think you and Hoda would have really good chemistry too.
Thank you.
I think
Yeah.
that would work really well.
I don't have much going on after, next summer. So yeah, I could do like a trial period and.
You still write for The Good Place?
Yeah.
God damn, that is a good show.
That is a great
a
show.
great show. That's one of
Yeah.
those shows where I'm clearly it's successful because they keep renewing it. It's on, but it's also one of those shows where I'm like, I don't hear other people talking about it to me. So I'll see things online, but like in just anecdotally, I'm like, are you guys watching this? Because it's a great show. Like The Goldbergs is another one of those shows that's its indication now.
Right.
But I seem to be the only person who's talking about it. But The Good Place is a fantastic show.
Yeah, actually, I fly back right away after the show tonight. I gotta fly right back because we start writing tomorrow.
The show just got picked up again. Is
For
that
season
okay?
4,
Season
yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 5. Season 4.
Yeah, season 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you been on since the jump with this?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
It is not only a really funny show, it's one of the smartest shows I think on television that questions morality and just people's motivation for doing things. It's a really, really wonderful show to watch because it takes some really dark turns at times, but makes them really fun.
Right, I think it
and pushes some limits too for network
for
television.
network. I agree. Yeah,
a lot of cocaine talk in some episodes.
Yeah, well, the main character loves cocaine. What can I say? Then she has to reckon with that in the afterlife. So, yeah.
So that's and your CV is pretty impressive. You've written for a lot of shows. This is how big is the room on this? I mean, how many other people?
It fluctuates a little, but it's always between like 10 to 14.
You guys get up for Emmys and things like that?
We were just nominated for a Golden Globe.
Golden Globe.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So you'd be there for that then?
Yes, correct.
Good
yeah.
for you.
And that's the one where you can like drink. So that,
right.
Yeah.
It's the Hollywood Foreign
Yeah.
Press. They want wine and booze and
Totally,
all that. Yeah. So how did you come up? What's your story? Where are you from?
From Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Okay. Is that one of the Twin Cities?
It is. It's
okay.
the more parasitic twin.
What? What is the other city? It's not Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is. That's the other
Minneapolis.
one. Okay.
But
I know next to nothing about.
Yeah, no, but
Minnesota.
I mean, it's I think colloquially people
Sure.
just call it Minneapolis.
Okay.
But yeah, those are the Twin Cities, and I'm from the smaller Twin, and started doing comedy in high school, then college, and then right after college I moved to New York to do stand-up, and through that started getting writing jobs. And
That's a great city to start, and they have a very good scene. And I'm sure, I mean, if you started in high school, it was probably a little different then, but I mean, you have one of the best clubs in the country with Acme.
Acme is right there,
Yeah.
and there. I mean, my first attempt at stand-up was actually a comedy club that no longer exists. That was in the Mall of America.
Oh,
and they had
yeah.
an open mic at about like 4:30 in the afternoon.
So it's not the House of Comedy that's there now?
No, it was a place called Knuckleheads with a Z at the end.
With a Z, Knuckleheads at the Mall of
Yeah,
America.
yeah.
You know,
So you're competing
4:30
with roller coasters and
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
4:30
Yeah.
on an Saturday is the
No,
best.
it was like a Wednesday.
Oh,
Yeah, it was rough.
Wednesday.
It was
Prime
always-
time.
Dude, it was
Brutal.
always just like people who were there to like they've been walking all day and just wanted to sit down
In air conditioning or
exactly.
something.
And I was like 16 trying to do like edgy,
Right.
comedy.
What's up with the president, you guys? Yeah.
Exactly.
So there was never a time where you were like, maybe I'll go into accounting.
No,
you were like, I want to be a
had
comic.
no real plan B since
Just comedy.
Yeah, since I was like very young.
And your parents were like, cool, do what you want to do?
I
or-
will give my parents credit for that. They're both lawyers and were Jewish, so for them to be cool with that is
Right.
unique.
It's showbiz.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah, but I think most Jewish parents are like, but you're going to law school,
Right.
Yeah.
And they kind of let you do your thing,
Exactly.
other than going to law school.
Yeah.
So Minneapolis, basically, you guys had Prince and Kirby Puckett for a while, and that was about it, right? And so then you get out and you go, I'm going to go to New York. Was there a time where because I feel like when people make that decision that they're going to move, and not everybody does. A lot of people are like, I'm fine being the hardest working guy in Seattle or whatever,
Yeah.
But
Or
when-
Cleveland.
or Cleveland, Bill Square.
And Mike Polk is up there, and I get to be the runner-up.
There you go.
Yeah.
But when you make that decision, people, the decision is either am I going to go west or am I going to go east, and it usually comes down to kind of what frame of mind the comic is in.
Totally.
And for you, it was New York.
Yeah, I mean, and what's interesting is that, not interesting, who cares? But at my college, most of the people go to L.A., but I knew immediately that I was going to go to New York.
And what
I went
college?
to Emerson College, which is like a
In Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that
Yeah.
makes I see what you.
That's another good comedy city,
I was
too.
going to
So
say,
it's
so you go to Boston for school, and then you're like, oh, I'm definitely doing this then.
Yeah. And
okay.
and it was nice because like I had like a little collective of friends, and we would all go to Mike's together because
Right.
we would be too scared to go on our own, kind of. So
who did you come up with then?
Well, my crew was my best friend Noah Garfinkel, who's now he's actually the guy on Good Place whose
Okay.
picture is in Ted Danson's office. That's my buddy Noah.
Right.
My friend Harris Whittles, who passed away, he was in that.
Yeah.
crew.
Oh, man, he was really funny.
And there's a few others, and a lot of us still,
But a good group of dudes, funny guys.
Yes, and we just would attack these shows together, so like no one could beat us up or whatever.
So I'm always I'm fascinated at the people who they do stand up, but they either send enough writing samples or somebody comes to see them and really likes the structure of your work where they go, we'd like you to write for us.
Sure.
How did that work out for you? They came to you or you went to them?
Yeah, I mean, New York is there. I mean, LA and New York are so different for a million reasons, but New York, you just have to grind so hard that it took me forever to get any sort of recognition.
Sure.
But I'm in retrospect, I'm happy about that because I got to like just sort of get better in anonymity. You
cut your teeth in a different way.
Totally.
There.
But
Because you do see that a lot where guys will get something real fast, and they're like, this, I don't know what everyone's talking about. This is easy, but then they kind of
They're not
fizzle
ready
pretty
for it,
quickly.
yeah.
Or nothing for the next 2 years.
I remember I did a show pretty early on in New York, and Mark Maron told me like, "Oh, you're gonna be a TV writer," and I was offended. Because I was like,
because at that point it probably was offensive to tell you that.
no, it was. I mean, like I know now why he said that.
Right.
But like at the time, I was like, I'm a stand-up. Like, why would you say that? But I think you can sort of early on sort of recognize who is good at like joke structure and storytelling and stuff just from seeing 10 minutes of stand-up or whatnot. Yeah.
When you were starting out, I mean, you're a teenager, so you probably wanted to tell the kinds of jokes that might have been beyond your capacity
Absolutely.
to write them. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
correct.
Like you start out early and you go, man, this is what I want to do. You have your own opinions and you have your own influences. You just can't. Did you start out doing an immature kind of comedy, or were you really trying to dig in?
No, it was
early on.
I think everyone who starts doing stand-up, the first few years are just trying to figure out your stage presence and like what your joke writing and your all that stuff. You're starting from scratch. You don't really know yourself. So like I was writing very, very kind of quippy like one-liner.
You will get the last pair of tickets before they go on sale tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. TheQArena.com will have all the info for you. And then I'll have the final pair here on the show tomorrow afternoon. 2 for WWE Fastlane right now. Good luck. Caller 14. Those are yours. Start working on your signs now. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
$35192 if you want to text me. AlanCoxShow.com. Got a lot of exclusive show video up there for you. The live video stream, if you want to watch during the show, is there as well. You can share and subscribe and like and comment and blah, blah, blah. This week's Christie's Instagram hotties are there too. Will you be posting Christy's Instagram hotties over our holiday vacation?
I'll be posting them this coming Monday because I'll be here working on some stuff. So I'll do one Monday, but probably not the following Mondays.
Okay.
So you'll get at least one.
Tomorrow is our last live show of the year. We will return on Wednesday, January the 2nd, but I will be podcasting the sum of shows. So every day there will still be a podcast for you at iHeartRadio.com, the iHeartRadio app, and the Alan Cox Show 24/7 channel. So you can still listen on the app every day while we're gone. Haven't heard anything from Chris at McMurdo Station, Antarctica. Not that I thought we'd hear something right away, but he's our bureau chief down there at the research station, and there was a big story that a couple of people down there had died. And I'm trying to determine if he was one of them. I hope not. If you listen from out of state, let me know where you do that. If you need one of the new Alan Cox Show stickers, shoot me an email. I have a lot of those requests, so I'm getting them out as quickly as I can. Kevin listens in Frederick, Colorado. Steve's at Fort Hood, Texas. David's up in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Shauna is in Titusville, Florida. Larry is in Little Falls, New Jersey. Clay is in Miami. Matthew's in El Paso. And Carl is in Concord, North Carolina. North Carolina is getting hammered with snow, by the way.
Yeah, and they cannot deal with it because they're not set up for that kind of snow. They're getting like feet of snow.
Yeah. So, whatever. The immediate forecast for us, it just looks like it's rain. There's huge storms cutting through like the American Southeast, and
I got those road gigs next week. I'm hoping it all stays cold, but not that. Like, I don't want a big snowstorm up there.
You don't want that.
But so far, it looks like it's going to be okay.
When's your gig in La Crosse?
Next Friday.
Next Friday.
Yeah.
All right. I can't see next Friday yet.
Yep.
But it's sunny.
Yeah.
I mean, this coming week.
Yeah. So just hoping it's all right.
All right.
BillSquire.com if you want to see all the shows that I'll be doing around the Midwest. Upper Midwest. Yeah.
We've got people in La Crosse.
We've got people in La
We've
Crosse.
got people up in Sault Ste. Marie.
Sault
Is that where you're going to be?
Yeah, I'll be
St.
there.
Ignace?
At
the Quaden Casino.
Quaden Casino, and then Hamtramck near Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for that one because I got a cool hotel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Is there a Quaden in Sault Ste. Marie? Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Okay.
There better be. That's where I'm supposed to go. Give them a bunch of my information so I can get paid.
Yeah, no, I get it. There's one up in St. Ignace, too, and I was thinking that was the one you were going toward, but no. I had completely forgotten today that I was defrosting the office fridge, and I meant to go check it during the breaks because I'm doing it in real time. I just unplugged it and left the door open. What I used to do is when I would, at the end of the year, I have to do it a couple times a year, but you defrost a little freezer part or whatever, and I could never figure out how to do it without soaking the carpet. I'd put towels underneath because I'm an idiot. I can't figure those things out. So I finally said, well, I'll unplug it and I'll just open the door and I'll let it melt. And then that way, I can just sop it up throughout the day.
Yeah, I had like a little dish in there catching the water.
That's right.
Yeah.
Except I think Steve Byrne thought I had just left the fridge open. So he shut it. So now I got to go in there. Not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong, but I got to go in there and fix all that.
You're banned, Steve.
You're banned. You're banned. Where am I going to get my fruit? Alan, I heard Pound Cake on yesterday's show talking about Stonewall. That's the gay volleyball or whatever, kickball?
Dodgeball. Sports in general. They have kickball, dodgeball. I don't know about anything else, but I know they have those two for sure.
I play all the Stonewall sports, and I'm even more excited to play dodgeball now that Pound Cake's going to be there. Love you all. Hannah.
Awesome.
I promise not to throw balls too hard at him.
Please and thank you.
So
I'm on the amateur team.
She's going to be amateur. Aren't they all amateur teams?
No, there's an advanced team. He said that there's people that are more serious about it, so they'll throw, they're a higher level, and then there's the people that are more just, we're socializing and having fun.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't make you a professional just because you're aggro about it.
Well, maybe not amateur. Maybe it's the
mean
newbie
that there are
team.
People who take it real seriously,
yeah,
and other people who are there to have fun.
Advanced.
Advanced
dodgeball.
I'm on the advanced fun team.
Advanced fun.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's a team that takes it really, really seriously, and another team would be like amateur, like no one really expects too much. You just want to go there, meet new friends, and drink, mimosas and go out to lunch afterwards. Like it's really not that big of a deal, and I'm doing it because like I said, my gays are going to be leaving me soon, and I
understand.
I need a new source.
Need friends.
Yeah. Because I never thought about it. I was like, wow, all my gay friends were not really friends. Like, they're all people that I do, like, debauchery with. The friends I live with now are, like, my actual friends.
You got to do some debauchery from time to time.
Yes, but I don't want friends that I just know them because we've done stuff.
Right.
So I need...
You want some, like, actual platonic friends.
Yes, where we plan vacations. Like, the roommates I live with now, we're planning, like, a vacation, like a weekend getaway to, like, a cabin. Like, my whole friends don't do that. They're like, hey, you want to go to this bathhouse? Like, no!
Yeah, I wonder why. You want to go to this bathhouse?
You don't plan, like, a vacation with them to, like, a stabbing cabin?
No, we each got a
So you want to? You're just saying you want to engage in more non-gay centric activities.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's trying to take the sex out of it. He wants gay friends, but he doesn't want it to be
just
a
sex.
sexual relationship. He wants it to be
Understood.
going and having fun and doing things.
I need another gay couple that's like exactly like the couple I'm with, like I'm friends with now. Like I need a Zeke and a Trevor, so I can just. One needs to be brunette, one needs to be blonde with blue eyes and a trust fund. Like I need all
Zeke and a Trevor.
Yeah.
You got to have a trust fund, and your name's got to be Zeke and or Trevor.
At least the requirements aren't too specific. You should have no problem finding that kind of couple.
I have high standards for my friendships.
He does, and I'll tell you what, I think that will ultimately work in your favor. Because a lot of people, it's a double-edged sword. A lot of people will get screwed in these relationships because they're too vague. Like, even they don't know what they want. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I'll know when it happens. Whereas you, I want a guy, blonde, trust fund named Zeke.
And this is just for friends. Not even...
He's auditioning friends. But that's because you're hoping those friends will really take a shine to you, as it were.
Whatever.
Right?
I'm over it. I'm over it.
Over what?
Just over finding a boyfriend here. Like I'll find a boyfriend when I move.
Yeah.
Eventually.
What are you worried about? I mean,
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about anything.
When you okay,
I'm fine.
All right.
I'm a blast. It's their loss. Like people can say a lot about me. They can't say I'm not fun, and they can't say I'm not a good friend.
Again, I don't know if saying it's someone's loss is really the good way to go too. I've never considered somebody not wanting to hang out with me as their loss.
It is.
How?
Because
there are billions of people on the planet. No one has ever lost out by not being in a relationship with me.
Yes, because they don't get to make fun of like my bird chest and like the way I dance.
No, you still can.
Yeah, they don't need to be in a relationship with you.
You don't get to see it in live action. So.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's still fun to make fun of you when you're not around.
I was gonna say that's it. Those things are in the pro column of a relationship with me.
I feel like I'm a blast in a class. I'm fun.
You feel like you're what?
A blast in a class.
A blast in a glass?
Yeah.
Huh.
Bill, okay. You're my friend. We've hung out outside of work. Am I not fun?
You're very fun.
No one's saying you're not fun, but fun is there's a short shelf life on fun.
But I'm loyal. I do things with
loyal.
People. I am loyal.
You've said you will rat out any person who gets in your way.
That's
you're
a criminal. I'm not loyal to a criminal, but I'm loyal to someone if they want me to keep a secret. Like
you don't know which one of your friends is criminal.
Because they don't tell me because they're smart.
They know you're a rat.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go into prison for you. But if you said, hey, I had an affair with the neighbor across the street, don't tell Bobby. I'd be like, ooh, that's some tea. And that's all I would say. And then I would just.
But wouldn't it drive you crazy for nobody else you wouldn't be able to tell that to anybody?
No, because I would sip my tea and every time I would see Bob, how you doing, Bob? I would know.
He loves having information. He
does.
Hey, that's the spirit of gossip. That's why people love gossip. They want to have info that nobody else has. Okay.
I'm fun.
I'm going to test that. I'm going to tell you a couple secrets of mine.
Ooh.
But
you get some host secrets.
You won't know. You won't know which is true.
Okay.
And then when I hear it come back to me, I'll know if he's been passing on my disinformation.
Very smart.
This is how you flush out a mole, Bill.
That's right.
A rat. If you've got a mole in your organization,
a squealer.
That's right. You know how Mueller knew that Manafort was lying the whole time, but he let him do it because he knew he'd take that information back to the president, and then when they asked the president in his deposition, he would feed them the disinformation that he got because everybody thought they were pulling the wool over Mueller's eyes. And they go, "We gotcha, because we knew he was talking to you the whole time, and we gave him fake news." How you like that irony? It's like that. It's how you flush out a mole.
Yeah, but I'm not a mole. Yeah, but I'm not a mole.
I know, but I'm just saying that's how you flush out a mole.
Cool.
Yeah, take notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you be offended by butt boy? Is butt boy an offensive term?
No, I kind of find it endearing.
Butt boy. Yeah, maybe I'm asking the wrong guy.
I would not like to be someone's butt boy.
You know who Mika Brzezinski is, right?
Yep.
Morning Joe over on MSNBC.
Now
she's Mrs. Mrs. Scarborough now. They're married now, but they still host that show. She took the day off after getting a lot of heat for something she said yesterday. She apologized for it on Twitter, said it was an awful choice of words. People said it was homophobic. I don't really agree with that. I mean, coming up with a term doesn't mean that you hate gay people. But of course, today they had to say she's taking a day with her family. They always say it was scheduled a long time ago. This was a long scheduled day off. Which, whatever. She was talking about Mike Pompeo, who is the Secretary of State. I mean, basically in name only, but whatever. And she was really upset at them providing cover for the Saudi crown prince, who essentially gave the go-ahead to kill that journalist.
I have to ask, because I don't think I can't think of anyone here who could put it more clearly than you.
This is a split screen with her in Scarborough, her hubby.
I understand that Donald Trump doesn't care. Heilman makes a good point. He doesn't care. But why doesn't Mike Pompeo care right now? Are the pathetic deflections that we just heard when he appeared on Fox and Friends, is that a patriot speaking? Or a wannabe dictator's butt boy? Dead serious, I'm asking. Are these the words?
You can hear MSNBC tried to drop it.
Drop it, yeah, and they missed it.
Of a patriot.
He's debased himself. He once again is undercut.
It's just not a phrase you hear all the time. That's something that came into her mind, and she goes, "What is he, his butt boy?" You're like,
yeah. Usually they say something like a lackey.
Yes.
Something, that's the term that they go to all the time. But butt boy, that's what Alex Jones was calling Trump a butt boy a few months ago over something.
But Alex Jones constantly makes gay comments too. He's like,
and that's the level she's on now. She's on
Alex Jones's level.
She's not going to run around going, "Google's evil. Google is evil. Google is evil."
She said, "Totally agree. Super bad choice of words." That was her tweet. I should have said "water boy," like for football teams, whatever.
Also, what exactly does a butt boy do? Is a butt boy someone that you just do in the butt, or do they bring you butts? Butt boy, bring me more butts.
Or are they the butt of all your jokes?
Oh,
you're my butt boy.
It's just convenient butt.
It's convenient butt?
Yeah.
Just local butt?
No, it's just like
nearby.
You're there, like you may be like an extra person in the house. You're a jump off. When your husband's actually at work, you get your butt boy. You're like, butt boy! And then,
Well, you can still call for it like it's a servant. Butt boy. Butt boy.
Well, technically,
is there a bell? Can you ring the bell? Butt boy.
Butt boy.
Yeah,
butt boy.
They are kind of a servant, yeah.
Ring for service.
Some people like that.
Ring for service.
Hey, Ken.
Hi, Alan.
Hello.
Hi, Mormon Bill.
Okay. Mormon Bill.
Yeah, Mormon Bill.
Yeah, but I'm not Mormon.
I thought you said you were Mormon. Wait, what are you?
I'm an excommunicated Mormon.
Excommunicated Mormon. He used to communicate Mormon. Now he excommunicates Mormon.
Okay. Well, my question is to Alan, you said you were raised a hard Catholic.
Hardcore Catholic, yep. There's
hardcore Catholic. Okay.
Between 11 and 14, I was also a hard Catholic all the time.
Okay. Well, how hardcore was your Catholicism? Did you go to catechism?
Catechism, he says.
Yeah, catechism.
My mom took us to Mass every morning.
Every morning?
From kindergarten through 8th grade.
So did you go to midnight mass on Christmas Eve?
What do you think, Ken, if my mom took us to morning mass every day?
Okay. My mom used to make us, before we went to bed, we would have to kneel in front of the cross before we even made it up to the bed, and have to say the Our Father, the Hail Mary, and then this stupid...
Don't cuss.
What was that stupid prayer called? Now I lay me down to sleep. Now I pray with the Lord to keep.
Yeah, right. Stupid.
I thought that was a song.
Right.
So yeah,
is the point you're trying to make that you had a more hardcore religious?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Clearly you did. You got me. We weren't whipping ourselves on the back. If that's what you're trying to get to me. There were no life-sized crucifixes in our house.
And it sounds like you loved it.
Yeah. Right. It sounds like you've got no issues over it at all, Ken.
Well, when you said hardcore Catholic, I was like, wow, I think I got Alan on this one.
You got me beat, bro. I mean, you do, and your therapist thanks you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How hardcore?
I did not raise my daughter Catholic.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have two brothers, one sister.
Okay, so that's because usually you think those families. A lot of times, if you have like that hardcore Catholic family, there's like 9 kids.
12 kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
All
you,
right.
Ken. I appreciate it, man. I wasn't quite sure the point he was trying to make, but I think I get it.
He's just trying to commiserate, I think.
Alan the Butt Boy was a real job on old sailing ships. I don't know if
But
that's
what did
true,
they do?
but it's provocative if it is. I don't know.
You got to Google butt boy.
I am.
Google butt boy.
Sodomy in the
sailing.
golden age of piracy. The use of boys as sexual partners was not universally accepted on boats.
That's my favorite Radiohead album. Sodomy in the Golden Age of Piracy. It's a lesser-known album. It's early. but
That's
it's a
what
good
got
one.
him inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I wonder if that's what made it the golden age of piracy, or if it just was considered the golden age and they go, yeah, and here's something else they did. Like, what makes something the golden age, really? But there were all kinds of laws against sodomy or buggery back then. Oh, bugger. So, okay, I don't know. I'm not seeing the term butt boy come up, but maybe they're just being, they're paraphrasing. All right. Oh, there you go. Well, then one more reason I'm glad that I was not on the crew of a pirate ship in the 17th century. Because, boy, although now I get poop deck.
Yeah.
Now I understand. Okay, I've got a break. We will get you a couple of passes for the early screening of the new Transformers film called Bumblebee, if you want to see that before it's in front of everyone else on the big screen. 35192 to text, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Guy's probably still hasn't even unpacked his apartment yet, or his house, or whatever they do there. Tomorrow night they'll be in Milwaukee at 8 o'clock to play the Cavs. Cavs will play the Bucks. Right?
Right.
And Mary Santora's here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies. No
happy
babies.
day. Congratulations.
Yes, thank
Back
you.
after a long and successful road trip.
So long.
Doing comedies.
Which one was it more of?
Long.
Longer
It
or
was
successful?
Way longer than it was successful. Oh,
Well, I
man.
heard Pittsburgh was good.
Pittsburgh was incredible.
Yeah.
We had listeners come out, so thank all of you guys. This guy, one dude came out, and he was sitting right in the front, and he brought his mom. It was her birthday.
Sure, there you go.
Dom, thank you for
Yeah.
coming. He was talking about drinking 151 before the show, so I think that'll affect how well he thought I did. But
Either positively or negatively. Probably
correct.
positively.
Yes, and then we had Mildred Cox came out.
Hey, nice. Oh, is Mildred Cox a Pittsburgh listener?
Yeah,
oh, I didn't
yeah,
know
they were
that.
great.
All right.
That Cavs game is tonight, by the way, not tomorrow.
Oh, it is tonight?
It's the 10th, yeah.
Oh, I did say tonight, yes.
You said tomorrow, but
I
it's-
said tomorrow. I have tonight written down because, like our president, I cannot read, Mary.
Well, then
I'm
you-
sorry.
Get ahead.
Please
get ahead of yourself.
continue. Tonight, Cavs Bucks, 8 o'clock here on
Tonight.
MMS. Yes.
Deli.
That's right.
And then the really nice couple came out, and so there was there's only 24 people there, and 8 of them were there on purpose. So I was like, yeah, that's
From the Alan Cox
from
Show.
the Alan Cox
Yeah.
Show. So
There
thank
you
you
go.
guys so much for showing up.
We
2
got reach.
listeners showed up in Columbus when I was in Columbus. We had 2 people from the show there, so that
And
was pretty
we
exciting.
have our dates announced. You can go to BillSquire.com to see info for when Mary and I do our Just Friends tour.
Just Friends tour. I love that.
So we're going to be down there we'll be in Columbus on the 28th at Mikey's Late Night Slice. Downtown. And then on Thursday, we're going to be in Cincinnati.
At Taft's Brewporium.
Yeah, that's the one.
Brewporium?
It's a brewporium.
Boy, they're coming up with new words all the time, aren't they? Brewporium.
Yeah, I was there over the course of this run, and it was a really fun show. It's like in a brewery, and it was awesome. It was a really good time.
So it's part brewery, part porium. Hey, I like that.
It's pretty inventive.
Yeah. Now, do they spell porium, P-O-U-R?
No,
or
but
just
they
like
should.
Emporium.
They messed up, yeah.
Brewporium.
We'll
Yeah,
suggest that
makes
when we
sense.
go down there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will.
But it was a good run overall. I mean,
It started off pretty rocky.
we'll see your Instagram stories.
Yeah, it started off a little rocky. We had a few shows canceled right off the rip, which was not great. And then we stayed in some questionable locations.
Now lay the cities out for everyone. This last run, you were all over the place.
Routing,
Yes.
whatever.
It was brutal.
It was brutal.
Because you guys got the fun.
Brutal.
You got the fun Instagram story. I got the real
Bill got
grumpy Mary.
the pages
Yeah.
and pages
Yeah.
of text messages. Well, we started Thanksgiving night, so I've been gone since Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Thanksgiving night in Cleveland, and then we drove down to Huntsville, Alabama.
You
which
drove
was
to
Friday.
Huntsville.
I drove. We took my car because I got
Okay.
a brand new car. It's more reliable. Yada yada yada.
Yep.
So we drove from Cleveland to Huntsville, Alabama, which is about 10 hours, which makes like a 12-hour travel day, and
Okay.
then got on stage after that, which is a lot more taxing than people think. Like to
Mhm.
drive
Oh, it's
and be
miserable.
traveling all day and then have to go do a half hour of comedy or whatever. It's insane.
Yeah, because you're already kind of in a questionable headspace, and then you have to go up and get in
And
the
you're
mood to
so
make everybody
tired.
laugh. Right.
Like driving makes me so tired, especially those really long trips. It's just
You
exhausting.
get road hypnosis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
why
we-
I'd always leave in the 2 or 3 a.m. and then get to a place if I had a long drive like that, and then I'd get there and then take a nice long nap before I'd go on stage.
That would make sense if we had hotels.
Yes.
So
I also, the way she did this tour where it was a lot of couch surfing is not how I did the road.
It's not how I do the road either.
I would do it once in a while, but that's miserable.
This is my first experience with a full-blown 3 weeks of. We didn't sleep in a hotel one time.
Not
one
And
time.
Not one.
You didn't even get a
time.
comedy condo.
Nothing.
Wow.
It was really rough.
Because
that
you
was the
book-
part that I
you-
was not. I am not used to that.
Yeah.
This is not how I generally will go on the road. So it was like very eye-opening to me that this is how a lot of comics and bands
Do
tour.
it, yeah.
And it's just it's too much for me.
Sleep in the van.
Well, I got
can't.
us a hotel.
It's just way too much for me.
We got hotels for Cincinnati and
Thank
Columbus.
you.
So
I appreciate
that's
that.
taken care of.
But
So-
still, maybe you won't be just friends after these.
gosh, yes, we
right?
will.
Are you sure?
We'll be
Yes.
even more just friends.
It'll be even
probably.
more gross. Like,
Yeah.
please. I'm tired of- So we went.
We've shared hotels before, like
Yeah.
a bunch of times.
Yeah, no big deal. So we went to Huntsville, Alabama was the first day. We were supposed to be in Birmingham the next day, which was Saturday. But guess what that was? The Alabama-Auburn game. So that show got canceled.
Oh, right. Go
I
Tigers.
was like, why would you even try to schedule something like that day?
Hedging their bets.
So that makes sense. I understand why that one got canceled.
What was the name of the? Now these are all clubs,
No,
or
these
some
are like bar shows.
some are
and
emporiums and-
Brewporiums.
So what was the name of
and-
the place in Huntsville?
Huntsville was called Epic Comedy Hour. Really,
Okay.
really great show. One of the better known independent shows across the country.
At least it has comedy in the name.
Correct.
Yep.
It's like it's like kind of like a 78th Street studio, like
Sure.
where it's different artists and things, and like people have shops and stuff, and
A
then
collective.
a collective,
Yeah.
and then they have a really cool performance space in the back with like a stage and chairs and everything
Cool.
like that. So that was awesome. And then Saturday got canceled, and then Sunday was my birthday, and I specifically requested not to have a show on my birthday because I was like, well, I would rather just go party and hang out and not have to worry about getting day drunk and then
And
having
you
to be on
turn
stage.
29 years
Mhm.
old.
Last year in my 20s.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So Sunday we didn't have anything going on. We went to party in Atlanta. We went to this like dive karaoke bar and played pool, and it was incredible. It was really, really fun. And then Monday we were in Atlanta. We had a show at Star Bar in Atlanta.
Which is one of the you
Another
talk about
one of the
epic comedy.
greater- mhm.
Star Bar is probably top 5 in the
Of the-
country
of independent shows.
independent shows in the country. That's
Yeah.
that's a show that if you get on, like you could get actually seen there and like get work
Right.
out of that.
I
Yeah.
mean, the week before, Ron White dropped in.
Yeah.
And
Hey.
Tiffany Haddish. And it's like, so this is like a very well known, if you are passing through Atlanta, you need to do Star Bar.
What's the
on a
big
Monday.
room? Laughing Skull, is that Atlanta?
There's
Laughing Skull
There's a
and
Punchline.
Punchline, yeah.
Stardome is in Huntsville, or is in Birmingham.
Ooh,
Okay.
I've done Stardome.
Yeah.
That's a tough room.
I have not done it.
It is adjusting to comedy in the South is very.
That's where you find out what you're made of.
It's one of those things where, like, long trips like this, when you're on stage every single night doing a long amount of time, you learn what you like, what you don't like, what translates, how to adjust. Like, I just speak much slower in the South, just based on how they talk.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things that I was losing them early in the trip because it's like, okay, take a breath.
Well, there are some people, jokes aside, there are some people in the South who get really upset when people up here assume that it's so different down there. They're like, we're like everybody else.
No,
it's very different.
It's very different.
Very different. Yeah.
Very different. So we went from...
In good and bad ways.
Yeah. We went from Atlanta. We were in Atlanta for 3 days. And then we went to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Did you get murdered by that lady?
I did not get. So if anybody's seen my comedy, I have a bit about the last time I was in Chattanooga.
You're not murdered right now?
I'm not murdered right now. The last time I was in Chattanooga, I ended up getting into it with the... I didn't even get into it. I called her a crackhead.
There are a lot of those in Chattanooga.
Dude, she was
not
crazy.
an unfair assessment.
She was crazy looking, and she was just like... and like slamming doors and acting like a crazy person.
You can throw a dime and hit a crackhead in Chattanooga.
And I mentioned, I called her a crackhead from the stage, and the bartender was like, "That's my wife," and like flipped out on me.
The 21st, we will be doing an advanced screening, a sneak preview, on Tuesday night next week, the 18th, at Regal Great Northern. So if you want to go see Bumblebee, you and a pal, next Tuesday night, be caller number 14, and those passes are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hello.
Alexa, play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Here you go.
From the Final Touch Construction Studios, it's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. An iHeartRadio station.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
Legendary former Channel 5 TV personality Don Webster has died. I'm unfamiliar with that person, but I'm sure a lot of people listening know very well who that is. He was on the air at Channel 5 for 35 years, one of the most popular people in Cleveland television history.
I remember him.
Do you?
Yeah.
He retired 19 years ago this week. Now, they retired to Hilton Head. And he has passed away at 79 years old. So there you know. There you go. If you were a Don Webster fan, know who that is? There it is. What is going on here? Sorry, and technical issues, as always. There's this lady in, I think this was in England, but I love the story of this woman who assigned her class. They took Elf on the Shelf, which I'm doing with my daughter, and she assigned the class to determine who had murdered the elf. It was an assignment to try to get them to use their critical thinking and to determine the outcome of some kind of elf murder mystery, I guess. And there was a red outline and some blood, or this is a third grade class, mind you, so I understand why some parents were probably a little up in arms. There's a project that she gave her students to solve the murder of the elf on the shelf. Is how she did it.
This is how she did it?
If this goddamn thing will work, I would love to continue the show for everyone. Let's see.
This is how she did it.
Well, a mom overseas is calling for an end to a school assignment that involves the murder of a beloved elf. It all started last Tuesday at Flowery Field Primary School in Hyde, England, when fourth graders walked into their classroom to find a crime scene. It included a chalk outline of their elf on the shelf, fake blood, and crime scene tape. The teacher had asked the 8- and 9-year-old kids to help her solve the murder mystery. One mother was outraged that she had to explain the concept of homicide to her child. She went on to say her daughter was traumatized by...
Well, I thought they were going to talk to the people. I don't want to hear a guy explain. I just explained it.
Was the kid really traumatized?
Third grade, I don't know.
I would not be traumatized by the term homicide in third grade. And I know some kids are more sensitive, but that's a I don't know. They were having fun.
Well, again, people need to make up their minds.
We live in a...
because half the time people talk about how resilient kids are.
Yeah.
When people do something that's awful, they go, well, the kids will get over it. They're resilient. But then there's something they don't like. Think about the children. There was police tape. A table had been knocked over. There was blood smeared on one of the tables. I think that's hilarious.
I love it.
The idea was that the elf had been murdered by another elf. My daughter came home and was absolutely traumatized. I have been a teacher for 30 years, said the headmaster, and this is, in my judgment, an appropriate, engaging, and exciting thing that children aged 8 and 9 have done. They have been so up for it. So it's probably more the parents.
So it's that one kid, yeah.
One kid. And frankly...
it sounds a little suspicious. It sounds like that kid is pretending to be traumatized to throw him off the trail. It sounds like that kid might have been the murderer.
Oh, he's sending them in another direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe this happened. I'm so traumatized by it. It's exactly what you say if you're trying to keep them from understanding that you're the murderer.
No, I like the fact that this headmaster at this school goes, I think this is fine.
I think that's inappropriate.
Rather than everybody over here who bends over and grabs ankle every time one parent flips out on behalf of their kid. They fire the teacher. The guy runs the school. He goes, these are 8 and 9-year-old kids. These are 8 and 9-year-old kids. Whatever he sounds like.
I think that's more inappropriate than anything to tell everybody how good you are at that. I mean, just what is our... It's not our business to know that he's a headmaster. It's personal.
It's my business.
The headmaster of the school, Bill.
Well, I mean, why is he doing that at school?
It's in the privacy of the teacher's lounge.
All right.
He's the headmaster.
Didn't you feel so cool in school when you would go to the teacher's lounge? Like, I got to go in there like twice in my entire school career.
The teacher's lounge?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever went in there.
I don't think I was ever once in the teacher's lounge.
It was pretty damn cool.
That's their space. We had the rest of the school. I understood, even in Catholic school, those teachers needed a place to go and shut the door, scream into a pillow, have a cigarette, whatever it was. And I wanted to respect that dynamic.
They told me to put something down there. I forget what they told me to deliver, but I had to deliver something down there and set it up. And there was teachers walking in there, and they were like, hey, what are you doing here? I'm like, Miss so-and-so told me to come down here. They're like, oh, okay.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Hey, what are you doing in here?
Like, they were like, get out. I'm like, I'm not just going to willy-nilly just walk into the teacher's lounge and be setting up, a table. You told me to.
Alan, if they were killing a human instead of an elf, no kid would care. Right. Well, yeah, because the elf looks like a small child, so you have some
well, just in schools
identify
in general,
with it.
If people are getting actually murdered in schools, and that's where you should show outrage.
Imagine
not a pretend murder.
Imagine if the class at a school shooting was forced to figure out the past identity of the school shooter. Obviously, a kid comes in your school, starts shooting everybody knows who the kid is. But imagine if the class was tasked with doing the investigation. Imagine that.
That I would find inappropriate.
You think so?
Yeah.
Huh. Alan, my kid said that the elf on the shelf was being bad, so she took a roll of Scotch tape and taped him to the wall. So now we just leave him there.
The tables have turned.
They really have.
Yeah.
The student has become the master. Don Webster, people are pointing out, was also Lanigan's co-host before Jimmy Malone joined the show. Lanigan and Webster. That sounds familiar.
Yes, I know.
So there you go. So radio and television. Very well-known and respected personality here in Cleveland. What about the board game Clue? That's for ages 8 and up, and you have to solve a murder. Yeah, Professor Plum in the library with the candlestick. That's who did it. The game of Clue.
I love Clue.
Horrible film, great game.
I like the film.
Nope.
I like the film for a couple of reasons.
Okay.
The maid's boobs.
Oh, Leslie Ann Warren?
Is that
was
who
she
was?
the one, or was it Colleen Camp?
I think Colleen Camp was the maid.
Right.
Yeah. It was Colleen Camp.
Colleen Camp.
Colleen Camp was legit.
She doesn't look like that anymore, but back then,
she. Yeah. She's got some Playboy spreads. Ooh. Did spent a lot of time with her.
She was in Playboy, Colleen Camp?
I believe she was.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought
Yeah.
she was just an actress that did like sitcoms and stuff in the 80s, and she's in crazy movies. And she still shows up and stuff, but she don't look like that anymore. No, I remember a guy named Lee Ving was in the Clue movie. He was the guy that was in the band Fear. If you're a punk fan, a band called Fear, that I think was like Dave Grohl was way into them when he was in high school.
1979.
And Lee Ving was the guy who was murdered in Clue.
Yeah, I remember this picture.
In the like the French maid outfit.
Well, I mean, I remember that from Clue, but I remember the picture that was in Playboy because I had the 100th. It was like the 100th issue. It was the 100th issue of Playboy, and it had the top 100 playmates of all time.
So she was really busting out in Clue.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she was wobbling.
Her cups filleth over.
Yeah.
Runneth
Yeah.
over. I didn't remember that. I just remember it in the outfit. Okay.
Yeah, she was great.
Christopher Lloyd.
Great
Martin
performance.
Mull. All right.
She really killed it. Yeah, she does.
She does not look like that now.
No, she does not.
But, time marches on, in the immortal words of one James Hetfield. Colleen Camp, Playboy. All right. Yeah, she's a real cutie.
Mm-hmm.
She was in all kinds of movies back then.
Yeah.
Poundcake, would you give up your phone for a year for $100,000?
Hell yes.
Okay.
There'd be a lot less stress.
Vitamin Water is doing a contest. No phone for a year is the hashtag. The winner gets $100,000. Can't use any smartphone for 365 days. Company will select one contestant who will exchange their smartphone for an old cell that can only make calls.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I would definitely do that.
I would get a TomTom.
It's 1 year. That's not that big of a deal.
No, I love my phone just for GPS purposes and obviously social media, but if I'm getting money, like if you pay me to stay off of social media, I can stay off of social media.
But
That's
how
not
would
a
they
problem.
know? I mean, like they say, if like let's say 6 months in you quit, you still get $10,000. But you can't even use your friends' phones. How would they know if you had completely abstained from using a cell phone? How would they know that? You can enter, if you're interested in this, find Vitamin Water on Twitter, Instagram. Something tells me 50 cents behind this. Isn't he a big investor in Vitamin Water? Isn't that largely his game now?
He has a big share in it. I don't know. But like, yeah, I would totally do that.
You got to do it before January the 8th.
It would be something like that year that I give it up is like the best year of my life. Like, hey, we're going to take you to the iHeartRadio Music Festival. You're going to meet all the celebrities you've ever wanted.
Well, then all you got to do is live like you just get a digital camera and take all the pictures and upload them later. So you wouldn't get that immediate gratification, but you could still document your life if you want to do that.
They still sell digital cameras. People still buy digital cameras.
No, they got rid of all of them. You have to go and find one.
I just find that funny.
My wife has one. They take because they take amazing photos. That's
Right.
why. I have an iPhone and the camera sucks.
Probably
Anytime
need
we have to
update your
take,
iPhone.
every time we have to take photos, Gwen's like, "Let me use my phone." She has an Android, and I'm not a huge Android guy, but the camera's amazing. These iPhones cameras suck.
A lot of cameras,
And they still suck.
We use iPhones for the show. They work just fine.
Okay, I'm just saying, when you're trying to take a still photo on an iPhone, if anything goes wrong, picture stinks.
Well, Erica's portrait mode looks good.
Yeah, I got that on mine.
Yeah, I do too. But
You need to upgrade your phone. It's not.
I think it's
an
the
A+.
photographer.
What do you mean I got to upgrade my phone?
I think it's the photographer.
Yeah,
It's not
maybe.
All those amazing
didn't-
sunrise pictures that I take with an iPhone.
Right, but they don't look amazing. They look grainy.
How
because
dare
you're,
you?
They do.
Well, because I had to zoom in.
But that's right. That's what I'm saying. You zoom in on it. Listen, if you don't do anything with your camera on an iPhone and just take a photo, it's fine. If you have to zoom in,
there's any digital camera.
No. You go through somebody's Instagram feed and you see like grainy concert photos. You bet your ass they were taken on an iPhone. Android phones, man, they just have better cameras.
Yes, I love my
They have
Android.
amazing cameras in these things.
I
can't
feel like
believe some of the photos Gwen sends me. I'm like, holy God, what? Because she has a digital Nikon too, with like the lens and everything, for when she wants to get serious. And I go, was that on your camera? Because she can send them from the camera. She goes, no, it's on my phone. I'm like, God damn, these phones.
I don't know, Alan. I think
I think Tim Cook is selling us a bill of goods. That's why they're not selling iPhones anymore.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
People aren't buying iPhones. That's why Apple's jacking the price of them up because they're not selling as many. They got to make more money on the ones they do sell.
Because they're dumb and they change one thing and charge you $2,000 for a damn phone.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why people aren't buying them anymore.
But that's their own fault. Like if they would have come out with like a new iPhone once every 5 or 6 years, it would be fine. They come out with every damn year.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that they've had to change their whole corporate process because they're like people are hanging on to their phones longer, and that's not what they want. They want people in those lines like lemmings switching out their phone. They're just not doing it
I feel
anymore.
like everyone who wants an iPhone like has one already. Anyone who wants one has the capabilities of getting one.
Yes, you're right. What point are you making?
No, nothing. I'm just
What? There's just words coming out of your mouth? You don't know what you're saying?
No.
I mean, I know people who are still rocking like the iPhone 5 because they don't want. I'm like, I can't believe that still even operates.
Worse, yeah.
But I've seen some iPhone cameras. I'm envious of their camera because it is really good. But I don't know what model that is. So maybe
I think
one thing like is worse, but then the rest of the phone has great technology. I don't know. Maybe they're slacking in the camera department because everything else they're trying to make the best.
Apple's trying to get people to spend money on their other things because they're like, people just aren't buying iPhones that much anymore.
Wireless headphones,
or Apple TV or iTunes or all their services. They're trying to get people to spend money.
But that's every company. Like Samsung comes out with a new phone every year, and people just they're not. They've kind of peaked with technology. And it's just not enough of an upgrade.
People weren't standing in line for days to get a new Samsung phone.
Right. I mean there was definitely more hype around iPhones, but it's also easier to just get the phone delivered to you than standing in line for it.
That's why Samsung had an amazing, it might have even been their Super Bowl commercial, where they made fun of people standing in line for the iPhones.
Yeah, it's like the grow up and get a Samsung.
Yeah. How are you able to stand in line for 8 hours on a work day?
You taking a personal day to get an iPhone?
Mm-hmm. Alan, that's why they aren't called iCameras. Yeah, well,
whatever.
Okay.
No, these people advertise it as if the camera is like the greatest thing ever.
But that's how phones are marketed now.
That's
They're
what I'm
not
saying.
like, you make amazing calls on this. It's not that. They're like, the camera's amazing.
Yeah, they make you think that like you can film a movie on your iPhone.
People have, yeah.
They have.
And there's also different apps. Honestly, if you want to... My buddy's got an iPhone 10, and he has this app that's way better for taking pictures because there's just a lot more options to be able to change the settings and the exposure, stuff like that. And that is how you get some really, really good pictures with an iPhone.
Well, I got to use half a dozen apps to make anything look interesting because just the phone alone, I'm like, I ain't doing it. Now, if you know anything about me, you know I have an amazing eye for composition, Bill. You know that.
Yes,
amazing
of course,
eye for composition. So if somebody says, oh, well, maybe it's you. Come on. I laugh at you. I laugh at you because it's me. It's not me. It either is me or it isn't me. I don't know. Either way. My pictures are amazing.
I would say the one that Gwen took with her phone the other day that you posted on Instagram, a little grainy.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's not the best camera.
Might have been one that I took.
But it was with her phone.
How do you know? Oh, the one she took of us?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, there's that.
No. Then maybe it is the photographer. What do I know? I mean, all I know is that why do people keep calling me Ansel Adams? I don't know, Bill. Don't know.
I don't either. Who's that?
Who's that? You guys see the write-up on Mountain Drew?
No.
In the Canton paper? The Canton Repository. Mountain Drew, our old intern, is on a radio station down there. And he got his hair cut. He's all dapper now.
He's always been an attractive guy.
Well, yeah, but he used to have long hair because he's like
a stoner.
Yeah. They got a whole big write-up on him in there.
Nice. Good
for
him.
him. I just go for it is the big quote.
Good for him.
All right.
I like me some Mountain Drew.
Mountain Drew's great.
Was his bio bigger than mine?
Pardon me?
Was his bio bigger than mine?
Your bio? What do you mean?
I was in the newspaper too. Was his bigger than mine?
What newspaper were you in?
I was in the Chronicle. I was in.
What's the Chronicle? That sounds like a made-up paper in Spider-Man.
It wasn't. You can Google me.
What's the Chronicle?
It's a newspaper.
Where?
For
what town?
Lorain
what city?
County.
The Lorain County Chronicle.
Yeah.
What were you in for?
Don't you remember? It was a bio. You contributed to it.
No, I don't remember that.
It was years ago.
Okay,
All right.
I just was asking. I was curious.
All right. Yeah, ask him. I don't know. Was his bigger than yours? His picture of it on his Instagram. It's like a 2 or 3 or 4 page write-up.
2 or 3 or 4 pages.
I mean, they do. He is in a suit and tie, which I think is an odd choice. I mean, unless that's his image. Is that like his image? Is he's like GQ guy? Or
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's an odd. I mean, if you're on the radio, he looks good, looks sharp, but I mean, he looks like he's trying to sell you insurance. Anyway, congratulations to him, because that's a good move. As to whether or not his bio is big, I don't know.
His write-up is bigger.
He's in Canton, you're here. What are you complaining about?
What is it?
He's busting his ass to get out of Canton. Are you okay now?
Yeah. I guess I just can't be too mad. I just wanted to know.
He can't be too mad. Right. Well, you got to work on getting bigger write-ups then.
I'll try.
Right? And I'll stop telling everybody who calls me for a comment from you that he's dead. I'll stop telling people that. When they want to do a write-up on you, I'll stop telling them that Pound Cake died. I tell them contact the estate of Varique Greer if you want comment on Pound. All right, we got to go. What do you got coming up, William?
December 23rd, Bill Squire's Christmas Kwanzaa. That's at the Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com to get tickets. And then New Year's Eve, I'll be at the Funny Stop and then doing some shows as well in Cincinnati and Columbus and La Crosse, Wisconsin, and all that stuff. You can go to billsquire.com to see all the dates. And then Pound Cake will tell you about where we're going to be on Saturday.
Oh. Where are you going to be on Saturday?
I was waiting for you. Okay, my bad. Saturday, we'll be in South Euclid for the Alan Cox Show Toy Drive, benefiting the Salvation Army. It'll be at Sprint. And you can find all the details at my Instagram at Radio Cody B. Giving away $50 Visa gift cards every 15 minutes. And then at the end, we will give away $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So $1,000 Visa gift cards. Someone's going to walk away with $1,000. So you're not going to miss that. Bring an ugly sweater because it's an ugly sweater party as well. And obviously bring a toy because it's a toy drive.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All going down on Saturday.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for listening today. Tomorrow will be the last live show of the year. Always good to see Steve Byrne. He is at Hilarities all this weekend. Thanks to John Gorky over at the Rock Hole for chatting up the class of 2019. Ryan Dalton will be in here to join us tomorrow. Our friend Jason Lawhead will call in about his upcoming show in Lorraine. Gwen will sit in for Erica. And that'll be it tomorrow. Today's show available for you on demand. Go to the iHeartRadio app. Look for the Alan Cox Show 24/7 channel. And listen to your heart's delight. The last 10 is next. If you're not able to join us at the top of the show, it'll be something you missed. And that's it. Thanks very much for listening. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, and I will see you in hell.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Cavs basketball.
Oh, my!
On Cleveland's Rock Station.
Tomorrow night, the Cavs are back on the court to battle